Black Rose by Nora Roberts. A stock plant is grown purely to provide cutting material. It can be encouraged to produce the best type of growth for cuttings, while plants that are grown for garden display can be left untouched. American Horticulture Society, Plant Propagation. If you would know secrets, look for them in grief or pleasure. George Herbert. Prologue. Memphis, Tennessee, December 1892. She dressed carefully, attending to the details of her appearance as she hadn't done for months. Her personal maid had run off weeks before, and she had neither the wit nor the will to hire another. So she spent an hour with the curling rods herself, as she had in the years before she'd been kept so lavishly, meticulously coiling and arranging her freshly rinsed hair. It had lost its bright gold luster over the long, bleary autumn, but she knew what lotions and potions would bring back its shine, what pots of paint to select to put false color in her cheeks, on her lips. She knew all the tricks of the trade. How else could she have caught the eye of a man like Reginald Harper? How else had she seduced him into making her his mistress? She would use them again, all of them, Amelia thought, to seduce him once more, and to urge him to do everything that must be done. He hadn't come in all this time, in all these months. He hadn't come to her. So she'd been forced to send notes to his businesses, begging him to come, only to be ignored. Ignored, after all she had done, all she had been, all she had lost. What choice had she had but to send more notes, and to his home, to the grand Harper house where his pale wife reigned, where a mistress could never walk? Hadn't she given him all he could ask, all he could want? She'd traded her body for the comfort of this house, the convenience of servants, for the baubles like the pearl drops she fixed on her ears now. Small prices to pay for a man of his stature and wealth, and such had been the limits of her ambitions once. A man only, and what he could give her. But he'd given her more than either of them had bargained for. The loss of it was more than she could bear. Why had he not come to comfort her, to grieve with her? Had she complained, ever? Had she ever turned him from her bed, or mentioned even once the other women he kept? She had given him her youth, and her beauty, and, it seemed, her health. And he would desert her now, turn away from her now? They said the baby had been dead at birth, stillborn, they said, a stillborn girl child that had perished inside her. But hadn't she felt it move, felt it kick and grow vital under her heart, in her heart? This child she hadn't wanted that had become her world, her life, the sun she grew inside her. The sun, she thought now as her fingers plucked at the buttons of her gown, as her painted lips formed the words over and over. She'd heard him cry. Yes, she was sure of it. Sometimes she heard him cry still, in the night, crying for her to come and soothe him. But when she went to the nursery, looked in the crib, it was empty, like her womb was empty. They said she was mad. Oh, she heard what servants she had left whispering. She saw the way they looked at her. But she wasn't mad. Wasn't mad, she told herself as she paced the bedroom she'd once treated like a palace of sensuality. Now the linens were rarely changed, and the drapes always drawn tight to block out the city. And things went missing. Her servants were thieves. Oh, she knew they were thieves and scoundrels. And spies. They watched her, and they whispered. One night they would kill her in her bed. One night. She couldn't sleep for fear of it, couldn't sleep for the cries of her son inside her head, calling her, calling her. But she'd gone to the voodoo queen, she reminded herself, gone to her for protection and knowledge. She'd paid for both with the ruby bracelet Reginald had once given her, the stones shaped like bloody hearts against the icy glitter of diamonds. She'd paid for the gree-gree she kept under her pillow and in a silk bag over her heart. She'd paid, and dearly, for the raising spell, a spell that had failed. Because her child lived. This was the knowledge the voodoo queen had given her, and it was worth more than 10,000 rubies. Her child lived. He lived. And now he must be found. He must be brought back to her where he belonged. Reginald must find him, must pay whatever needed to be paid. Careful, careful, she warned herself as she felt the scream beating at her throat. He would only believe her if she remained calm. He would only heed her if she were beautiful. Beauty seduced men. With beauty and charm, a woman could have whatever she wanted. She turned to the mirror and saw what she needed to see. Beauty, charm, grace. She didn't see that the red gown sagged at the breasts, bagged at the hips, and turned her pale skin a sallow yellow. The mirror reflected the tumbling tangle of curls, the over-bright eyes, and the harshly rouged cheeks. But her eyes, Amelia's eyes, saw what she had once been, young and beautiful, desirable and sly. So she went downstairs to wait for her lover, and under her breath she sang. Lavender's blue, dilly dilly, lavender's green. In the parlor a fire was burning, and the gaslight was lit. So the servants would be careful too, she thought with a tight smile. They knew the master was expected, and the master held the purse strings. No matter. She would tell Reginald they needed to go, all of them, and be replaced. And she wanted a nursemaid hired for her son, for James, when he was returned to her. An Irish girl, she thought. They were cheerful around babies, she believed. She wanted a cheerful nursery for her James. Though she eyed the whiskey on the sideboard, she poured a small glass of wine instead, and settled down to wait. Her nerves began to fray as the hour grew late. She had a second glass of wine, then a third, and when she saw through the window his carriage pull up, she forgot to be careful and calm and flew to the door herself. "Reginald! Reginald!" Her grief and despair sprang out of her like snakes, hissing and coiling. She threw herself at him. "Control yourself, Amelia." His hands closed over her bony shoulders, nudged her back. "What will the neighbors say?" He shut the door quickly, then with one steely look had a hovering servant rushing forward to take his hat and walking stick. "I don't care. Why haven't you come sooner? I've needed you so. Did you get my letters? The servants lie. They didn't post them. I'm a prisoner here." "Don't be ridiculous." A momentary disgust flickered over his face as he evaded her next attempt at an embrace. "We agreed you'd never attempt to contact me at my home, Amelia." "You didn't come. I've been alone. I've been occupied. Come now. Sit. Compose yourself." Still she clung to his arm as he led her into the parlor. "Reginald, the baby, the baby." "Yes, yes." He disentangled himself, nudged her into a chair. "It's unfortunate," he said, as he moved to the sideboard to pour himself a whiskey. "The doctor said there was nothing to be done, and you needed rest and quiet. I've heard you've been unwell." "Lies! It's all a lie." He turned to her, his gaze taking in her face, the ill-fitting gown. "I can see for myself you're not well, Amelia. I think perhaps some sea air. It would do you good." His smile was cool as he leaned back against the mantel. "How would you like an ocean crossing? I think it would be just the thing to calm your nerves and bring you back to health." "I want my child. He's all I need." "The child is gone." "No, no, no." She sprang up to clutch at him again. "They stole him. He lives, Reginald. Our child lives. The doctor, the midwife, they planned it. I know it all now. I understand it all. You must go to the police, Reginald. They'll listen to you. You must pay whatever ransom they demand." "This is madness, Amelia." He pried her hand from his lapel, then brushed at the creases her fingers had caused in the material. "I'll certainly not go to the police." "Then I will. Tomorrow I'll go to the authorities." Even the cold smile faded until his face was hard as stone. "You will do nothing of the kind. You will have a cruise to Europe and $10,000 to assist you in settling in England. They will be my parting gifts to you." "Parting?" She groped for the arm of a chair, melted into it as her legs gave way. You would leave me now?" "There can be nothing more between us. I'll see to it that you're well set, and I believe you'll regain your health with the sea voyage. In London you're bound to find another protector." "How can I go to London when my son—" "You will go," he interrupted, then sipped his drink, "or I will give you nothing. You have no son. You have nothing but what I deem to give you. This house and everything in it, the clothes on your back, the jewels you wear, are mine. You'd be wise to remember how easily I can take it all away." "Take it away," she whispered, and something in his face, something in her fractured mind, gave her truth. "You want to get rid of me because, you know, it's you who've taken the baby." He finished his drink as he studied her, then set the empty glass on the mantel. "Do you think I'd allow a creature like you to raise my son?" "My son!" She sprang up again, hands curled like claws. The slap stopped her. In the 2 years he had been her protector, he had never raised a hand to her. "Listen to me now, and carefully. I will not have my son known as a bastard, one born of a whore. He will be raised at Harbour House as my legitimate heir." "Your wife—" "Does what she is told, as will you, Amelia." "I'll go to the police." "And tell them what? The doctor and midwife who attended you will attest that you delivered a stillborn girl, while others will attest my wife delivered a healthy boy. Your reputation, Amelia, will not stand to mine or theirs. Your own servants will swear to it, and to the fact that you've been ill and behaving strangely." "How can you do this?" "I need a son. Do you think I selected you out of affection? You're young, healthy, or were. You were paid, and paid well for your services. You will be recompensed for this one." "You won't keep him from me. He's mine." "Nothing is yours but what I allow you. You would have rid yourself of him had you been given the opportunity. You'll come nowhere near him now or ever. You will make the crossing in 3 weeks. A deposit of $10,000 will be put in your account. Until that time, your bills will continue to come to me for payment. It's all you'll get." "I'll kill you!" she shouted when he started out of the parlor. At this, for the first time since he'd arrived, he looked amused. "You're pathetic. Whores generally are. Be assured of this. If you come near me or mine, Amelia, I will have you arrested and put in an asylum for the criminally insane." He gestured for the servant to bring his hat and stick. you wouldn't find it to your taste. She screamed, tearing at her hair and her gown. She screamed until blood ran from her flesh, from her own nails. When her mind snapped, she walked up the stairs in her tattered gown, humming a lullaby. Chapter 1. Harper House, December 2004. Dawn, the awakening promise of it, was her favorite time to run. The running itself was just something that had to be done 3 days a week, like any other chore or responsibility. Rosalind Harper did what had to be done. She ran for her health, a woman who just had, she could hardly say celebrated at this stage of her life, her 45th birthday, had to mind her health. She ran to keep strong as she desired and needed strength. And she ran for vanity. Her body would never again be what it had been at 20 or even 30, but by God it would be the best body she could manage at 45. She had no husband, no lover, but she did have an image to uphold. She was a Harper, and Harpers had their pride. But Jesus, maintenance was a bitch. Wearing sweats against the dawn chill, she slipped out of her bedroom by the terrace door. The house was sleeping still. Her house that had been too empty was now occupied again, and rarely completely quiet any longer. There was David, her surrogate son, who kept her house in order, kept her entertained when she needed entertaining, and stayed out of her way when she needed solitude. No one knew her moods quite like David. And there was Stella and her 2 precious boys. It had been a good day, Roz thought, as she limbered up on the terrace, when she'd hired Stella Rothschild to manage her nursery. Of course, Stella would be moving before much longer, and taking those sweet boys with her. Still, once she was married to Logan, and wasn't that a fine match? They'd only be a few miles away. Haley would still be here, infusing the house with all that youth and energy. It had been another stroke of luck, and a vague and distant family connection that had Haley, then 6 months pregnant, landing on her doorstep. In Haley she had the daughter she'd secretly longed for, and the bonus of an honorary grandchild with the darling little Lily. She hadn't realized how lonely she'd been, Roz thought, until those girls had come along to fill the void. With 2 of her own 3 sons moved away, the house had become too big, too quiet, and a part of her dreaded the day when Harper, her firstborn, her rock, would leave the guest house a stone's throw from the main. But that was life. No one knew better than a gardener that life never stayed static. Cycles were necessary, for without them there was no bloom. She took the stairs down at an easy jog, enjoying the way the early mists shrouded her winter gardens. Look how pretty her lamb's-ear was with its soft, silvery foliage covered in dew, and the birds had yet to bother the bright fruit on her red chokeberry. Walking to give her muscles time to warm, and to give herself the pleasure of the gardens, she skirted around the side of the house to the front. She increased to a jog on the way down the drive, a tall, willowy woman with a short, careless cap of black hair. Her eyes, a honeyed whiskey brown, scanned the grounds, the towering magnolias, the delicate dogwoods, the placement of ornamental shrubs, the flood of pansies she'd planted only weeks before, and the beds that would wait a bit longer to break into bloom. To her mind, there were no grounds in western Tennessee that could compete with Harper House, just as there was no house that could compare with its dignified elegance. Out of habit, she turned at the end of the drive, jogged in place to study it in the pearly mists. It stood grandly, she thought, with its melding of Greek revival and Gothic styles, the warm yellow stone mellow against the clean white trim. Its double staircase rose up to the balcony wrapping the second level and served as a crown for the covered entryway on the ground level. She loved the tall windows, the lacy woodwork on the rail of the 3rd floor, the sheer space of it, and the heritage it stood for. She had prized it, cared for it, worked for it, since it had come into her hands at her parents' death. She had raised her sons there, and when she'd lost her husband, She'd grieved there. One day she would pass it to Harper as it had passed to her, and she thanked God for the absolute knowledge that he would tend it and love it just as she did. What it had cost her was nothing compared with what it gave, even in this single moment, standing at the end of the drive, looking back through the morning mists. But standing there wasn't going to get her 3 miles done. She headed west, keeping close to the side of the road, though there'd be little to no traffic this early. To take her mind off the annoyance of exercise, she started reviewing her list of things to do that day. She had some good seedlings going for annuals that should be ready to have their seed leaves removed. She needed to check all the seedlings for signs of damping off. Some of the older stock would be ready for pricking off. And, she remembered, Stella had asked for more amaryllis, more forced bulb planters, more wreaths and poinsettias for the holiday sales. Haley could handle the wreaths. The girl had a good hand at crafting. Then there were the field-grown Christmas trees and hollies to deal with. Thank God she could leave that end to Logan. She had to check with Harper to see if he had any more of the Christmas cacti he'd grafted ready to go. She wanted a couple for herself. She juggled all the nursery business in her mind, even as she passed in the garden. It was tempting, it always was, to veer off the road onto that crushed stone entryway, to take an indulgent solo tour of what she'd built from the ground up. Stella had gone all out for the holidays, Roz noted with pleasure, grouping green, pink, white, red poinsettias into a pool of seasonal color in the front of the low-slung house that served as the entrance to the retail space. She'd hung yet another wreath on the door, tiny white lights around it, and the small white pine she'd had dug from the field stood decorated on the front porch. White-faced pansies, glossy hollies, hardy sage added more interest and would help bring up those holiday sales. Resisting temptation, Roz continued down the road. She had to carve out some time, if not today, then certainly later this week, to finish up her Christmas shopping, or at least put a bigger dent in it. There were holiday parties to attend, and the one she'd decided to give. It had been a while since she'd opened the house to entertain in a big way. The divorce, she admitted, was at least partially to blame for that. She'd hardly felt like hosting parties when she'd felt stupid and stung, and more than a bit mortified by her foolish and mercifully brief union to a liar and a cheat. But it was time to put that aside now, she reminded herself, just as she'd put him aside. The fact that Bryce Clerk was back in Memphis made it only more important that she live her life publicly and privately, exactly as she chose. At the 1.5-mile mark, a point she judged by an old lightning-struck hickory, she started back. The thin fog had dampened her hair, her sweatshirt, but her muscles felt warm and loose. It was a bitch, she mused, that everything they said about exercise was true. She spotted a deer meandering across the road, her coat thickened for winter, her eyes on alert by the intrusion of a human. You're beautiful, Roz thought, puffing a little on that last half-mile. Now stay the hell out of my gardens. Another note went in her file to give her gardens another treatment of repellent before the deer and her pals decided to come around for a snack. Roz was just making the turn into the drive when she heard muffled footsteps, then saw the figure coming her way. Even with the mists, she had no trouble identifying the other early riser. They both stopped, jogged in place, and she grinned at her son. Up with the worms this morning? Thought I'd be up and out early enough to catch you. He scooped a hand through his dark hair. All that celebrating for Thanksgiving, then your birthday. I figured I'd better work off the excess before Christmas hits. You never gain an ounce. It's annoying. Feel soft. He rolled his shoulders, then his eyes, whiskey brown like hers, and laughed. Besides, I gotta keep up with my mama. He looked like her. There was no denying she'd stamped herself on his face. But when he smiled, she saw his father. That'll be the day, pal of mine. How far are you going? How far'd you? 3 miles. He flashed a grin. Then I'll do 4. He gave her a light pat on the cheek as he passed. Should have told him 5 just to get his goat, she chuckled, and slowing to a cool-down walk, started down the drive. The house shimmered out of the mists. She thought, thank God, that's over for another day, and she circled around to go in as she'd left. The house was still quiet and lovely, and haunted. She'd showered and changed for work and had started down the central stairs that bisected the wings when she heard the first stirrings. Stella's boys getting ready for school, Lily fussing for her breakfast. Good sounds, Roz thought. Busy family sounds she'd missed. Of course, she'd had the house full only a couple weeks earlier, with all her boys home for Thanksgiving and her birthday. Austin and Mason would be back for Christmas. A mother of grown sons couldn't ask for better. God knew there'd been plenty of times when they were growing up that she'd yearned for some quiet, just an hour of absolute peace, where she had nothing more exciting to do than soak in a hot tub. Then she'd had too much time on her hands, hadn't she? Too much quiet, too much empty space. So she'd ended up marrying some slick son of a bitch who'd helped himself to her money so he could impress the bimbos he'd cheated on her with. Spilled milk, Roz reminded herself, and it wasn't constructive to dwell on it. She walked into the kitchen where David was already whipping something in a bowl, and the seductive fragrance of fresh coffee filled the air. "Morning, gorgeous. How's my best girl?" "Well, up and at 'em anyway." She went to a cupboard for a mug. "How's the date last night?" Promising. He likes Grey Goose martinis and John Waters movies. We'll try for a second round this weekend. Sit yourself down. I'm making French toast." French toast. It was a personal weakness. Damn it, David, I just ran 3 miles to keep my ass from falling all the way to the back of my knees. Then you hit me with French toast. You have a beautiful ass, and it's nowhere near the back of your knees. Yet, she muttered, but she sat. I passed Harper at the end of the drive. He finds out what's on the menu, he'll be sniffing at the back door. I'm making plenty. She sipped her coffee while he heated up the skillet. He was movie star handsome, only a year older than her own Harper, and one of the delights of her life. As a boy, he'd run tame in her house, and now he all but ran it. "David, I caught myself thinking about Bryce twice this morning. What do you think that means?" "Means you need this French toast," he said, while he soaked thick slices of bread in his magic batter. "And you've probably got yourself a case of the mid-holiday blues." "I kicked him out right before Christmas. I guess that's it." "And a merry one it was, with that bastard out in the cold. I wish it had been cold," he added. "Rain and ice and frogs and pestilence. I'm going to ask you something I never did while it was going on. Why didn't you ever tell me how much you disliked him?" "Probably the same reason you didn't tell me how much you disliked that out-of-work actor with the fake Brit accent I thought I was crazy about a few years back. I love you." "It's a good reason." He'd started a fire in the little kitchen hearth, so she angled her body toward it, sipped coffee, felt steady and solid. "You know, if you could just age 20 years and go straight, we could live with each other in sin. I think that would be just fine. Sugar pie?" He slid the bread into the skillet. "You're the only girl in the world who'd tempt me." She smiled, and resting her elbow on the table, set her chin on her fist. "Sun's breaking through," she stated. "It's going to be a pretty day." A pretty day in early December meant a busy one for a garden center. Roz had so much to do, she was grateful she hadn't resisted the breakfast David had heaped on her. She missed lunch. In her propagation house, she had a full table covered with seed trays. She'd already separated out specimens too young for pricking off, and now began the first transplanting with those she deemed ready. She lined up her containers, the cell packs, the individual pots or peat cubes. It was one of her favorite tasks, even more than sowing, this placing of a strong seedling in the home it would occupy until planting time. Until planting time, they were all hers. And this year, she was experimenting with her own potting soil. She'd been trying out recipes for more than 2 years now, and believed she'd found a winner, both for indoor and outdoor use. The outdoor recipe should serve very well for her greenhouse purposes. From the bag she'd carefully mixed, she filled her containers, testing the moisture, and approved. With care, she lifted out the young plants, holding them by their seed leaves. Transplanting, she made certain the soil line on the stem was at the same level it had been in the seed tray, then firmed the soil around the roots with experienced fingers. She filled pot after pot, labeling as she went, and humming absently to the Enya playing gently from the portable CD player she considered essential equipment in a greenhouse. Using a weak fertilizer solution, she watered them. Pleased with progress, she moved through the back opening and into the perennial area. She checked the section. Plants recently started from cuttings, those started more than a year before that would be ready for sale in a few months. She watered and tended, then moved to stock plants to take more cuttings. She had a tray of anemones begun when Stella stepped in. "You've been busy." Stella, with her curling red hair bundled back in a tail, scanned the tables. "Really busy?" "And optimistic. We had a banner season, and I'm expecting we'll have another, if nature doesn't screw around with us. I thought you might want to take a look at the new stock of wreaths. Haley's worked on them all morning. I think she outdid herself. I'll take a look before I leave. I let her go early. I hope that's all right. She's still getting used to having Lily with a sitter, even if the sitter is a customer and only a half-mile away." "That's fine." She moved on to the Catananke. "You know, you don't have to check every little thing with me, Stella. You've been managing this ship for nearly a year now." Well, they were excuses to come back here. Roz paused, her knife suspended above the plant roots, primed for cutting. "Is there a problem?" "No. I've been wanting to ask, and I know this is your domain, but I wondered if, when things slow down a bit after the holidays, if I can spend some time with the propagation. I'm missing it." "All right." Stella's bright blue eyes twinkled when she laughed. "I can see you're worried I'll try to change your routine, organize everything my way. I promise I won't, and I won't get in your way. You try, I'll just boot you out." "Got that." "Meanwhile, I've been wanting to talk to you. I need you to find me a supplier for good, inexpensive soil bags. 1 pound, 5 pound tin, and 25 to start." "For?" Stella asked, as she pulled a notebook out of her back pocket. "I'm going to start making and selling my own potting soil. I've got mixes I like for indoor and outdoor use, and I want to private label it." "That's a great idea. Good profit in that, and customers will like having Rosalind Harper's gardening secrets." "There are some considerations, though." "I thought of 'em. I'm not going to go hog wild right off. We'll keep it small." With soil on her hand still, she plucked a bottle of water from a shelf, then, absently wiping her hand on her shirt, twisted the cap. "I want the staff to learn how to bag, but the recipe's my secret. I'll give you and Harper the ingredients and the amounts, but it doesn't go out to the general staff. For right now, we'll set up the procedure in the main storage shed. It takes off, we'll build one for it. Government regulations, I've studied on that. We won't be using any pesticides, and I'm keeping the nutrient content below the regulatory levels." Noting Stella continued to scribble on her pad, Roz took a long drink. "I've applied for the license to manufacture and sell." You didn't mention it." "Don't get your feelings hurt." Roz set the bottle aside, dipped a cutting and rooting medium. "I wasn't sure I'd go on and do the thing, but I wanted the red tape out of the way. It's kind of a pet project of mine I've been playing with for a while now. But I've grown some specimens in these mixes, and so far I like what I see. I got some more going now, and if I keep liking it, we're going for it. So I want an idea how much the bags are going to run us, and the printing. I want classy. I thought you could fiddle around with some logos and such. You're good at that. In the garden needs to be prominent. No question. And you know what I'd really like?" She paused for a minute, seeing it in her head. "I'd like brown bags, something that looks like burlap, old-fashioned, if you follow me. So we're saying, this is good old-fashioned dirt, southern soil. And I'm thinking I want cottage garden flowers on the bag, simple flowers. That says, this is simple to use, and it'll make your garden simple to grow. I get on it. I can count on you, can't I, to work out the costs, profits, marketing angles with me? I'm your girl. I know you are." I'm gonna finish up these cuttings and take off early myself. If nothing's up, I want to get some shopping in. Roz, it's already nearly 5. 5? It can't be 5. She held up an arm, turned her wrist, and frowned at her watch. Well, shit. Time got away from me again. Tell you what, I'm going to take off at noon tomorrow. If I don't, you hunt me down and push me out. No problem. I better get back. See you back at the house. When she did get home, it was to discover the Christmas lights were glinting from the eaves, the wreaths shimmered on all the doors, and candles stood shining in all the windows. The entrance was flanked by 2 miniature pines wrapped in tiny white lights. She had only to step inside to be surrounded by the holiday. In the foyer, red ribbon and twinkling lights coiled up the twin banisters, with white poinsettias in Christmas red pots under the newel posts. Her great-grandmother's silver bowl was polished to a beam and filled with glossy red apples. In the parlor, a 10-foot Norway spruce, certainly from her own field, ruled the front windows. The mantel held the wooden Santas she'd collected since she'd been pregnant with Harper, with fresh greenery dripping from the ends. Stella's 2 sons sat cross-legged on the floor beneath the tree, staring up at it with enormous eyes. Isn't it great? Haley bounced dark-haired Lily on her hip. Isn't it awesome? David must have worked like a dog. We helped! The boys jumped up. After school, we got to help with the lights and everything, the youngest, Luke, told her. And pretty soon we get to help make cookies and decorate them and everything. We even got a tree upstairs. Gavin looked back at the spruce. It's not as big as this one, 'cause it's for upstairs. We helped David take it up, and we get to decorate it ourselves. Knowing who was the boss of the house, Gavin looked at her for confirmation. He said, then it must be true. He's cooking up some sort of trim-the-tree buffet in the kitchen. Stella walked over to look at the tree from Roz's perspective. Apparently, we're having a party. He's already given Logan and Harper orders to be here by 7. And I guess I'd better get myself dressed for a party. Hand over that baby first. She reached out, took Lily from Haley, and nuzzled. Tree that size, it'll take all of us to dress it up. What do you think of your first Christmas tree, little girl? She's already tried to belly scoot over to it when I put her on the floor. I can't wait to see what she does when she sees it all decked out. And I'd better get a move on. Roz gave Lily a kiss, handed her back. It's a bit warm yet, but I think we ought to have a fire. And somebody tell David to ice down some champagne. I'll be down shortly. It had been too long since there were children in the house for Christmas, Roz thought as she hurried upstairs. And damn if having them there didn't make her feel like a kid herself. Chapter 2. Roz took her holiday mood shopping. The nursery could get along without her for half a day. The fact was, the way Stella managed it, the nursery could get along without her for a week. If she had the urge, she could take herself off on her first real vacation in— how long had it been? 3 years, she realized. But she didn't have the urge. Home was where she was happiest, so why go to all the trouble of packing, endure the stress of traveling, just to end up somewhere else? She'd taken the boys on a trip every year when they were growing up. Disney World, the Grand Canyon, Washington, D.C., Bar Harbor, and so on. Little tastes of the country, sometimes chosen at whim, sometimes with great planning. Then they'd taken that 3-week vacation in Europe. Hadn't that been a time? It had been hard, sometimes frantic, sometimes hysterical, herding 3 active boys around. But oh, it had been worth it. She could remember how Austin had loved the whale watch cruise in Maine, how Mason had insisted on ordering snails in Paris, and Harper had managed to get himself lost in Adventureland. She wouldn't trade those memories for anything, and she'd seen a nice chunk of the world herself. Instead of a vacation, she could concentrate on other things. Maybe it was time to start thinking about adding a little florist shop onto the nursery. Fresh-cut flowers and arrangements, local delivery. Of course, it would mean another building, more supplies, more employees, but it was something to think about for a year or 2 down the road. She'd have to go over some figures, see if the business could handle the outlay. She'd sunk a great deal of her personal resources into the nursery to get it off the ground, but she'd been ready to gamble. Her priorities had been always that her children were safe, secure, and well provided for, and that Harbor House remained tended, protected, and in the family. She'd accomplished that, though there'd been times it had taken a lot of creative juggling and had caused the occasional sleepless night. Perhaps money hadn't been the terrifying issue for her that it often was for single parents, but it had been an issue. In the garden hadn't just been a whim, as some thought. She'd needed fresh income, and had bargained, gambled, and finagled to get it. It didn't matter to Roz if people thought she was rich as Croesus or poor as a church mouse. The fact was, she was neither, but she'd built a good life for herself and her children with the resources she'd had at hand. Now, if she wanted to go just a little crazy playing Santa, she'd earned it. She burned up the mall, indulging herself to the point that she needed to make 2 trips out to her car with bags. Seeing no reason to stop there, she headed to Walmart, intending to plow through the toy department. As usual, the minute she stepped through the doors, she thought of a dozen other things she could probably use. Her basket was half-loaded, and she'd stopped in the aisles to exchange greetings with 4 people she knew before she made it to the toy department. 5 minutes later, she was wondering if she'd need a second cart. Struggling to balance a couple of enormous boxes on top of the mound of other purchases, she turned a corner and wrapped smartly into another cart. "Sorry, I can't seem to—" "Oh, hi." It had been weeks since she'd seen Dr. Mitchell Carnegie, the genealogist she'd hired, more or less. There'd been a few brief phone conversations, some business-like emails, but only a scatter of face-to-face contacts since the night he'd come to dinner, and had ended up seeing the Harper bride ghost. She considered him an interesting man and gave him top marks for not hightailing it after the experience they'd all shared the previous spring. He had, in her opinion, the credentials she needed, along with the spine and the open mind. Best of all, he'd yet to bore her in their discussions of family lineage and the steps necessary to identifying a dead woman. Just now it looked as if he hadn't shaved in the past few days, so there was a dark stubble toughening his face. His bottle-green eyes appeared both tired and harassed. His hair badly needed a trim. He was dressed much like the first time she'd met him, in old jeans and a faded sweatshirt. Unlike hers, his basket was empty. "Help me," he said in the tone of a man dangling from a cliff by a sweaty grip on a shaggy limb. "I'm sorry?" 6-year-old girl. Birthday. Desperation. "Oh." Deciding she liked that warm bourbon voice, even with panic sharpening it, Roz pursed her lips. "What's the connection?" "Niece. Sister's surprise late baby. She had the decency to have 2 boys before. I can handle boys." "Well, is she a girly girl?" He made a sound as if the limb had started to crack. All right. Roz waved a hand, and abandoning her own cart, turned down the aisle. "You could have saved yourself some stress by just asking her mother. My sister's pissed at me because I forgot her birthday last month." "I see." "Look, I forgot everything last month, including my own name a couple of times. I told you I was finishing some revisions on the book. I was on deadline. For God's sake, she's 43. 1, or possibly 2. Obviously at wit's end, he scrubbed his hands over his face. "Doesn't your breed stop having birthdays at 40? We may stop counting, Dr. Carnegie, but that doesn't mean we don't expect an appropriate gift on the occasion." "Loud and clear," he responded, watching her peruse the shelves. "And since you're back to calling me Dr. Carnegie, I'd hazard a guess you're on her side." "I sent flowers," he added in an aggrieved tone that had her lips twitching. "Okay, late, but I sent them. 2 dozen roses, but does she cut me a break?" He jammed his hands into his back pockets and scowled at Malibu Barbie. "I couldn't get back to Charlotte for Thanksgiving. Does that make me a demon from hell?" It sounds like your sister loves you very much. She'll be planning my immediate demise if I don't get this gift today and have it FedExed tomorrow." She picked up a doll, set it down again. "Then I assume your niece's birthday is tomorrow, and you waited until the 11th hour to rush out and find something for her?" He said nothing for a moment, then laid a hand on her shoulder so that she looked over and up at him. "Rosalind, do you want me to die?" "I'm afraid I wouldn't feel responsible. But we'll find something, and you can get it wrapped up and shoot it off." "Wrapped? God almighty, it has to be wrapped?" "Of course it has to be wrapped, and you have to buy a nice card, something pretty and age-appropriate." I like this." She tapped a huge box. "What is it?" "It's a house-building toy. See, it has all these modular pieces so you can design and redesign your own dollhouse with furnishings. It comes with dolls and a little dog. Fun and educational. You hit on 2 levels. Great, good, wonderful. I owe you my life." "Aren't you a little out of your milieu?" she asked when he took the box off the shelf. "You live right in the city, plenty of shops right there." "That's the problem. Too many of them. And the malls, they're like a labyrinth of retail hell. I have mall fear. So I thought, hey, Walmart. At least everything's all under one roof. I can get the kid taken care of and get... what the hell was it? Laundry soap. Yeah, I need laundry soap and something else that I wrote down." He dug in his pocket, pulled out a PDA. "Here. Well, I'll let you get to it then. Don't forget the wrapping paper, ribbon, a big bow, and a pretty card. Oh, hold on, hold on." With the stylus, he added the other items. "Bow. You can just buy them ready-made and slap it on, right?" "That will do, yes." "Good luck." No, wait. He shoved the PDA back in his pocket, shifted the box. His green eyes seemed calmer now and focused on her. "I was going to get in touch with you anyway. Are you finished in here?" "Not quite." "Good. Let me grab what I need, then I'll meet you at the checkout. I'll help you haul your load out to your car, then take you to lunch." "It's nearly 4. A little late for lunch?" "Oh." He looked absently at his watch to confirm the time. "I think time must warp in places like this so you could actually spend the rest of your natural life wandering aimlessly without realizing it. Anyway, a drink, then. I'd really like to have a conversation about the project." "All right. There's a little place called Rose's right across the way. I'll meet you there in half an hour." But he was waiting at the checkout, patiently, from all appearances, then insisted on helping her load her bags in her car. He took one look at what was already stacked in the back of her Durango and said, "Holy Mother of God. I don't shop often, so when I do, I make it count. I'll say. There are less than 3 weeks left till Christmas. I'll have to ask you to shut up." He hefted the last bag inside. "My car's that way." He gestured vaguely toward their left. "I'll meet you." "Fine. Thanks for the help." The way he wandered off made her think he wasn't entirely sure just where he'd parked. She thought he should have plugged the location into that little personal data thingy he had in his pocket. The idea made her chuckle as she drove over to the little restaurant. She didn't mind a certain amount of absent-mindedness. To her, it simply indicated the person probably had a lot in his head, and it took a little longer to find just what he was after. She hadn't hired him out of the blue, after all. She'd researched Mitchell Carnegie and had read or skimmed some of his books. He was good at what he did. He was local, and though he was pricey, he hadn't balked, overmuch, about the prospect of researching and identifying a ghost. She parked, then walked into the lounge area. Her first thought was to order a glass of iced tea or some coffee. Then she decided the hell with that. She deserved a nice glass of wine after such a successful shopping expedition. While she waited for Mitch, she called the nursery on her cell phone to let them know she wouldn't be back in unless she was needed. "Everything's fine here," Haley told her. "You must be buying out the stores." "I did. Then I happened to run into Dr. Carnegie at Walmart. Dr. Hardy? How come I never run into hunks at Walmart? Your day will come, I'm sure. In any case, we're going to have a drink here and discuss, I assume, our little project. Cool. You ought to spin it out over dinner, Roz. It's not a date. But she did pull out her lipstick and slide a little pale coral on her lips. It's an impromptu meeting. If anything comes up, you can give me a call. I should be heading home within the hour anyway. Don't worry about a thing. Hey, you've both got to eat sometime, somewhere, so why not? Here he comes now, so we'll get started. I'll fill everyone in later. Bye now. Mitch slipped into the booth across from her. This was handy, wasn't it? What would you like? She ordered a glass of wine and he coffee, black. Then he flipped open the bar menu and added antipasto. You've got to need some sustenance after a shopping safari like that. How have you been? Very well, thanks. How about you? Good, now that the book's out of my hair. I never asked you what it was about. A history and study of Charles Pierre Baudelaire. He waited a beat, noted her questioning lift of brows. 19th century poet, wild man of Paris, druggy, very controversial, with a life full of drama. He was found guilty of blasphemy and obscenity, squandered his inheritance, translated Poe, wrote dark, intense poetry, and long after his death from a sexually transmitted disease is looked on by many to be the poet of modern civilization, and others as being one sick bastard. She smiled. In which camp do you pitch your tent in? He was brilliant and twisted, and believe me, you don't want to get me started, so I'll just say he was a fascinating and frustrating subject to write about. Are you happy with the work you did? I am. Happier yet, he said as their drinks were served, not to be living with Baudelaire day and night. It's like that, isn't it? Like living with a ghost. Nice segue. He toasted her with his coffee. Let me say, first, I appreciate your patience. I'd hoped to have this book wrapped weeks ago, but one thing led to another. You warned me at the start you wouldn't be available for some time. Hadn't expected it to be quite this much time, and I've given quite a bit of thought to your situation. Hard not to after that experience last spring. It was a more personal introduction to the Harper bride than I'd planned. You've said she's been subdued, he decided, since then. Well, she still sings, to the boys and to Lily, but none of us has seen her since that night. And to be frank, it hasn't been patience so much as being swamped myself. Work, home, a wedding coming up, a new baby in the house. And after that night, it seemed like all of us needed a little break. I'd like to get started now, really started, if that works for you. I suppose it was fate that we ran into each other like this, because I've been thinking the same thing. What will you need? Everything you've got. Hard data, records, journals, letters, family stories. Nothing's too obscure. I appreciate the family photos you had copied for me. It just helps me immerse. You could say if I have photos and letters or diaries written in the hands of the people I'm researching. No problem. I'll be happy to load you up with more. Some of what I've managed so far, between bouts with Baudelaire, is what we'll call a straight job. Starting to chart the basic family tree, getting a feel for the people in the line. Those are the first steps. And at the end of the day, something I'll enjoy having. I wonder if there's a place I could work in your house. I'd do the bulk in my apartment, but it might be helpful if I had some space on site. The house plays a vital part in the research and the results. That wouldn't be a problem. For the Amelia portion of the project, I'd like a list of names, anyone who's had any sort of contact with her. I'll need to interview. All right. And the written permission we talked about before, for me to access family records, birth, marriage, death certificates, that sort of thing. You'll have it. And permission to use the research and what I pull out of it in a book. She nodded. I'd want manuscript approval. He smiled at her, charmingly. You won't get it. Well, really, I'll be happy to provide you with a copy when and if, but you won't have approval. He picked up a short, thick breadstick from the wide glass on the table and offered it to her. What I find, I find. What I write. And if I write a book, sell it, you owe me nothing for the work. She leaned back, drew air deep. His casual good looks, that somewhat shaggy, peat moss-brown hair, the charming smile, the ancient high tops, all disguised a clever and stubborn man. It was a shame, she supposed. She respected stubborn, clever men. And if you don't, we go back to the original terms we discussed at our first meeting. The first 30 hours are gratis, and after that it's $50 an hour, plus expenses. We can have a contract drawn up, spelling it all out. I think that would be wise. When the appetizer was served, Roz declined a second glass of wine, absently selected an olive from the plate. Won't you need permission from anyone you interview as well if you decide to publish? I'll take care of that. I want to ask, why haven't you done this before? You've lived in that house your whole life and never dug down to identify a ghost who lives there with you. And, let me add, even after my experience, it's hard to believe that sentence just came out of my mouth. I don't know exactly. Maybe I was too busy or too used to her. But I've started to wonder if I wasn't just, well, inoculated. The family never bothered about her. I can give you all sorts of details on my ancestors, strange little family anecdotes, odd bits of history. But when it came to her, nobody seemed to know anything or care enough to find out, myself included. Now you do. Well, the more I thought about what I didn't know, the more, yes, I wanted to find out. And after I saw her again, for myself, that night last June, I need to find out. You saw her when you were a child, he prompted. Yes. She would come into my room, sing her lullaby. I was never afraid of her. Then, as happens with every child who grows up at Harper House, I stopped seeing her when I was about 12. But you saw her again. There was something in his eyes that made her think he was wishing for his notebook or a tape recorder. That intensity, the absolute focus that she found unexpectedly sexy. Yes. She came back when I was pregnant with each of my boys, but it was more of a sensation of her, as if she were close by, that she knew there was going to be another child in the house. There are other times, of course, but I imagine you want to talk about all that in a more formal setting. Not necessarily formal, but I'd like to tape the conversations we have about her. I'm going to start off with some basic groundwork. Amelia was the name Stella said she saw written on the window glass. I'll check your family records for anyone named Amelia. I've already done that. She lifted a shoulder. After all, if it was going to be that simple, I thought I might as well wrap it up. I found no one with that name. Birth, death, marriage, at least, not in any of the records I have. I'll do another search if it's all the same to you. Suit yourself. I expect you'll be thorough. Once I get started, Rosalind, I'm a bloodhound. You'll be good and sick of me by the end of this. And I'm a moody, difficult woman, Mitchell, so I'll say same goes. He grinned at her. I'd forgotten just how beautiful you are. Really? Now he laughed. Her tone had been so blandly polite. It shows what a hold Baudelaire had on me. I don't usually forget something like that. Then again, he didn't have complimentary things to say about beauty. No? What did he say? With snow for flesh, with ice for heart, I sit on high, an unguessed sphinx, begrudging acts that alter forms. I never laugh, I never weep. What a sad man he must have been. Complicated, Mitch said, and inherently selfish. In any case, there's nothing I see about you. Obviously, you haven't talked with some of my suppliers. Or, she thought, her ex-husband. I'll see about having that contract drawn up and get you the written permissions you need. As far as workspace, I'd think the library would work best for you. Whenever you need it or want something, you can reach me at one of the numbers I've given you. I swear, we all have 100 numbers these days. Failing that, you can speak with Harper or David, with Stella or Haley for that matter. I'd like to set up something in the next few days. We'll be ready. I really should be getting home. I appreciate the drink. My pleasure. I owe you a lot more for helping me out with my niece. I think you're going to be a hero. He laid some bills on the table, then rose to take her hand before she could slide out of the booth on her own. Is anybody going to be home to help you haul in all that loot? I've hauled around more than that on my own, but yes, David will be there. He released her hand, but walked her out to the car. I'll be in touch soon, he said when he opened the car door for her. I'll look forward to it. You'll have to let me know what you come up with for your sister for Christmas. Pain covered his face. Oh, hell, did you have to spoil it? Laughing, she shut the door, then rolled down the window. They have some gorgeous cashmere sweaters at Dillard's. Any brother who sprang for one of those for Christmas would completely erase a forgotten birthday. Is that guaranteed? Like a female rule of law? From a husband or lover, it better glitter. But from a brother, cashmere will do the trick. That's a promise. Dillard's. Dillard's, she repeated, and started the engine. Bye. Bye. She pulled out, and as she drove away, glanced in the rearview mirror to see him standing there, rocking on his heels with his hands in his pockets. Haley was right. He was hot. Once she got home, she pulled the first load out, carried it in the house, and directly up the stairs to her wing. After a quick internal debate, she piled bags into her sitting room, then went down for more. She could hear Stella's boys in the kitchen regaling David with the details of their day. Better that she got everything inside by herself, upstairs and hidden away before anyone knew she was home. When she was finished, she stood in the middle of the room and stared. Why, she'd gone crazy, obviously. Now that she saw everything all piled up, she understood why Mitch had goggled. She could easily open her own store with what she'd bought in one mad afternoon. How the hell was she going to wrap all of this? Later, she decided, after dragging both hands through her hair. She'd just worry about that major detail later. Right now, she was going to call her lawyer at home, the benefit of knowing him since high school, and get the contract done. And because they'd gone to high school together, the conversation took twice as long as it might have. By the time she'd finished, put some semblance of order back into her sitting room, then headed downstairs, the house was settled down again. Haley, she knew, would be up with Lily. Stella would be with her boys. And David, she discovered when she found the note on the kitchen counter, was off to the gym. She nibbled on the casserole he'd left for her, then took a quiet walk around her gardens. The lights were on in Harper's cottage. David would have called him to let him know he'd made pot pie, one of Harper's favorites. If the boy wanted some, he knew where to find it. She slipped back inside, then poured herself another glass of wine with the idea of enjoying it in a long, hot bath. But when she went back upstairs, she caught a movement in her sitting room. Her whole body tightened as she went to the door, then loosened again when she saw Stella. "Oh, you got my juices up," Roz said. It was Stella who jolted and spun around with a hand to her heart. "Oh, God, you'd think we'd all stop jumping by now. I thought you'd be in here. I came by to see if you'd like to go over the weekly report and saw this." She swept a hand toward the bags and boxes lining the wall. "Roz, did you just buy them all?" "Not quite, but I gave it a good run. And because I did, I'm not much in the mood for the weekly report. What I want is this wine and a long, hot bath. Obviously, well-deserved. We can do it tomorrow. If you need help wrapping some of this, sold. Just tap me in the evening after the kids are in bed. Haley mentioned you were having drinks with Mitch Carnegie? Yeah. We ran into each other, as it seems everyone in Tennessee does eventually, at Walmart. He's finished his book and appears to be raring to go on our project. He's going to want to interview you and Haley, among others. That's not going to be a problem, is it? No, I'm raring too. I'll let you get started on that bath. See you in the morning. Night. Roz went into her bedroom, closed the door. In the adjoining bath, she ran water and scent and froth, then lit candles. For once, she wouldn't use this personal time to soak and read gardening or business literature. She'd just lie back and veg. As an afterthought, she decided to give herself a facial. In the soft, flickering light, she slipped into the perfumed water, let out a low, lengthy sigh. She sipped wine, set it on the ledge, then sank nearly to the chin. Why, she wondered, didn't she do this more often? She lifted a hand out of the froth, examined it, long, narrow, rough as a brick, studied her nails, short, unpainted. Why bother painting them when they'd be digging in dirt all day? They were good, strong, competent hands, and they looked it. She didn't mind that, or the fact there were no rings on her fingers to sparkle them up. But she smiled as she raised her feet out. Her toenails now. They were her little foolishness. This week she'd painted them a metallic purple. Most days they'd be buried in work socks and boots, but she knew she had sexy toes. It was just one of those silly things that helped her remember she was female. Her breasts weren't as perky as they'd once been. She could be grateful they were small and the sagging hadn't gotten too bad, yet. While she didn't worry too much about the state of her hands, they were, after all, tools for her, she was careful about her skin. She couldn't stop all the lines, but she pampered it whenever she could. She wasn't willing to let her hair go to salt and pepper, so she took care of that, too. Just because she was being dragged toward 50 didn't mean she couldn't dig her heels in and try to slow down the damage time insisted on inflicting. She had been beautiful once, when she'd been a young bride, fresh and innocent and radiantly happy. God, she looked at those pictures now, and it was almost like looking at a stranger. Who had that sweet young girl been? Nearly 30 years, she thought, and it had gone by in the snap of a finger. How long it had been since a man had looked at her and told her she was beautiful. Bryce had, certainly, but he'd told her all manner of lies. But Mitch had said it almost offhand, casually. It made it easier to believe he'd meant it. Why did she care? Men. She shook her head and sipped more wine. Why was she thinking of men? Because, she realized with a half-laugh, she had no one to share those sexy toes with. No one to touch her as she liked to be touched, to thrill her, to hold her in the night. She'd done without those things and was content, but every now and again she missed having someone, and maybe she was missing it now, she admitted, because she'd spent an hour talking with an attractive man. When the water turned tepid, she got out. She was humming as she dried off, creamed her skin, performed her nightly ritual with her moisturizer. Wrapped in a robe, she started into her bedroom. She felt the chill even before she saw the figure standing in front of her terrace doors. Not Stella, not this time. The Harper bride stood in her simple gray gown, her bright hair in a crown of curls. Roz had to swallow once, then she spoke easily. "It's been some time since you've come to see me. I know I'm not pregnant, so that can't be it. Amelia? Is that your name?" There was no answer, nor had she expected one. But the bride smiled, just a brief shadow of a smile, then faded away. Well, standing, Roz rubbed the warmth back into her arms. "I guess I'll assume that's your way of letting me know you approve that we're getting back to work." She went back to the sitting room and took a calendar she'd begun keeping over the last winter out of her desk. She noted down the sighting on the day's date. Dr. Carnegie, she assumed, would be pleased she was keeping a record. Chapter 3. He'd never been much of a gardener. Then again, he'd lived in apartments most of his life. Still, he liked the look of plants and flowers, and had an admiration for those who knew what to do with them. Rosalind Harper obviously knew what to do with them. He'd seen some of the gardens on her estate this past June, but even their graceful beauty had paled next to his encounter with the Harper bride. He'd always believed in the spirit of a person. Why else would he be so drawn to histories, to genealogies, to all those roots and branches of family trees? He believed that spirit could and did have influence and impact for generations, potentially centuries. But he'd never believed in the tangibility, the physical presence of that spirit. He knew better now. It was difficult for someone with Mitch's academic bent to rationalize, then absorb something as fanciful as ghosts. But he'd felt and he'd seen. He'd experienced, and there was no denying facts. So now he was caught up. He could admit it. With his book finally put to bed, he could pour his energies and his time, his skills, into identifying the spirit that had, purportedly, walked the halls of Harper House for more than a century. A few legalities to get out of the way, then he could dive in. He turned into the parking area of In the Garden. Interesting, he thought, that a place that certainly had its prime in spring and summer could look so attractive, so welcoming, as December clicked away. The sky was heavy with clouds that would surely bring a cold, ugly rain before it was done. Still, there were things growing. He had no clue what they were, but they looked appealing. Rusty red bushes, lush evergreens with fat berries, silvery green leaves, brightly painted pansies. At least he recognized a pansy when he saw one. There were industrious-looking piles of material he assumed one would need for gardening or landscaping. Long tables on the side that held plants he assumed could handle the chill. A small forest of trees and shrubs. The low-slung building was fronted with a porch. He saw poinsettias and a small, trim Christmas tree strung with lights. There were other cars in the lot. He watched a couple of men load a tree with a huge burlapped ball into the back of a truck, and a woman wheel out a red wagon loaded with poinsettias and shopping bags. He walked up the ramp, crossed the porch to go inside. There were a lot of wares, he noted, more than he'd expected. Pots, decorative garden stakes, tabletop trees already decorated, books, seeds, tools. Some were put together in gift baskets. Clever idea. Forgetting his intention of seeking Roz out immediately, he began to wander. When one of the staff asked if he needed help, he just smiled, shook his head, and continued to browse around. A lot went into putting a place like this together, Mitch mused as he studied shelves of soil additives, time-released fertilizer pellets, herbal pest repellents. Time, labor, know-how, and, he thought, courage. This was no hobby or little enterprise indulged in by a Southern aristocrat. This was serious business. Another layer to the woman, he supposed, and he hadn't begun to get to the center of her. Beautiful, enigmatic Rosalind Harper. What man wouldn't want the chance to peel off those layers and know who she really was? As it was, he owed his sister and niece a big, sloppy thanks for sending him scrambling out to shop. Running into Roz, seeing her with her shopping cart, having an hour alone with her, was the most intriguing personal time he'd had in months. Hardly a surprise, he was hoping for more, and that he'd made this trip to her garden center mainly to study yet another side of her. He wandered through wide glass doors and found an exotic mass of houseplants. There were tabletop and garden fountains as well, and baskets of ferny or viney things hanging from hooks or standing on pedestals. Through another set of doors was a kind of greenhouse with dozens of long wooden tables. Most were empty, but some held plants. The pansies he recognized, and others he didn't, though, he noted, they were labeled and billed to be winter hardy. He was debating whether to continue on or to go back and ask for Roz when her son Harper came in from the outside. "Hi, need some help?" As he walked toward Mitch, recognition crossed his face. "Oh, hey, Dr. Carnegie." "Mitch. Nice to see you again, Harper," he said as they shook hands. "You too. That was some game against Little Rock last week." "It was." Were you there? Missed first quarter, but the second half rocked. Josh ruled. Pride in his son beamed through him. He had a good game. Missouri, this week. I'll have to catch that one on ESPN. Same here. You see your son. Tell him I said that three-pointer in the last 5 minutes was a thing of beauty. I'll do that. You looking for something or someone? Someone. Your mother, actually. You have her eyes, he thought. Her mouth. Her coloring. I was taking a little tour before I hunted her up. As he looked around, Mitch slipped his hands in his pockets. This is a hell of a place you've got here. Keeps us busy. I just left her in the propagation house. I'll take you back. Appreciate it. I guess I didn't think this kind of business would have so much going on this late in the year. Always something going on when you're dealing with gardening and landscaping. Mirroring Mitch's stance, Harper scanned the area. Holiday stuff's big now, and we're working on getting plants ready for March. When they stepped outside, Mitch stopped, hooked his thumbs in his jacket pockets. Low, long greenhouses spread, separated into two areas by a wide space where more tables stood under a screened shelter. Even now he could see a field where someone worked a machine to dig up a pine, or a spruce, or a fir. How could you tell the difference? He caught a glimpse of a little pond and a small stream, then the woods that shielded the business from the main house, and the main house from the business. I've got to say, wow! I didn't expect anything this expansive. Mom doesn't do things halfway. We started a little smaller, added on 2 more greenhouses and an additional space in the retail area a couple years ago. More than a business, Mitch realized. This was a life. It must take an incredible amount of work. It does. You've got to love it. Do you? Yeah. That's my castle over there. Harper gestured. Grafting house. Mostly I deal with grafting and propagation, but I get pulled out for other things, like the Christmas tree end this time of year. In fact, I was grabbing tin before I head out to the field when I ran into you. As the rain began to fall, Harper nodded toward one of the greenhouses. That's the propagation area. Since we've got Stella, Mom spends most of her time in there. Then I can find her from here. Why don't you go on, catch what you've got left of your break? Better get right out in the field. As the rain fell, Harper pulled the bill of his cap lower on his head. Get those trees up before the rain scares the customers away. Just go ahead in. See you later. Harper set off at a jog and had made the turn toward the field when Haley rushed up to him from the opposite direction. Wait! Harper, wait a minute! He stopped, lifting the bill a bit to get a better look at her. She was wearing a short red denim jacket over jeans and one of the in-the-garden caps Stella had ordered for employees. Jesus, Haley, get inside. This rain's going to cut loose big time any minute. Was that Dr. Carnegie? Yeah, he was looking for the boss. You took him to the propagation house? Her voice pitched up over the increasing drum of rain. Are you just stupid? What? He's looking for Mom. She's in the propagation house. I just left her there 5 minutes ago. So you just take him there. Just say, go right in. She made wild gestures with both hands. Without letting her know? Know what? That he's here, for God's sake. And now he's going in, and she's all dirty and sweaty with no makeup on and her grubbiest clothes. You couldn't stall him for 5 damn minutes to give her some warning? About what? She looks like she always does. What's the damn difference? If you don't know, you are stupid. And it's too late now. One of these days, Harper Ashby, you're going to have to use that single brain men pass around among 'em. What the hell? He grumbled, after she'd given him a punch on the arm and dashed inside again. Mitch ducked into the propagation house out of the rain. If he'd thought the houseplant section seemed exotic, it was nothing compared to this. The place seemed alive with plants in various stages of growth. The humid warmth was almost tropical, and with the rain pattering, it seemed he'd walked into some sort of fantasy cave. The air was pungent with green and brown, plants and soil. Music twined along with the scents. Not classical, he noted. Not quite new age. Something oddly and appealingly between. He saw tables and tools, buckets and bags, shallow black containers holding delicate growing things. And he saw Roz at the far end, on the side. Her back was to him as she worked. She had a gorgeous neck. It was an odd thought, and he admitted probably a foolish one. But again, facts were facts. She wore her hair short and straight, and to his mind the style showed off that long, lovely neck perfectly. Then again, all of her was rather long and lovely. Arms, legs, torso. At the moment, that intriguing body was camouflaged in baggy pants and a shapeless sweatshirt she'd pushed up at the sleeves. But he remembered very well that willowy figure. Just as he remembered, even before she heard his approach and turned, that her eyes were long as well, long-lidded and in a fascinating shade of deep, deep amber. "I'm sorry, I'm interrupting." "It's all right. I didn't expect to see you here. I got the paperwork and thought I'd ride out and let you know it's signed, sealed, and on its way back to your lawyer. Plus, it gave me a chance to see your place. I'm impressed. Even though I didn't know squat about gardening, I'm majorly impressed." "Thank you." He glanced down at her work table. There were pots, some empty yet, some filled with soil and small green leaves. "What's going on here?" "I'm potting up some seedlings, celosia, coxcomb." "I have no idea what that is." "I'm sure you've seen them." She brushed a hand absently over her cheek, transferring a smudge of soil. "In bloom they're like small feather dusters in bold colors. Red's very popular." "Okay, and you put them in these little pots because—" "Because I don't like their roots disturbed after they're established. I pot them young, then they'll be blooming for our spring customers and only have to tolerate that last transplanting. And I don't imagine you're all that interested." "Didn't think I would be, but this is like a whole new world. What's this here?" She raised her eyebrows. "All right, then. That's Mathiola, also called gillyflower or stock. It's very fragrant. Those there with the yellowish-green leaves, they'll be double-flowered cultivars. These will flower for spring. Customers prefer to buy in bloom, so I plan my propagation to give them plenty of blooms to choose from. This section is for annuals. I do perennials back there." "Is it a gift or years of study? How do you come to know what to do, how to recognize the coxcomb from the gillyflower at this stage?" "It's both, and a love of it with considerable hands-on experience thrown in. I've been gardening since I was a child. I remember my grandmother, on the Harper side, putting her hands over mine to show me how to press the soil around a plant. What I remember best about her is in the gardens at Harper House. Elizabeth McKinnon Harper, wife to Reginald Harper, Jr. You have a good memory. I've been skimming over some of the lists. What was she like?" It made her feel soft and a little sentimental to be asked. "Kind and patient, unless you riled her up. Then she was formidable. She went by Lizzie or Elizabeth. She always wore men's pants and an old blue shirt and an odd straw hat. Southern women of a certain age always wear odd straw hats to garden. It's the code. She smelled of the eucalyptus and pennyroyal she'd make up into a bug repellent. I use a recipe for it still." She picked up another pot. "I still miss her, and she's been gone nearly 30 years now. Fell asleep in a glider on a hot summer day in July. She'd been deadheading in the garden and sat down to rest. She never woke up. I think that's a very pleasant way to pass." "How old was she?" "Well, she claimed to be 76, but in fact, according to the records, she was 84. My daddy was a late baby for her, as I was for him. I broke that Harper family tradition by having my children young." "Did she ever talk to you about the Harper bride?" "She did." As she spoke, Roz continued with her potting. "Of course, she was a McKinnon by birth and wasn't raised in the house, but she claimed to have seen the bride when she'd come to live there when my great-grandfather passed. My grandfather Harper grew up at Harper House, of course, and if we were right in dating, Amelia would have been a baby around the time she died. But he passed when I was about 8, and I don't recall him ever speaking of her. How about your parents or other relatives? Are we on the clock here, Doctor? Sorry. No, I don't mind. She labeled the new potted plant, reached for another. My daddy never said much, now that I think about it. Maybe it's a thing with the Harper men, or men in general. My mother was a dramatic sort of female, one who enjoyed the illusion of turmoil in her life. She claimed to have seen the bride often, and with great stress. But then Mama was always stressed about something. Did either she or your grandmother keep a journal, any sort of diary? Yes, both of them. Another fine old tradition I haven't followed. My grandmother moved into the guest house when my father married and brought his own bride home. After she died, he cleaned out her things. I recall asking him about her journals, but he said they were gone. I don't know what became of them. As for my mother's, I have hers. You're welcome to them, but I doubt you'll find anything pertinent. Just the same. Aunts, uncles, cousins, legions. My mother's sister, who married some British lord or earl, third marriage, a few years ago. She lives in Sussex, and we don't see each other often. She has children from her first two marriages, and they have children. My father was an only child, but his father had 4 sisters, older sisters, Reginald's daughters. Yeah, I've got their names on my list. I don't remember them at all. They each had children. Let's see, that would be my cousins Frank and Esther, both gone years now, and their children, of course. Lucerne, Bobby, and Miranda. Bobby was killed in World War II. Lucerne and Miranda are both gone now, too. But they all had children, and some of them have children now. Then there's Owen, Yancey, Mary Lou. Mary Lou's still living down in Biloxi, where she suffers from dementia and is tended by her children best they can. Yancey? I couldn't say. He ran off to join a carnival years back, and no one heard from him again. Owen's a fire and brimstone minister, last I heard, in Macon, Georgia. He wouldn't talk to you about ghosts, I can promise you. You never know. She made a non-committal sound as she worked. And my cousin Clarice, who never married. She has managed to live to a ripe age. Too sour not to. She's living in a retirement village other side of the city. She doesn't speak to me. Because you do ask questions. Part of the process. Well, I'm not sure I remember exactly why she stopped speaking to me. I recall she didn't appreciate that my grandparents left everything to me and my daddy, but they were my grandparents, after all, my father's parents, while she was only a niece to them. She came to visit here when the boys were young. I believe that's when she cut me off, or we cut each other off, which is more accurate. She didn't care for my style of raising the boys, and I didn't care for her criticism of them or me. Before the family rift, do you recall if she ever talked to you about the bride? I don't know. Cousin Rissy's conversations mostly consisted of complaints or her own irritable observations, and I know damn well she pilfered things from the house, little bits and pieces. I can't say I'm sorry we're not on speaking terms. Will she talk to me? Thoughtfully, her eyes turned to him, studied his face. She might, especially if she thinks I'd prefer she didn't. If you decide to go see the dried-up old bat, be sure you take her flowers and chocolate. You spring for Godiva, and she'll be very impressed with you. Then you turn on the charm. Be sure to call her Miss Harper until she says otherwise. She uses the family name and is very formal about everything. She'll ask about your people. If you happen to have any ancestors who fought in the war between the states, be sure to mention it. Any Yankees in your tree? Disavow them. He had to laugh. I get the type. I have a great aunt who's on the same page. She reached under the work table to a cooler, took out 2 bottles of chilled water. You look hot. I'm so used to it, I don't notice. Working in all this humidity every day must be what gives your skin that English rose look. Absently, he reached out, flicked a finger over her cheek. When her brows shot up again, he eased back, just a step. "Sorry, you had a little dirt." "Something else I'm used to." "So," he reminded himself to keep his hands otherwise occupied, "I guess from what I saw the other day, you're ready for Christmas." "Near enough. You?" "Not even close, though I owe you big, once again, for the gift from my sister." "You went for the cashmere, then?" "Something the sales girl called a twin set, and she said no woman could have too many of them." "Absolutely true." "Okay, so I'm going to put some effort into the rest of it over the next few days. Get the tree out, fight with the lights." Get it out? A look that might have been pity, might have been derision, covered her face. "I assume that means you've got a fake tree?" His hands slid into his pockets, his smile spread slowly. "It's simplest apartment life. And from the state of that Diefenbachia, probably for the best." "The state of the what?" "The plant you were slowly murdering. The one I took when I came to your place to meet you the first time." Oh, right. When she'd been wearing that lady suit, he thought, and those high heels that had made her legs look 10 feet long. "How's it doing?" "It's just fine now, and don't think I'll be giving it back." "Maybe I could just visit it sometime?" "It could be arranged. We're having a holiday party at the house a week from Saturday, 9 o'clock. You're welcome to come if you like, and bring a guest, of course." "I'd like that." "Would you mind if I went over to the house now, took a look at the library, got a ground floor started?" "No, that'll be fine. I'll just call David and let him know you're coming." "Good. I'll go on then and get out of your way. I appreciate the time." "I've plenty of it." He didn't see how. "I'll call you later, then." "You have a strong place here, Rosalind." "Yes, I do." When he'd gone out, she set her tools aside to drink deeply from the water bottle. She wasn't a silly young girl who was flustered and giddy at the touch of a man's hand on her skin. But it had felt strange and oddly sweet, that careful brush of his fingers over her cheek, and that look in his eyes when he touched her. English Rose, she thought, and let out a half-laugh. Once, long ago, she might have appeared, that fragile and dewy. She turned and studied one of her healthy stock plants. She was much more like that now, sturdy and strong. And that, she thought as she got back to work, was just fine with her. Despite the steady rain, Midge took a walk around the buildings and gained even more respect for Roz and what she'd built. And built almost single-handed, he thought. The Harper money may have given her a cushion, he decided, but it took more than funds to create all this. It took guts and vision and hard work. Had he actually made that lame, cliched comment about her skin? English Rose, he thought now, and shook his head, like she hadn't heard that one before. In any case, it wasn't even particularly apt. She was no delicate English Rose. More a black rose, he decided, long and slender and exotic, a little haughty, a lot sexy. He'd learned a lot about her life just from that conversation in her workspace, a lot about her. She'd lost someone she'd loved very much, her grandmother, at a tender age. She hadn't been very close with her parents, and had lost them as well. Her relatives were far-flung, and it didn't appear she had close relations with any of them. Other than her sons, she had no one. And after her husband's death, she'd had only herself to depend on, only herself to turn to while she raised 3 boys. But he'd detected no sense of pity, certainly no weakness in her. Independent, direct, strong. But there was humor there, and a good heart. Hadn't she helped him out when he'd been floundering over a toy for a little girl? And hadn't she been amused by his dilemma? Now that he'd begun to get a good sense of her, he only wanted to know more. What was the deal with the second husband and the divorce, for instance? None of his business, of course, but he could justify the curiosity. The more he knew, the more he knew. And it wouldn't be difficult to find out. People just loved to talk. All you had to do was ask the questions. On impulse, he detoured back into the center. There were a few customers debating over the poinsettias and some sort of cactus-looking plant that was loaded with pink blossoms. Mitch had barely raked a hand through his wet hair when Haley arrowed in his direction.
"Dr. Carnegie, want a nice surprise?"
"Mitch. How are you, Haley? And the baby?"
"We both couldn't be better. But look at you, you're soaked. Can I get you a towel?"
"No, I'm fine. I couldn't resist walking around, looking the place over."
"Oh."
She beamed at him, all innocence.
"Were you looking for Roz?"
"Found her. I'm about to head over to the house, get a sense of my workspace there, but I thought maybe I'd pick up one of those tabletop trees, the ones that are already decorated."
"Aren't they sweet? Really nice for a small space, or an office."
"A lot nicer than the old artificial one I fight to put together every year."
"And they smell just like Christmas."
She steered him over.
"You see one you like?"
This one's fine."
"I just love all the little red bows and those tiny Santas. I'll get you a box for it."
"Thanks. What are those?"
"Those are Christmas cacti. Aren't they beautiful? Harper grafts them. He's going to show me how one of these days. You know, you should have one. They're so celebrational, and they bloom for Christmas and Easter."
"I'm not good with plants."
"Why, you don't have to do much of anything for it."
She set those big baby blue eyes on him.
"You live in an apartment, don't you? If you take the tree, a Christmas cactus, a couple of poinsettias, you'll be all decorated for the holidays. You can have company over and be set."
"I don't know how much attention Josh is going to pay to a cactus." She smiled.
"Maybe not, but you must have a date over for a holiday drink, right?"
I've been pretty busy with the book."
"A handsome single man like you must have to beat the ladies off with a stick."
"Not lately."
You should have a wreath for the door, too."
"A wreath?"
He began to feel slightly desperate as she took his arm. "Let me show you what we've got. I made some of these myself. See this one here? Just smell that pine. What's Christmas without a wreath on the door?"
He knew when he was outgunned. "You're really good at this, aren't you?"
"You bet," she said with a laugh, and selected a wreath. "This one goes so well with your tree."
She talked him into the wreath, 3 windowsill-sized poinsettias, and the cactus. He looked bemused and a little dazed as she rang it all up and boxed his purchases. And when he left, Haley knew what she wanted to know. She dashed into Stella's office.
"Mitch Carnegie's not seeing anybody."
"Was he recently blinded?"
"Come on, Stella, you know what I mean. He doesn't have a sweetie."
She drew off her cap, raked her fingers through her oak-brown hair she was wearing long enough to pull back into a stubby tail.
"And he just spent a good half-hour in the propagation house with Roz before he came in here to buy a tabletop tree. Harper sent him in there without even letting her know. Just go right on in while she's working and doesn't even have time to swap on some lipstick. Just sent him in."
"What is Harper, stupid?"
"Exactly what I asked him. Harper, that is. Anyway, then Mitch, came in all wet because he'd been walking around the place checking it out. He's going over to the house for a while now."
"Haley?" Stella turned from her computer. "What are you cooking?"
"Just observing, that's all. He's not seeing anybody. She's not seeing anybody."
She lifted her hands, pointing both index fingers, then wiggled them toward each other.
"Now they're going to be seeing a lot of each other. And besides being a hottie, he's so cute. I talked him into buying a wreath, 3 mini poinsettias, and a Christmas cactus, as well as the tree."
"Go, Haley."
"But see, he didn't know how to say no. That was the cute part. If Roz doesn't go for him, I might myself."
"Okay, no." She laughed at Stella's bland stare.
"He's old enough to be my daddy and blah, 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 but he's just perfect for Roz. I'm telling you, I know this stuff. Wasn't I right about you and Logan?"
Stella sighed as she looked at the aquamarine he'd given her as an engagement ring. Well, I can't argue about that. And while I'm going to say firmly that observing's all we should do, I can't deny this may be a lot of fun to watch. Chapter 4. As a rule, when he was working, Mitch remembered to clean his apartment when he ran out of places to sit or coffee cups. Between projects, he was slightly better at shoveling out, or at least rearranging the debris. He hired cleaning services. In fact, he hired them routinely. They never lasted long, and the fault, he was willing to admit, was largely his. He'd forget which day he'd scheduled them, and invariably pick that day to run errands, do research, or meet his kid for a quick game of horse or one-on-one. There was probably something Freudian about that, but he didn't want to think too deeply about it. Or he'd remember, and the team would come in, goggle at the job facing them, and he'd never see them again. But a man had to, or at least should, make an effort for the holidays. He spent an entire day hauling out, scrubbing down, and sweeping up, and was forced to admit that if he were being paid to do the job, he'd quit too. Still, it was nice to have some order back in his apartment, to actually be able to see the surface of tables, the cushions of chairs. Though he didn't hold out much hope he'd keep them alive for the long term, the plants Haley had talked him into added a nice holiday touch. And the little tree, well, that was ingenious. Now, instead of dragging the box out of storage, fighting with parts, cursing the tangle of lights only to discover half of them didn't work anyway, all he had to do was set the cheerful tree on the Hepplewhite stand by his living room window and plug the sucker in. He hung the wreath on the front door, set the blooming cactus on his coffee table, and the 3 little poinsettias on the top of his toilet tank. It worked for him. By the time he'd showered, dragged on jeans and a shirt, his date for the evening was knocking at the door. Barefoot, his hair still damp, Mitch crossed the living room to answer, and grinned at the only person he loved without reservation. "Forget your key?" "Wanted to make sure I had the right place." Joshua Carnegie tapped a finger on the greenery. "You've got a wreath on your door." "It's Christmas." "I heard a rumor about that." He walked in, and his eyes, the same sharp green shade as his father's, widened. He was taller than Mitch by a full inch, but spread the height on the same lanky frame. His hair was dark, and it was shaggy, not because he forgot haircuts like his father, but because he wanted it that way. He wore a hooded gray sweatshirt and baggy jeans. "Wow! You found a new cleaning service? Do they get combat pay?" "No, haven't had a chance. Besides, I think I've ripped through all the cleaning services in western Tennessee." "You cleaned up?" Lips pursed, Josh took a brief tour of the living room. "You've got a plant with flowers on it. You're taking that with you." "I am. I'll kill it. I've already heard it gasping. I can't be responsible." "Sure." Josh pulled absently on his ear. "It'll jazz up the dorm." "Hey, you got this little tree going on and candles." "It's Christmas," Mitch repeated, even as Josh leaned down to sniff the fat red candle. "Smelly candles. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, you vacuumed?" Eyes narrowed, he looked back at his father. "You've got a woman." "Not on me, no. More's the pity. Want a Coke?" "Yeah." With a shake of his head, Josh started toward the bathroom. "Gotta use it, John. We getting pizza?" "Your choice." "Pizza!" Josh called out. "Pepperoni and sausage. Extra cheese." "My arteries are clogging just hearing that," Mitch called out as he pulled 2 cans of Coke out of the refrigerator. From experience, he knew his son could steam through most of a pie on his own and still stay lean as a greyhound. Oh, to be 20 again. He speed-dialed the local pizza parlor, ordered a large for Josh and a medium veggie style for himself. When he turned, he saw Josh leaning against the jamb, feet crossed at the ankles of his Nike Zooms. "You've got flowers in the John. Poinsettias. Christmas. Deal."
You've got a woman. If you haven't bagged one, you've got one in the sights. So spill. No woman. He tossed one of the cans to Josh. Just a clean apartment with a few holiday touches. We have ways of making you talk. Where'd you meet her? Is she a babe? Not talking. Laughing, Mitch popped the can. I'll get it out of you. Nothing to get. Mitch walked by him into the living room. Yet. Aha! Josh followed him in, plopped down on the couch, propped his feet on the coffee table. I repeat, not talking. And that's a premature aha. Anyway, I'm just feeling a little celebrational. Book's done, which means a check will be in the mail shortly. I'm starting on a new, interesting project. Already? No decompressing? I've had this one dangling a while, and I want to get on it full steam. It's better than thinking about Christmas shopping. Why do you have to think about it? It's still a couple weeks away. Now that's my boy. Mitch raised his Coke in toast. So, how are your mother and Keith? Good, fine. Josh took a long swallow from his can. She's all jazzed up about the holidays. You know how it is. Yeah, I do. He gave Josh an easy slap on the knee. It's not a problem, Josh. Your mom wants you home for the holidays. That's the way it should be. You could come. You know you could come. I know, and I appreciate it. But it'd be better if I just hang out here. We'll have our Christmas deal before you leave. It's important for her to have you there. She's entitled. It's important for you, too. Well, I don't like thinking about you being alone. Just me and my cup of gruel. It was a sting. It always was. But it was one he'd earned. You could go to Grandma's. Please. Exaggerated pain covered Mitch's face, rang in his voice. Why would you wish that on me? Josh smirked. You could wear that reindeer sweater she got you a couple years ago. Sorry, but there's a nice homeless person who'll be sporting that this holiday season. When'd you head out? 23rd. We can do our thing the 22nd, if that works for you. Sure. I've just got to juggle Julie. She's either going to Ohio to her mother's or L.A. to her father's. It's seriously messed up. They're both doing the full-court press on her, laying on the guilt and obligation crap, and she's all I don't want to see either one of them. She's either crying or bitchy or both. We parents can certainly screw up our children. And you didn't. He took another drink, then turned the can around in his hands. I don't want to get all Maury Povich or whatever, but I wanted to say that you guys never made me the rope in your personal tug-of-war. I sort of been thinking about that, with all this shit Julie's going through. You and Mom, you never hung that trip on me, never made me feel like I had to choose or ripped on each other around me. It sucks when people do. It sucks long. Yeah, it does. I remember, before you guys split, it was rugged all around. But even then, neither of you used me as a hammer on the other. That's what's going on with Julie, and it makes me realize I was lucky. So, I just wanted to say, that's a good thing to hear. Well, now that we've had this hallmark moment, I'm getting another Coke. Pre-game show should be coming on. I'm on that. Mitch picked up the remote. He wondered what stars had shone on him to give him the gift of such a son. Hey, man, salt and vinegar chips! Hearing the bag rip and the knock on the door, Mitch grinned and, rising, took out his wallet to pay for the pizza. I don't get it, Stella. I just don't get it. Haley paced Stella's room while the boys splashed away in the adjoining bath. The sexy black shoes that will kill my feet, or the more elegant pumps? When Stella stood, one of each pair on either foot, Haley stopped pacing long enough to consider them. Sexy. I was afraid of that. Well, Stella took them both off, replaced the rejected pair in her closet. Her outfit for the evening was laid out on the bed. The jewelry she'd already selected was in a tray on the dresser. Now all she had to do was settle the boys down for the night, get dressed, deal with her hair, her makeup, check the boys again, check the baby monitors, and... Haley's pacing and muttering distracted her enough to have her turn. What? Why are you so nervous? Do you have a date going on for tonight's party I don't know about? No, but it's dates I'm talking about. Why would Roz tell Mitch to bring a date? Now he probably will, because he'll think if he doesn't, he'll look like a loser, and they'll both miss a golden opportunity. I missed something. She hooked on her earrings, studied the results. How do you know Roz told him to bring a date? How do you find this stuff out? It's a gift of mine. Anyway, what's up with her? Here's this perfectly gorgeous and available man, and she invites him for tonight. Point's there. But then tells him he can bring somebody. Jeez. She'd have considered it the polite thing to do, I guess. You can't be polite in the dating wars, for God's sake. On a long huff, Haley plopped down on the foot of the bed, then lifted her legs out to examine her own shoes. You know, date's from the Latin, or maybe it's Old English. Anyway, it comes from data, and it's a female part of speech. Female, Stella. We're supposed to take the controls. Since she hadn't yet started her makeup, Stella was free to press her fingers to her eyes. How? How do you know that kind of thing? Nobody knows that kind of thing. I was a bookseller for years, remember? I read a lot. I don't know why I retain the weird stuff. But anyway, it's a holiday party here, her house, and you know she'll look amazing. And now he'll show up with some woman and screw everything up. I don't actually think there's anything to screw up at this point. Haley tugged at her hair in frustration. But there could be. I just know it. You watch. You just watch him tonight and see if you don't get the vibe. All right, I will. But now I've got to get the kids out of the tub and into bed. Then I have to get dressed and strap on my sexy shoes with the single goal of driving Logan crazy. Want a hand? With the kids, not with driving Logan crazy. Lily's already sleeping. No, you'll get wet or wrinkled, and you look fantastic. I wish I could wear that shade of red. Talk about sexy. Haley looked down at the short, siren-red slip dress. You don't think it's too... No, I think it's exactly. Well, I'll go down, see if I can give David a hand with the caterer and all. Then I can get his take on the outfit. He rules in fashion. Roz was already downstairs, checking details and second-guessing herself. Maybe she should have opened the third-floor ballroom and held the party there. It was a gorgeous space, so elegant and graceful. But the main level, with its hive of smaller rooms, the fires burning, was warmer and more friendly somehow. Space wasn't a problem, she assured herself, as she checked the positioning of tables, chairs, lamps, candles. And she liked throwing open rooms this way, knowing people would wander from here to there, admiring the home she loved. It was a clear night, so they could spill onto the terraces, too. There were heaters if it got too chilly, and more tables, more seating, more candles, and all those festive lights in the trees, the luminaries along the garden paths. And you'd think, for heaven's sake, that it was the first party she'd given in her life. Been a while, though, since she'd held anything this expansive. Because of that, the attrition rate on her guest list had been very low. She was going to be packed. Avoiding the caterers and extra staff bustling around, she slipped outside. Yes, the lights were lovely, and fun, she decided, and she liked the poinsettia tree she'd created out of dozens of white plants. Harbor House was designed for entertaining, she reminded herself. She'd been shirking her duty there, and denying herself, she supposed, the pleasure of socializing with people she enjoyed. She turned when she heard the door open. David stepped out, holding 2 flutes of champagne. "Hello, beautiful. Can I interest you in a glass of champagne?" "You can." "Oh, I should be inside, helping with the madhouse." "Under control." He tapped his glass to hers. "Another 20 minutes and it'll be perfect. And look at us. Aren't we gorgeous?" She laughed, slipped her hand into his. "You always are. And you, my treasure." Still holding her hand, he stepped back. "You just shimmer." She'd chosen a gown of dull silver in a long, narrow column with an off-the-shoulder neckline that would showcase her great-grandmother's rubies. She brushed her fingertips over the platinum necklace with its spectacular ruby drops. I don't have many opportunities to wear the Harper rubies. They seem the night for them. And a treat they are for the eyes. Plus they do amazing things for your collarbone. But I was talking about you, my incandescent beauty. Why don't we run away to Belize? Champagne and David, the perfect combination to make her feel bubbly and relaxed. I thought it was going to be Rio. Not until Carnival. It's going to be a wonderful party, Ross. You just put all the other crap out of your mind. You read me, don't you? She shook her head, staring into the gardens as she sipped champagne. Last time I threw one of these holiday bashes, I walked upstairs into the bedroom to change my bracelet because the clasp was loose, and what do I find but my husband nibbling on one of our guests instead of the canapes. She took a longer, deeper sip, a singularly mortifying moment in my life. Hell with that. You handled it, didn't you? I still don't know how you managed to step back out, leave them there, to get through the rest of the party and wait until everyone was gone before you pitched the son of a bitch out in his ear. His voice heated up on the rant, his fury for her lighting little fires. You've got balls of steel, Ross, and I mean that in the best possible way. It was self-serving, not courageous or ballsy. She shrugged it off, or tried to. Causing a scene with a house full of guests would have only been more humiliating. In your place, I'd have scratched both of them blind, then chased him out the door, brandishing one of your great, however many greats, granddaddies, muskets. She let out a little sigh, sipped again. That would have been satisfying, and damn if I don't wish I'd thought of the musket after the guests had gone. Well, we didn't let him spoil that evening, and we won't let him spoil this one. She polished off the champagne and turned to David with the determined look of a woman prepared for battle. Let's get the rest of these candles lit and put some music on. I'm ready for a party. Yes, it was good to open the house again, to have wine and music, good food, good friends. She listened to snippets of gossip, political debates, discussions on sports and the arts, as she moved from group to group, from room to room. She hooked her arm through her old friend Will Dooley's, who was also Stella's father, and Roz's landscaper, Logan Kittredge's future father-in-law. You slipped by me. Just got here. He brushed his lips over her cheek. Jo kept changing her shoes. She just went upstairs with Haley, said she had to peek at the baby. I'll find her. Lose your fiancé, Logan? She's everywhere. He shrugged, sipped from his Pilsner. Woman can't rest until she's checked every detail personally. Nice party, Ross. Oh, you hate parties. Now Logan grinned, a quick grin that added charm to his rugged looks. Yeah, a lot of people. But the food's first rate, the beer's cold, and my date's the most beautiful woman in the world. Tough to complain. Don't tell her daddy, but I plan to lure her out to the gardens later tonight. He winked at Will, then shifted his gaze. Your Dr. Carnegie just came in. Seems to be looking for you, or somebody. Oh? Roz glanced around, and those expressive eyebrows lifted. He'd worn a suit, stone gray, that flattered his lean build. He'd gotten a haircut since the last time she'd seen him, she noted, and was looking a little more GQ than professorial. She could admit, to herself at least, that it was a treat to study him either way. Still, he seemed slightly befuddled with the crowd, and shook his head when one of the efficient servers offered him a glass from a tray of champagne. "Excuse me just a minute," she said to Will and Logan. She started to wind her way through the room and broke her stride when his gaze skimmed over, then locked on her face. She felt a little bump under her heart and a quickening of pulse she found both baffling and embarrassing. He just hones in, she thought. Those eyes just zeroed right on in, so she felt, anyone would feel, that she was the only person in the room. A good trick in a space jammed with people and noise, and just a little disconcerting. But her expression was easy and friendly as she walked to him. "I'm so glad you could come." "When you throw a party, you mean it. I could see the lights from a mile away. You don't actually know all these people, do you? Never seen them before in my life. What can I get you to drink? Club soda, lime. There's a bar set up over here. To guide him, she laid a hand on his arm. Let's get you fixed up. Thanks. Listen, I have something for you. A gift. He dug into his pocket as they crossed to the bar, then offered her a small wrapped box. It's completely unnecessary, and awfully sweet. Just a thanks for bailing me out with the gift from my niece. He ordered his drink. You look amazing, is the word that springs to mind, with spectacular coming right behind it. Thank you. From head, his gaze skimmed down to her silver-heeled sandals and the ruby-red toenails. To toe. My mama always said a woman wasn't groomed unless her toenails were painted. It's one of the few pieces of advice she gave me I agreed with. Should I open this now? He barely glanced at the rubies, though his amateur antiquer's eye judged them to be vintage. But the toes were terrific. What? The gift. She smiled. It was hard not to be pleased and a little bit smug when a man was enraptured by your feet. Should I open it now? Oh, no, I wish you wouldn't. If you open it later and you hate it, you'll have time to prepare a polite lie. Don't be silly. I'm opening it now. She tugged off the ribbon, lifted the top. Inside was a miniature clock, framed in silver filigree. It's lovely. It's really lovely. Antiquing's a hobby of mine. Makes sense, considering. I figured with this house you'd enjoy old things. There's an inscription on the back. It got to me. She turned it over and read, L, count the hours. N. Lovely. And romantic. It's wonderful, Mitch, and certainly more than I deserve for picking out a toy. It made me think of you. When she lifted her head, he shook his. That put a cynical look in your eye, but fact's fact. I saw it, thought of you. Does that happen often? My thinking of you? No, thinking of someone and buying her a charming gift. From time to time. Not in some time, actually. Does it happen often on your end? She smiled a little. Not in some time. Thank you very much. I want to put this upstairs. Why don't I introduce you to... Oh, there's Stella. Nobody can steer you through a party better than our Stella. Mitch. Stella held out a hand for him. It's good to see you again. And you. You're blooming, he said. It must be love. I can confirm that. And how are your boys? They're great, thanks. Conked out upstairs. And, oh, she broke off when she saw the little clock. Isn't that sweet? So romantic and female. Lovely, isn't it? Roz agreed. It was a gift for a very small favor. You wouldn't say small if you'd been on the receiving end of the phone call I got from my sister and my niece, Mitch told her. I'm not only officially forgiven, I'm currently enjoying favored uncle status. Well, then obviously I deserve this. Stella, show Mitch around, will you? I just want to put this upstairs. Sure. And Stella noted the way Mitch's gaze followed Roz out of the room. One question before we make the rounds. Is she seeing anyone? No, she's not. He grinned as he took Stella's arm. How about that? Roz mingled her way to the foyer, then started upstairs. It reminded her that she'd walked up these stairs at another party, with the voices and the music and lights behind her, and she'd stepped into the end of a relationship. She wasn't naive. She knew very well Mitch was asking her if she was interested in beginning a relationship, and was laying some groundwork, so she would be. What was strange was that her answer wasn't a flat no. What was strange, Roz thought as she walked to her bedroom, was not knowing the answer. She slipped into the room to set the romantic little clock on her dresser. She couldn't stop the smile as she traced the frame. A very thoughtful gift, she thought. And, yes, her cynical side added that it was a very clever gift. Then again, a woman who'd been through 2 marriages was bound to have a healthy dose of cynicism. A relationship with him might be interesting, even entertaining, and God knew she was due for some passion in her life. But it would also be complicated, possibly intense, and potentially sticky with the work she'd hired him to do. She was allowing the man to write a book that involved her family history and would certainly involve herself to some extent. Did she really want to become intimate with someone who could, if things burned out, slap her and her family in print? Her experience with Bryce warned her that when things went bad, things got worse. A lot to consider, she mused. Then she raised her eyes to the mirror. She saw not only herself, her skin flushed, her eyes bright from her own thoughts, but the pale figure behind her. Her breath caught, but she didn't jolt. She didn't spin around. She simply stood as she was, her eyes linked with Amelia's in the glass. "Twice in so many weeks," she said calmly. "You, I imagine, would tell me to brush him off. You don't like men much, do you, Amelia? Boys, yes. Children. But men are a different kettle. No one but a man puts that kind of anger in a woman. I know. Was it one of my blood who put that anger in you?" There was no answer, none expected. "Let me finish this one-sided conversation by saying I have to think for myself, decide for myself just as I always have. If I let Mitchell into my life, into my bed, the consequences and the pleasure will be on me." She took a slow breath. "But I'll make you one promise. Whatever I do or don't, we won't stop looking for the answers for you. Not now that we've started." Even as the figure began to fade, Roz felt something brush her hair, like a soft stroke of fingers that warmed even as it chilled. She had to steady herself, pressing both hands to the top of the dresser. Then she meticulously freshened her lipstick, dabbed a bit more scent on her throat, and started back to the party. She thought a ghostly caress would be enough of a shock for one night, but she had another, harder shock as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Bryce Clerk stood in her foyer. The rage spewed through her, hot and horrid, and had a vision of herself flashing through her brain, of leaping down the stairs, spitting out all the bitter insult and fury as she beat him senseless and threw him out the door. For an instant, that vision was so sharp, so clear, that the rest, the reality around her, blurred and vanished. She heard nothing but the pounding blood in her ears. He beamed up at her as he helped a woman she knew through the garden club with her wrap. Roz clutched the newel post until control clamped down over temper, and she was marginally sure her hand wouldn't bunch into a fist and fly out. She took the last step. "Mandy," she said. "Oh, Roz!" Amanda Overfield giggled, kissed both of Roz's cheeks in a couple of quick pecks. She was Harper's age, Roz knew, a silly, harmless, and wealthy young woman. Recently divorced herself, she'd only relocated in Memphis the previous summer. "Your house is just gorgeous. I know we're awfully late, but we got—" She giggled again and set Roz's teeth on edge. "It doesn't matter. I'm so glad you asked me to come. I've been dying to see your home. Where are my manners? Let me introduce you to my date. Rosalind Harper, this is Bryce Clerk. We've met. Roz, you look spectacular, as always." He started to lean down as if to kiss her. She knew conversations nearby had died off, knew people were watching, listening, waiting. She spoke very softly. "Touch me, and I'll kick your balls right up into your throat. I'm an invited guest in your home." Bryce's voice was smooth and lifted enough to reach interested ears. She watched him fix an expression of injured shock on his face. "Rudeness doesn't become you." "I don't understand." Hands clasped together, Mandy looked from one to the other. "I don't understand. I'm sure you don't, Mandy. Why don't you and your escort come out front with me a moment? She heard the vicious curse behind her, fought valiantly not to wince. She turned and again kept her voice low. Harper, don't. Please. When she shifted her body to block his, Harper's gaze snapped from Bryce to his mother. Once and for all, I'm going to take care of it. Let me take care of it. She rubbed a hand over his arm, felt his muscles quivering. Please. Not alone. 2 minutes. She kissed his cheek, whispered in his ear. He wants a scene. We won't give it to him. He gets nothing from us. 2 minutes, baby. She turned. Mandy, let's get a little air, all right? She took the woman by the arm. Bryce held his ground. This is ungracious of you, Rosalind. You're embarrassing yourself and your guests. I'd hoped we could be civil, at least. I suppose your hopes are dashed, then. She saw the change in his face as he looked over her shoulder. She followed his direction, noted that Mitch stood beside Harper now, and that Logan and David were both moving into the foyer. Their expressions were far less civil, she decided, than hers. Who's the asshole? Mitch's question was barely a mutter, but Roz heard it, just as she heard Harper's answer. Bryce Clerk, the garbage she tossed out a few years ago. Roz drew Mandy outside. Bryce was an idiot, she thought, and he might have enjoyed an altercation, a public one with Harper. But he wouldn't take on several strong, angry men, even for the pleasure of embarrassing her in her own home. She was proven right as he walked stiffly out the door behind her. Roz shut it. Mandy, this is my ex-husband, the one I found upstairs at a similar party, with his hands all over the naked breasts of a mutual acquaintance. That's a damn lie. There was nothing— Her head whipped around. You're free to tell Mandy your side of things when you're not standing on my doorstep. You are not welcome here. You will never be welcome here. If you come onto my property again, I will call the police and have you arrested for trespassing. And you can bet your lying, cheating ass I will prosecute. Now you have 1 minute, and 1 minute only, to get in your car and get off my land. She turned, smiled now into Mandy's shocked face. Mandy, you're certainly welcome to come in, to stay. I'll arrange for you to be taken home later if you like. I think I should— I guess I should go. All right, then. I'll see you next month at the meeting. Merry Christmas. She stepped back, but didn't open the door. I believe you're down to about 40 seconds now before I go inside and contact the police. Everyone in there knows what you are now, Bryce shot out at her as he pulled Mandy toward his car. I'm sure they do. She waited until he'd gunned the engine, until he'd sped off. Only then did she press a hand to her sick stomach and squeeze her eyes shut until she could bank back the trembling rage and embarrassment. She took 2 deep breaths, lifted her head high, then walked back into the house. She smiled, brilliantly, then held out a hand for Harper's. Well, she said, giving his hand a squeeze as she scanned curious faces. I could use a drink. Chapter 5. When the party was over and the guests on their way home, Roz couldn't settle. She knew better than to go up to her rooms, where she would just pace and rehash and twist herself up over this personal humiliation. Instead, she made herself a big mug of coffee and took it out on the patio to enjoy the cool and the solitude. With the heaters humming and the lights still twinkling, she sat down to sip, to enjoy, and maybe to brood just a little. Harper was angry with her, she knew. Angry because she'd held him off from physically ejecting Bryce from the house. He was still young enough, and bless his heart, he was a man on top of it, to believe that brute force could solve this particular problem. And he loved her enough to chain his temper down because she'd asked. At least, this time he'd managed to chain it down. The single other time Bryce had attempted to enter Harper House without invitation, she'd been too shocked to hold Harper off. Or David, for that matter. Bryce had been thrown out on his cheating ass, and she was small enough to gain some satisfaction from the way her boy had hauled the man out. But what had it solved? Bryce had accomplished then just what he'd accomplished this round. He'd upset her. How long, she wondered, just how goddamn long was she supposed to pay for one stupid, reckless mistake? When she heard the door open behind her, Roz tensed up. She didn't want to rehash this nasty little business with David or Harper. Didn't want a man to pat her head and tell her not to worry. She wanted to sit and brood alone. I don't know about you, but I could use some chocolate. Surprised, Roz watched Stella set a tray on the table. I thought you'd gone up to bed. I always like to decompress a little after a big party. Then there was the matter of these chocolate truffles just sitting out there in the kitchen, calling my name. She'd brewed tea, Roz noted, and remembered Stella wasn't one for late-night coffee. And she'd arranged the leftover truffles on a pretty plate. Haley would be down too, but Lily woke up. She must be cutting a tooth because she's fussing. Oh, it's beautiful out here. Middle of December, and it's just so beautiful. Not even much of a bite to the air yet. Did you practice the small talk? Decide you'd open with the weather? There'd been a time when that aloof tone would have had Stella easing back, but those days were over. I always figure the weather's a good starter, especially for a couple of gardeners. I was going to segue into how spectacular the poinsettias are this year, but I guess we'll skip that part. She selected a truffle, bit in, but the chocolate was just a natural all around. Oh, God, whoever invented these should be canonized. Ask Haley. If she doesn't know who made the first chocolate truffle, she'll find out. Since the chocolate was there, Roz couldn't come up with a good reason not to have one. I've been here nearly a year now, Stella began. Is this your way of leading up to asking for a raise? No, but good idea. I've worked for you for nearly a year, lived in the same house with you. The second part is certainly longer than I intended. No point in moving somewhere else than moving again when you and Logan get married. No, and I appreciate you understanding that and making it easy for me not to shuffle my kids around. The fact is, even though I'm looking forward to getting married and moving into Logan's place, especially now that I've been getting my hands on it, I'll miss being here. So will the boys. It's nice to hear. Even with everything that went on last spring, maybe in some ways because of it, I'm attached to this house. And to you. And it's nice to hear, too. You have a sweet heart to go with that orderly mind of yours, Stella. Thanks. She sat back in her chair, cupping her tea in both hands. Her flower-blue eyes were directly on Roz's. Living with and working for you for nearly a year, I know your mind and heart, at least as much as I can. One of the things I know is that despite your generosity and your hospitality, you're a very private woman, and I know I'm stepping into that private area when I say I'm sorry about what happened tonight. I'm sorry, and I'm angry, and just a little bit stunned that some asshole would walk into your home uninvited and unwelcomed for the purpose of embarrassing you. When Roz said nothing, Stella took a long breath. So, if you're in the mood to eat truffles and trash the son of a bitch, I'd be happy to listen. If you'd rather sit out here alone and let it fester, then I'll take my tea and half these chocolates upstairs. For a moment, Roz just sat, sipping her coffee. Then she thought, what the hell, and had another chocolate. You know, having lived here all my life, I have a number of friends and a bevy, we could say, of acquaintances. But I haven't had what you might call close, important female friends. There's a reason for that. She lifted a finger, wagged it before Stella could speak. The reason being my own preference, to an extent, and that having its roots in being widowed young. So many of my social circle in the female area became just a little wary. Here I was, young, attractive, fairly well off, and available, or so they assumed. In the other camp were those eager just innately to pair me up with a man, a friend, a brother, a cousin, whatever. I found both of those attitudes annoying. As a result, I got out of the habit of having close women friends. So, I'm a little rusty. I consider you a friend, the best I have of the female persuasion. Since I feel the same about you, I wish you'd let me help you. Even if it's only to say really nasty things about that fucking Bryce clerk and bring you chocolate. Why, Stella. Roz's voice was as creamy as the truffles. I believe that's the first time in this entire year I've heard you say fuck. Stella flushed a little, the curse of redheads. I reserve it for special occasions. This is certainly that. Roz tipped her head back and studied the stars. He didn't do it to embarrass me. That was just a side benefit. Then why? Could he actually be stupid enough to think you'd have let him come in and party? Well, he may have thought my need to maintain image would have given him a pass. And if I had, just a little more grease to oil the gears of whatever money-making plots and plans he has going. If so, he couldn't know you very well to have underestimated you like that. He knows enough that he got exactly what he was after tonight. The young woman he had on his arm, she's very wealthy and very silly. Chances are she'll feel some sympathy, even some outrage, on his behalf over tonight. And she's more than silly, she's bone stupid. Maybe. But he's an accomplished liar and slick as a snake. I'm not silly or stupid, and I fell for it. Well, you loved him so. Oh, honey, I didn't love him. Thank God for that. She shuddered at the thought of it. I enjoyed the attention, the flattery, and initially, at least, the romance and sex of it. Added to that, I had a raging case of empty nest, so I was ripe for plucking. My own fault that I went and married him instead of sleeping with him until I got bored or saw what was under that pretty exterior. I don't know if that makes it worse or better, Stella said after a moment. Neither do I. But it is what it is. In any case, he wanted to remind me he exists, that he can and does swim in the same social pond. He wanted, primarily, for me to be upset and to think about him. Mission accomplished. He has a need for attention, to have attention focused on him, for better or worse. The worst punishment I could give him is to ignore him, which I've done fairly successfully since he came back to Memphis. Tonight was a very clever way, of shoving himself in my face, in my own home, in front of my guests. I wish I'd gotten there quicker. I was nearly at the other end of the house when I heard the rumbles. But I don't see how anyone could get any sort of satisfaction out of being turned away in public, the way I heard you turned him away. You don't know Bryce. He'll dine off the incident for weeks. Center of attention, and he has a smooth way. Her short, unpainted nails tapped against her teacup. Before he's done, he'll be the underdog. All he'd done was try to mend fences, to come by to wish me well, it being the holidays and all. And what had I done but rebuffed him, and humiliated his date, and invited guest? She stopped a moment to suck back the fresh rage. People will say, my goodness, how cold and hard, how ungracious and rude of her. Then people are idiots. Yes, indeed they are. Which is why I rarely socialize with them, and why I've been so particular in my friends. And why I'm very grateful to have one who would sit out here with me at this time of night, eating chocolate truffles while I feel sorry for myself. She let out a long breath. And damned if I don't feel better. Let's go on up, get some sleep. We're going to have us a busy day tomorrow with the gossip sniffers slinking in along with the regular customers. Some would have called it burying herself in work. Roz called it doing what needed to be done and enjoying every minute of it. She loved winter chores, loved closing herself in for hours, even days, in a greenhouse, and starting new life, nurturing it along. Her seedlings and cuttings, sprouts started by layering or leaf buds. She loved the smell of rooting compound and damp, and watching the stages of progress. There were pests and problems to guard against here, just as there were in life. When she caught signs of downy mildew or rusts, she snipped off the infected leaves, sprayed the plants. She checked air circulation,
adjusted temperature. Any cuttings that showed signs of rot or virus were systematically removed and discarded. She would not allow infection here, any more than she allowed it in her life. It soothed her to work and to remember that. She had cut Bryce off, discarded him, rid her life of that infection. Maybe not quite soon enough. Maybe she hadn't been quite vigilant enough, so even now she was forced to guard and control. But she was strong, and the life she'd built was strong enough to withstand these small, annoying invasions. Thinking of that, she finished her list of tasks for the day, then sought out Harper. She slipped into his grafting house, knowing he wouldn't hear her right away, not with Beethoven soaring for the plants and whatever music he'd chosen for himself that day booming in his headset. She took a moment that made her feel tender, to watch him work. Old sweatshirt, older jeans, grubby boots. He'd been out in the field off and on that day, she realized. He'd gotten a haircut recently, so all that glossy black fell in a sleeker, more ordered style. She wondered how long that would last. If she knew her boy, and she did, he'd forget about that little grooming task for weeks, until he ended up grabbing a piece of raffia to tie his hair back while he worked. He was so competent, so creative here. Each of her sons had their own talent, their own direction. She'd made sure of it, but only Harper had inherited her abiding love for gardening. She moved down through the tables crowded with plants and tools and mediums to watch him skillfully graft a miniature rose. When he'd finished the specimen, reached for the can of Coke that was always nearby, she moved into his line of vision. She saw him focus on her as he sipped. "Nice job," she said. "You don't often do roses." "Experimenting with these. Thought we might be able to have a section for container-grown miniatures. Working on a climbing mini and some ground cover specimens. Want a Coke?" "No, thanks." He was so much her, she thought. How many times had she heard that polite, cool tone come out of her own mouth when she was irritated? "I know you're upset with me, Harper." "No point in me being upset." "Point isn't, well, the point, is it?" She wanted to stroke his shoulders, rub her cheek to his, but he'd stiffen just as she would if someone touched her before she was ready to be touched. "You're angry with the way I handled things last night? With the way I wouldn't let you handle them?" "Your choice." He jerked a shoulder. "And I'm not mad at you. I'm disappointed in you, that's all." If he'd taken his grafting knife and stabbed it into her heart, she'd have felt less pain, less shock. "Harper, did you have to be so goddamn polite? Couldn't you have given him what he deserved right then and there instead of brushing me back and taking it outside? What good would— I don't give a shit about what good, Mama." The infamous Harper temper smoldered in his eyes. "He deserved to have his clock cleaned right on the spot. You should have let me stand up for you. But it had to be your way, with me standing there doing nothing. So what is the damn point?" She wanted to turn away, to take a moment to compose herself. But he deserved better. He deserved face-to-face. "There's no one in this world who can hurt me the way you can. I'm not trying to hurt you. No, you're not. You wouldn't. That's how I know just how angry you are, and how I can see where it comes from. Maybe I was wrong." She lifted her hands to rub them over her face. "I don't know. But it's the only way I know. I had to get him out of the house. I'm asking you to understand that I had to get him out of our house, quickly and before he'd smeared it all again." She dropped her hands and her face was naked with regret. "I brought him into our home, Harper. I did that. You didn't. That doesn't mean you're to blame, for Christ's sake, or that you have to handle something like that by yourself. If you can't depend on me to help you, to stand up for you, oh, God, Harper, here you are sitting in here thinking I don't need you, when half the time I'm worried I need you too much for your own good. I don't know what I'd do without you. That's a God's truth. I don't want to fight with you over him." Now she pressed her fingers to her eyes. "He's nothing but a bully. And I'm not a little boy you have to protect from bullies anymore, Mama. I'm a man, and it's my job now to protect you, whether you want it or not, and whether you damn well need it or not." She dropped her hands again, nearly managed to smile this time. "I guess that's telling me. He comes to the door again. You won't stop me." She drew a breath, then framed his face with her hands. "I know you're a man. It pains me sometimes, but I know you're a man with his own life, his own ways. I know you're a man, Harper, who'll stand beside me when I ask, even though you'd rather stand in front of me and fight the battle." Though she knew she wasn't quite forgiven, she pressed a kiss to his forehead. "I'm going on home to work in the garden. Don't stay mad at me too long." "Probably won't. There's some of that baked ham left over from the party. Plenty of side dishes, too, if you wanted to come by and forage for dinner." "Might." "All right, then. You know where to find me." With gardens as extensive as hers, there was always some chore to do. Since she wanted work, Roz hauled mulch, checked her compost, worked with the cuttings and seedlings she grew for her personal use in the small greenhouse at home. Then, grabbing gloves and her loppers, she headed out to finish up some end-of-the-year pruning. When Mitch found her, she was shoving small branches into a little chipper. It rattled hungrily as it chewed, with its dull red paint looking industrious. As she did, he thought, in her dirt-brown and battered jacket, the black cap, thick gloves, and scarred boots. There were shaded glasses hiding her eyes, and he wondered if she wore them against the beam of sunlight or as protection against flying wood chips. He knew she couldn't hear him over the noise of the chipper, so took a moment just to watch her, and let himself meld the sparkling woman in rubies with the busy gardener in faded jeans. Then there was the to-the-point woman in a business suit who'd first come to his apartment. Roz of the tropical greenhouse with a smudge of soil on her cheek. And the casual, friendly Roz who'd taken the time to help him select a child's toy. Lots of angles to her, he decided, and likely more than he'd already seen. Strangely enough, he was attracted to every one of them. With his thumbs hooked in his front pockets, he moved into her line of vision. She glanced up from under the brim of a ball cap, then switched off the machine. "You don't need to stop on my account," he told her. "It's the first time I've seen one of those things in action, except in Fargo. This one isn't quite up to disposing of a body, but it does the job for garden chores." She knew Fargo, he thought, ridiculously pleased. It was a sign they had some common ground. "Uh-huh." He peered down where most of a branch had gone inside. "So you just shove stuff in there and chop, chop, chop." "More or less." "Then what do you do with what's left?" "Enough branches and leaves and such, you get yourself a nice bag of mulch." "Handy." "Well, I didn't mean to interrupt, but David said you were out here. I thought I'd come by, get in a couple hours of research." "That's fine. I didn't figure you'd have much time to spare on it until after the holidays." "I've got time. I'm getting copies of official records, and I need to make some notes from your family Bible, that sort of thing. Get some order before I can dig down below the surface." He brushed a good-sized wood chip from her shoulder and wished she'd take off the sunglasses. Her eyes just killed him. "And I'd like to set up times for those interviews for after the holidays." "All right." He stood, his hands in the pockets of his leather jacket. He was stalling, he knew, but she smelled so damn good. Just a hint of secret female under the woody scent. "Funny, I didn't think much went on in a garden this time of year." "Something goes on every time of year. And I'm holding you up. Listen, I wanted to see if you were all right." "I'm fine, just fine." "It'd be stupid for me to pretend I didn't hear murmurs about what was behind that scene last night, or what would have been a scene if you hadn't handled things so, adroitly." "Adroitly's how I prefer handling things whenever possible." "And if you're going to get your back up when a conversation between us touches on the personal, it's going to be tough to research your family history." Because he was watching carefully, because he was learning to read her, He saw the annoyance flick over her face before she composed it. Last night has nothing whatsoever to do with my family history. I disagree. It involves you, and this thing going on in your house involves you. She might kick him out as adroitly as she had Bryce Clerk, but if so, it would be because he was honest and upfront. I'm going to pry, Ross. That's what you've hired me to do, and I won't always pry gently. If you want me to move forward with this, you'll have to get used to it. I fail to see what my regrettable and thankfully brief second marriage could have to do with the Harper bride. He didn't have to see her eyes clearly to know they'd chilled. He heard it in her voice. Bride. Whether or not she was one, she's referred to as such through your family lore. When she manifested herself, he decided, last spring, in spades, you said she'd never bothered with you when you'd socialized with men, or when you'd married, as she had with Stella. Stella has small children. My children are grown. Doesn't make them less your children. Her shoulders relaxed. Then she bent to scoop up some smaller twigs and toss them in the mouth of the chipper. No, of course it doesn't. So we can theorize that she didn't feel threatened by Bryce. And what the hell kind of name is that anyway? Stupid. Or that she considered your maternal duties done and didn't care what you did regarding your sex life. Or that after a certain point, she stopped showing herself to whoever's living in the house. Well, it can't be 3, as I've seen her recently. Since May. Just a few days ago, and then again last night. Interesting. What were you doing? What was she doing? I should have my notebook. It was nothing. She was there, then she wasn't. I don't expect you to solve the puzzle of why she comes or to whom. I want you to find out who she was. One puzzle's connected to the other. I really want some time to talk to you, and this is obviously not it. Maybe we can have dinner. Next evening you're free. It's not necessary for you to buy me dinner to get an interview. It might be enjoyable to buy you dinner. If you have strong objections to mixing business and pleasure, I'm going to be sorry to wait to ask you out until I'm finished with this project. I don't date anymore, Mitch. I gave it up. The word date always makes me feel like I'm back in college. Or worse, high school. He took a chance and reached out to slide her glasses down her nose, looked directly into her eyes. We could just say that I'm interested in spending time with you on a social level. That says date to me. But she smiled before she scooted the glasses back in place. Not that I don't appreciate it. Well, we'll settle for an interview for now. I'm going to be in and out the next couple of weeks, so you can let me know when you've got time to sit down for an extended period. Otherwise, you can call me at home and we'll set it up. That's fine. I'll go in, get some work done, let you get back to yours. When he started to walk away, she reached for the switch on the chipper. Ross, any time you change your mind about dinner, you just let me know. I'll be sure to do that. She switched on the machine, pushed the branch in. She worked until she lost the light, then stowed her tools before climbing the steps to the second-floor terrace and her outside door. She wanted an endless hot shower, soft clothes, then a cold glass of wine. Now, she thought, a martini, one of David's amazing icy martinis with the fancy olives he squirreled away. Then she'd make a sandwich out of that glorious leftover ham. Maybe she'd spend most of the evening playing with sketches and ideas for the florist expansion. Then there were the bag selections Stella had gotten for her for the in-house potting soil. Dates, she thought as she shed her clothes and turned on the shower. She didn't have time, certainly didn't have the inclination to date at this stage of her life, even if the offer had come from a very attractive, intelligent, and intriguing man, one who'd asked her out when she was covered with wood chips. Why couldn't they just have sex and clear the air? Because she wasn't built that way, she admitted. And wasn't that too damn bad? There had to be a little more something before she stripped down, literally and figuratively, with a man. She liked him well enough, she thought, as she tipped her head back and let the hot water beat on her face, her shoulders. She appreciated the way he'd reacted last spring when there'd been trouble, admired, now that she had the distance to look back, the way he'd leaped in without hesitation, without investment. Some men would have run the other way, and would certainly have dismissed the idea of working for her in a house haunted by what they now knew could be a dangerous spirit. And, well, she'd been charmed, really, at the way he'd been so flummoxed over buying a child's gift, and how much he'd wanted to find the right thing. It was a point in his favor, if she were keeping score. If she wanted to dip her toe in the dating pool again, it would probably be with someone like him, someone she could have conversations with, someone who attracted and interested her. And it didn't hurt that he was what Haley termed a hottie. Then again, look what happened last time. It was a stupid woman who'd use anyone like Bryce as a yardstick. She knew that, so why couldn't she stop? The fact that she was doing it was a sort of victory for Bryce, wasn't it? If she could do nothing else about it, she could and would work on pushing him out of her thoughts. Prick. All right, she thought as she switched the water off again and reached for a towel. Maybe she'd consider, just consider, going out to dinner with Mitch, just to prove to herself that she wasn't letting Bryce affect her life in any way. A little dinner out, some conversation, a mix of business and pleasure. That wouldn't be so bad, when she drummed up the energy for it. She wouldn't mind seeing him on a personal level. In fact, it might help all around if she got to know him better. She'd think about it. After wrapping the towel around her body, she reached automatically for her lotion, and her hand froze inches from the bottle. Written in the steam of the bathroom mirror were 2 words: Men lie. Chapter 6. Roz put men, family ghosts, and messages written in steam out of her mind. Her sons were home. The house was full of them, their voices, their energy, their debris. Once the piles of shoes, the hats, the things they'd leave scattered around had driven her slightly crazy. Now she loved seeing the evidence of them. Once she'd longed for an ordered, quiet house, and now reveled in the noise and confusion. They'd be gone soon enough, back to the lives they were building, so she would treasure every minute of the 2 days she had her family under one roof again. And wasn't it fun to see her sons with Stella's boys, or watch Harper lift a fussy Lily and cuddle her in his arms? It made up for finding herself at the head of this mixed generational train. I want to thank you for letting Logan stay tonight. Stella settled onto the sofa beside Roz. It's Christmas Eve. We generally have room at the inn. You know what I mean. And I know it's probably fussy and anal and silly, but I really want our first Christmas in our house to be when we're official. Well, I think it's sweet and sentimental. And selfishly, I'm glad everyone's here tonight. She watched Haley scoop Lily up as the baby made a crawling beeline for the tree. Glad to have children in the house tonight. Austin, she called out as her middle son began to juggle 3 apples he'd plucked out of a bowl. Not in the parlor. That tune's so familiar, I can add the music. A tall, narrow-hipped young man with his father's wavy blonde hair. He winked at Gavin while giving the apples one more rotation. Not in the parlor, Austin, not in the parlor, he sang, making Stella's sons roll with laughter before he tossed them each an apple and took a bite out of the 3rd. Here, Mama, have some wine. Her youngest, Mason, sat on the arm of the sofa and handed her a glass. There was a wicked twinkle in his blue eyes that warned Roz trouble was coming. Austin, you know the parlor is sacred ground. You don't want to be juggling in here, especially something like, say, shoes. You can juggle shoes? Awestruck, Luke goggled at Austin.
I can juggle anything. I have amazing talent and dexterity. But sadly, I wasn't able to talk him into running off and joining the circus when he was 8. Harper took Lily when she leaned away from Haley and held out her chubby arms to him. "Can you juggle mine?" Luke asked. "Hand one over." "Austin?" Resigned, Roz sighed and sipped her wine. "You break anything, you're grounded." "Why, another familiar tune. Let's see, I need a challenge. Logan, looks to me like that shoe's big enough to house a family of 4. Let's have it." "I'll give you my shoe, you get grounded, I get fired. Call me a coward, but I'll soon have 2 growing boys to feed." He reached down to poke Gavin in the ribs. "And they eat like pigs." "Oink!" Showing off, Gavin grabbed a cookie from a tray and stuffed it whole in his mouth. "Oink!" "Oh, go ahead, Logan." Roz waved a hand. "He won't be satisfied otherwise." "Let's see, one more." His gaze scanned, landed on Haley. "Look at those pretty, delicate feet. How about it, sweetheart?" Haley laughed. "They're about as delicate as banana boats." But she slipped her shoe off. "Harper, move your grandmother's baccarat there to safer ground," Roz ordered, "so your brother can show off." "I prefer the term perform." "I recall a performance that cost Mama a lamp," Harper commented as he moved heirlooms, "and got all 3 of us, and you too, David, if memory serves, KP duty." "In my salad days," Austin claimed. After giving the trio of varied footwear a few testing tosses, he began to juggle. "As you can see, I've sharpened my skills since that regrettable incident." "Fortunate to have a fallback career," Mason told him. "You can take that act down to Beale Street." The circling shoes had Lily giggling and bouncing on Harper's hip. For herself, Roz just held her breath until Austin took his bow. He tossed a shoe back to a delighted Luke. "Can you teach me?" "Me too," Gavin insisted. "She's going to say, 'Not in the parlor,'" Austin announced, even as Roz opened her mouth. "We'll work in a lesson tomorrow, outside. Keep us all safe from Mama's wrath." "She's the boss of everybody," Luke told him solemnly. "No flies on you." "Well, since nobody's seen fit to throw money, I'll have to settle for a beer." He strolled over to hand Logan his shoe, then walked to Haley. "All right, Cinderella, let's see if this fits." He made a production out of slipping it back on her foot, then grinned at Harper over Haley's head. "Shoe fits." He took her hand, kissed it. "We'll just have to get ourselves married when I get back from the kitchen." "That's what they all say." But she gave him a flirting sweep with her eyes. "Why don't you get me a beer while you're at it?" Mason asked. "If I'm taking orders, what can I get everyone?" After a scatter of requests, he looked over at Harper again. "Why don't you give me a hand fetching the supplies?" "Sure." He passed Lily back to Haley and followed his brother out of the room. "Can't miss this," Mason whispered to his mother, then strolled out behind them. "Pretty thing, isn't she, our cousin Haley?" Austin commented. "You've always had a keen knack for stating the obvious. Then I'll keep my streak going by saying I think she's soft on me. And an infallible way of misjudging women." "Hold on," Mason told him. "I've got to find something to write on so I can keep score." "She's got the prettiest mouth. Not that you'd notice, big brother, since it's not something growing out of a pot." He took out a beer, had a swig from the bottle, even as Harper got out Pilsners. "And the only way you'd get your fat lips on hers is if she has a seizure and requires mouth-to-mouth." "He shoots, he scores." "By the way, I'm the doctor here," Mason reminded them. "She needs mouth-to-mouth. I'm first in line. We got any Fritos or anything around here?" "Got $10, says different." In an old habit, Austin boosted himself up to sit on the counter. "Maybe you could babysit so I can see if our resident babe would like a little stroll around the gardens, seeing as I haven't heard you call dibs." "She's not the damn last piece of pie." With some heat, Harper grabbed the beer from his brother, took a long swallow. "What the hell's wrong with you talking about her that way? You ought to have a little more respect. If you can't come up with it on your own, you and I can take a little stroll outside so I can help you find it." With a grin, Austin jabbed a finger at Mason. "Told ya. Can I call him or can I call him? Yeah, he's hooked on her. What kind of kitchen is it that doesn't have any Fritos?" "In the pantry, top shelf," Roz said from the doorway. "I'm surprised you'd think I'd forget your childish addiction to corn chips. Austin, have you finished messing with your brother's head for now?" "I was really just getting started." "You'll have to postpone that portion of your holiday entertainment." She glanced over, had to smile when she heard Mason's cheer as he located the bag of chips. "We have company, and it might be nice if we present the illusion that I raised 3 respectable and mature young men." "That's pretty well shattered since he's already juggled," Harper grumbled. "There's a point." She moved over to touch Harper's cheek, then Austin's, before she turned to Mason. "You may not be respectable and mature, but by God, the 3 of you sure are handsome. I could have done worse. Now get those drinks together, Harper, and take them out to our guests. Austin, get your butt off my counter. This is a house, not the neighborhood bar. Mason, put those chips into a bowl and stop dropping crumbs all over the floor." "Yes'm," they said in unison, and made her laugh. Christmas Day went by in a blur. She tried to imprint specific moments on her mind. Mason's sheer delight in the antique medical bag she'd found him. Harper and Austin squaring off over a foosball table. There was Lily's predictable fascination with boxes and wrapping rather than toys, and Haley's joy in showing off a new pair of earrings. She loved seeing Logan sitting cross-legged on the floor, showing Stella's boys. His boys, now. The child-sized tools inside the toolboxes he'd made them. She wanted to slow the clock down just for this day, just this one day. But it sped by from dawn and the excitement of opening gifts to the candlelight and the lavish meal David prepared and served on her best china. Before she knew it, the house was quiet once more. She wandered down to take a last look at the tree, to sit alone in the parlor with her coffee and her memories of the day and all the Christmases before. Surprised when she heard footsteps, she looked over and saw her sons. "I thought you'd all gone over to Harper's." "We were waiting for you to come down," Harper told her. "Come down? You always come down Christmas night after everyone's gone to bed." She lifted her eyebrows at Mason. "I have no secrets in this house." "Plenty of 'em," he disagreed. "Just not this one." Austin came over, took her coffee, and replaced it with a glass of champagne. "What's all this?" "Little family toast," he told her. "But that comes after this one last gift we've got for you." "Another? I'm going to have to add a room on the house to hold everything I got this morning. This is special. You've already got a place for it, or did at one time." "Well, don't keep me in suspense. What have y'all cooked up?" Harper stepped back into the hall and brought in a large box wrapped in gold foil. He set it at her feet. "Why don't you open it and see?" Curious, she set her glass aside and began to work on the wrap. "Don't tell Stella I'm tearing this off. She'd be horrified. Myself, I'm amazed the 3 of you got together and agreed on something, much less kept it quiet until tonight. Mason always blabs. Hey, I can keep a secret when I have to. You don't know about the time Austin took your car and—" "Shut up!" Austin punched his brother's shoulder. "There's no statute of limitations on that sort of crime." He smiled sweetly at Roz's narrowed look. "What you don't know, Mama, can't hurt this idiot." "I suppose." But she wondered on it as she dug through the packing, and her heart simply stuttered as she drew out the antique dressing mirror. It was the closest we could come to the one we broke. Pattern's nearly the same, and the shape, Harper said. "Queen Anne," Austin added, "circa 1700, with that gold and green lacquer on the slanted drawer. At least it's the best our combined memories could match the one Mason broke. Hey, it was Harper's idea to use it as a treasure chest. It's not my fault I dropped it out of the damn tree. I was the baby. Oh, God, I was so mad, I nearly skinned y'all alive.
"We have painful recollection of that," Austin assured her.
"It was from your daddy's family."
Voice thick, throat aching, she traced her fingers over the lacquered wood. "He gave it to me on our wedding day. We should have been skinned." Harper sat down beside her, rubbed her arm. "We know it's not the same, but no. Swamped with emotion, she turned her face to press it against his arm for a moment. "It's better that you remember this, think of this, do this." "It made you cry," Mason murmured, and bent to rub his cheek over her hair. "It's the first time I remember seeing you cry. None of us ever forgot it, Mama." She was struggling not to cry now as she embraced each one of her sons. "It's the most beautiful gift I've ever been given, and I'll treasure it more than anything I have. Every time I look at it, I'll think of the way you were then, the way you are now. I'm so proud of my boys. I always have been, even when I wanted to skin you." Austin picked up her glass, handed it to her, then passed around the other 3 flutes. "Harper gets the honors, as he's the oldest, but I want it on record that I thought it up." "We all thought it up," Mason objected. "Well, I thought most of it up. Go on, Harper." "I will, if you'll shut up for 5 seconds. He lifted his glass. "To our Mama, for everything she's been to us, everything she's done for us, every single day." "Oh, that's done it." The tears welled into her throat, spilled out of her eyes. "It's done it for sure." "Go ahead and cry." Mason leaned over to kiss her damp cheek. "Makes a nice circle." Getting back to business as usual helped fill the little hole in her heart from kissing 2 of her sons goodbye. It would be a slow week. The holiday week was, routinely, so she took a page out of Stella's book and shouldered into organizing. She cleaned tools, scrubbed down work tables, helped with inventory, and finally settled on the final style of potting soil bag and the design. With some time to spare, she worked with Haley to pour a fresh supply of concrete planters and troughs. "I can't believe Christmas is over." Squatting, Haley turned the mold as Roz poured. "All that anticipation and prep, and it's over in a snap. Last year, my first after my daddy died, well, it was just awful, and the holidays dragged and dragged. Grief tends to spend time out, and joy contracts it. I don't know why that is. I remember just wanting it all to be over so I wouldn't keep hearing jingle bells every time I went to work, you know? Being pregnant and feeling alone, the house up for sale. I spent most of Christmas packing things up, figuring out what I was going to sell so I could leave Little Rock." She sat back on her heels to sigh happily. "And here, just 1 year later, and everything was so bright and happy. I know Lily didn't know what was going on, but it was so much fun to watch her play with the toys, mostly the boxes. Nothing like a cardboard box to keep a baby entertained. It was special for me, for all of us to have her, to be able to share that first Christmas with her." With the mold full, Haley tidied the edges with a trowel. "I know you love her, but, Roz, I just don't feel right about you staying home New Year's Eve to sit with her while I go out to a party. I prefer staying home New Year's Eve. Lily gives me the perfect excuse, and I'm looking forward to having her to myself. You must have been invited to half a dozen parties." "More." Roz straightened, pressed the small of her back. "I'm not interested. You go on out with David and celebrate with other young people. Wear your new earrings and dance. Lily and I will be just fine seeing the new year in together. David said he never could talk you into going to this party, even though it's been a tradition for years now." She picked up a bottle of water, drank casually. "He said Harper would probably drop by." "I imagine so. They have a number of mutual friends." Amused, she patted Haley's shoulder. "Let's get this next one done and call it a day." She was tired when she got home, but in that satisfied way of knowing she'd crossed several chores off her list. When she noticed Mitch's car in her drive,
She was surprised to find herself considering going up to change before seeking him out in the library, which was, she reminded herself, both a waste of time and hardly her style. So she was wearing her work clothes when she walked into the library. "Have everything you need?" He looked up from the piles of books and papers on the library table, stared at her through the lenses of his horn-rimmed reading glasses. "Huh? I just got in. I thought I'd see if there was anything else you need." "A couple dozen years to organize all of this. A new pair of eyes." He lifted the pot on the desk with him. "More coffee?" "I can help with the last, at least." She crossed over, mounted the steps to the second level. "No, it's all right. My blood level's probably 90% caffeine at this point." "What time is it?" She noted the watch on his wrist, then looked at her own. 10 after 5. A.M. or P.M.? "Been at it that long?" Long enough to lose track, as usual." He rubbed the back of one shoulder, circled his neck. "You have some fascinating relatives, Rosalind. I've gathered up enough newspaper clippings on the Harpers going back to the mid-19th century so far to fill a banker's box. Did you know, for instance, you have an ancestor who rode for the Pony Express in 1860, and in the 1880s traveled with Buffalo Bill's Wild West show? My great-great-uncle Jeremiah, who'd run off as a boy, it seems, to ride for the Pony Express, fought Indians, scouted for the Army, took both a Comanche wife and, apparently, another in Kansas City, at more or less the same time. He was a trick rider in the Wild West show and was considered a black sheep by these stuffier members of the clan in his day." "How about Lucy Bell?" Gotcha. Married Daniel C. Harper, 1858. Left him 2 years later." The chair creaked as he leaned back. "She pops up again in San Francisco in 1862, where she opened her own saloon and bawdy house." "Oh, that one slipped by me." "Well, Daniel C. claimed that he sent her to a clinic in New York for her health and that she died there of a wasting disease. Wishful thinking on his part, I assume. But with a little work and magic, I found our Lucy Bell entertaining the rough-and-ready crowd in California, where she lived in apparent good health for another 23 years. You really love this stuff." "I really do. Imagine Jeremiah, age 15, galloping over the plains to deliver the mail. Young, gutsy, skinny. They advertised for skinny boys so they didn't weigh down the horses." "Really?" She eased a hip on the corner of his desk. "Bent over his mount, riding, hell for leather, out running, war parties, covered with dirt and sweat or half frozen from the cold. And from your tone, you'd say having the time of his life. Had to be something, didn't it? Then there's Lucy Bell, former Memphis society wife, in a red dress with a derringer in her garter. Aren't you the romantic one? Had to have a derringer in her garter while she's manning the bar or bilking miners at cards night after night. I wonder if their paths ever crossed." "There you go," he said, pleased. "That's how you get caught up in all this. Which is possible, you know. Jeremiah might have swung through the doors of that saloon, had a whiskey at the bar, and enjoyed the other servings on the menu, all while the more staid of the family fanned themselves on the veranda and complained about the war. There's a lot of staid, a lot of black sheep here. There was money and there was prestige." He pushed some papers around, came up with a copy of another clipping. "And considerable charm." She studied the photo of herself on her engagement, a fresh and vibrant 17. "I wasn't yet out of high school, green as grass and mule stubborn. Nobody could talk me out of marrying John Ashby the June after this picture was taken. God, don't I look ready for anything. I've got clippings of your parents in here. You don't look like either of them." "No, I was always told I resembled my grandfather Harper. He died when I was a child, but from the pictures I've seen I favor him. Yeah, I've come across a few, and you do."
Reginald Edward Harper, Jr., born 1892, youngest child and only son of Reginald and Beatrice Harper. He read his notes. Married, Elizabeth McKinnon. I remember her very well. It was she who gave me her love of gardening and taught me about plants. My father claimed I was her favorite because I looked like my grandfather. Why don't I get you some tea, something herbal, to offset the coffee? No, that's okay. I can't stay. I've got a date. Oh, then I'll let you go. With my son, he added. Pizza and ESPN. We try to fit one in every week. That's nice. For both of you. It is. Listen, I've got some other things to deal with and some legwork I'd like to get in, but I'll be back on Thursday afternoon. Work through the evening, if that's all right with you. Thursday's New Year's Eve. Is it? As if baffled, he looked down at his watch. Oh, my days get turned around on me during holidays. I suppose you're having people over. Actually, no. Then if you're going out, maybe you wouldn't mind if I worked? I'm not going out. I'm going to take care of the baby. Haley's Lily. I'm scooting her out to a party, and Stella and her boys are going to have a little family party of their own at Logan's house. If you weren't asked to a dozen parties and didn't have twice that many men after you for a New Year's Eve date, I'll eat those newspaper clippings. Your numbers might be somewhat exaggerated, but the point is I declined the parties and the dates. I like staying home. Am I going to be in your way if I work in here? She angled her head. I imagine you were asked to your share of parties, and that there were a number of women eager to have you for their date. I stay in on New Year's, a tradition of mine. Then you won't be in my way. If the baby's not restless, we can take part of the evening to start on that interview. Perfect. All right, then. I've been busy, she said after a moment. The house full over Christmas, all my sons home, and those are only part of the reason I haven't brought this up before. Brought what up? A couple of weeks ago, Amelia left me a message. A couple of weeks ago? I said I'd been busy. Irritation edged into her voice. And besides that, I didn't want to think about it through the holidays. I don't see my boys very often, and there were a lot of things I wanted to get done before they got here. He said nothing, simply dug out his tape recorder, pushed it closer to her, switched it on. Tell me. Irritation deepened, digging a line between those dark, expressive eyebrows. She said, Men lie. That's it? Yes, that's it. She wrote it on a mirror. What mirror? Did you take a picture of it? No, I didn't take a picture. And she could privately kick herself for that later. I don't know what difference it makes what mirror. The bathroom mirror. I'd just gotten out of the shower. A hot one. The mirror was steamy, and the message was written on it through the steam. Written or printed? Printed, with an exclamation point at the end. Like this. She picked up one of his pens, demonstrated. Since it wasn't threatening or earth-shattering information, I figured it could wait. Next time, don't. Figure it can wait. What had you been doing before you... Don't think about her naked in the shower, he ordered himself. Before you went up to shower. As a matter of fact, I'd been out in the garden talking to you. To me? Yes, that day you came by and I was mulching up branches. Right after your holiday party, he said, making notes. I asked you out to dinner. You mentioned something about... No, I asked you out socially. In his excitement, he came around the table, sat on it so they were closer to eye level. Next thing you know, she's telling you men lie. Fascinating. She was warning you away from me. Since I'm not heading in your direction, there's hardly any reason to warn me away. It doesn't seem to bother her that I'm working here. He took off his glasses, tossed them on the table. I've been waiting, actually hoping for some sort of sighting or confrontation, something. But she hasn't bothered about me, so far. Then I make a personal overture, and she leaves you a message. Did she ever leave you one before? No. but he caught something flicker over her face. "What? You thought of something?" "Well, just that it might be a little odd. I saw her recently, right after I'd taken a long hot bath. Shower, bath. Strange. Don't think of her naked in the tub," he reminded himself. "What had you been doing before the bath?" "Nothing. Some work, that's all." "All right. What were you thinking while you were in the tub?" "I don't see what that has to do with anything. It was the night after I did that insane bout of Christmas shopping. I was relaxing. You'd been with me that day, too." "Your ego looks a little heavy, Mitch. Need any help with it?" "Facts are facts. Anyway, she might have been interested or upset by what you were thinking. If she could get into Stella's dreams," he said when she started to brush that aside, "why couldn't she get into your waking thoughts?" "I don't like that idea. I don't like it at all." "Neither would I, but it's something to consider. I'm looking at this project from two ends, Ross. From what's happening now and why, to what happened then and why. Who and why and what, it's all of a piece. And that's the job you hired me to do. You have to let me know when something happens, and not a couple weeks after the fact." "All right. Next time she wakes me up at 3 in the morning, I'll give you a call." He smiled. "Don't like taking orders, do you? Much too used to giving them." "That's all right. I can't blame you. So why don't I just ask, politely, if I could take a look at your bathroom?" "Not only does that seem downright silly at this point, but aren't you supposed to be meeting your son?" "Josh? Why?" "Oh, hell, I forgot. I've got to go." He glanced back at the table. "I'm going to just leave this. Do me a favor and don't tidy it up." "I'm not obsessed with tidy." "Thank God." He grabbed his jacket, remembered his reading glasses. "I'll be back Thursday. Let me know if anything happens before then." He hurried toward the door, then stopped and turned. "Rosalind, I have to say, you were a lovely bud at 17, but the full bloom, it's spectacular." She gave a half laugh and leaned back on the table herself when she was alone. Idly, she studied her ancient boots, then her baggy work pants, currently smeared with dirt and streaks of drying concrete. She figured the flannel shirt she was wearing over a ragged tee was old enough to have a driver's license. Men lie, she thought, but occasionally it was nice to hear. Chapter 7. With the nursery closing early for the holiday, Roz earmarked the time to deal with her own houseplants. She had several that needed repotting or dividing, and a few she wanted to propagate for gifts. With the weather crisp and clear outside, she settled into the humid warmth of her personal greenhouse. She worked with one of her favorites, an enormous African violet that had come from a plantlet her grandmother had given her more than 30 years before. As Nora Jones's bluesy voice surrounded her, she carefully selected a half-dozen new leaves, taking them with their stalks for cuttings. For now, she used a stock pot, sliding the stems in around the edges. In a month, they would have roots and other plantlets would form. Then she would plant them individually in the pale green pots she'd set aside. They'd be a gift for Stella, for her new house, her new life. It pleased her to be able to pass this sentimental piece of her heritage along to a woman who'd understand, to someone Roz had come to love. One day she'd do the same for her sons when they married, and give to them this living piece of her heritage. She would love the women they chose because they did. If she were lucky, she'd like the women they married. Daughters-in-law, she mused, and grandchildren. It didn't seem quite possible that those events weren't far around her next corner. Odder still that she was beginning to yearn for them, and that, she decided, had its roots in having Stella and Haley and the children in the house. Still, she could wait. She accepted change, but that didn't mean she was in a hurry for it. Right now, her life was in pretty good order. Her business was flourishing, and that was not only a personal triumph, it was an intense relief.
She'd risked a great deal by starting in the garden, but it was a risk she'd had to take, for herself and for her heritage. Harper House, and she would never give it up, cost a great deal to maintain. She was well aware there were people who believed she had money to burn, but while she certainly wasn't at the point where she needed to pinch every penny, she was hardly rolling in it. She'd raised 3 children, clothed and fed them, educated them. Her legacy had allowed her to stay home with them rather than seek outside employment, and her own canniness with investments had added a cushion. But 3 college educations and medical school for Mason hadn't come cheap, and when the house demanded new plumbing, new paint, a new roof, she was obliged to see it got what it needed. Enough so that she'd discreetly sold some things over the years. Admittedly, paintings or jewelry she hadn't cared for, but it had still given her a little twinge of guilt to sell what had been given to her, sacrificing pieces to preserve the whole. There'd come a time when she'd been confident her son's futures were seen to as best she could, and the house was secure. But money was needed nonetheless. It wasn't as if she hadn't considered finding a job, considered very briefly. Mitch was right, she didn't care to take orders, but she was, without question, very adept at giving them. Play to your strengths, after all, she thought with a glimmer of a smile. That's just what she'd done. It had been a choice between gathering her courage to start her own business or swallowing her pride to work for someone else. For Roz, it was no contest. She'd piled a great deal of her eggs into that single basket, and the first 2 years had been touch and go. But it had grown. She and Harper had made it grow. She'd taken a hit with the divorce. Stupid, stupid mistake. While Bryce had gotten very little out of the deal, and only what she'd permitted him to get, it had cost her dearly in pride and in money to shed herself of him. But they'd weathered it. Her sons, her home, her business were thriving, so she could think a little of changes, of expansions on both her business and personal fronts, just as she could enjoy the successful present. She moved from the African violets to her bromeliads, and by the time she'd finished dividing, decided Stella was going to get one of these, too. Pleased, she worked another hour, then shifted to check the spring bulbs she was forcing. She'd have narcissus blooming in another week. When she was satisfied, she carted everything she wanted in the house inside, arranging, as she preferred them, a forest of plants in the solarium, then placing other pots throughout the house. Last, she carried a trio of bulbs in forcing bottles to the kitchen. "And what have you brought me?" David asked. "David, I despair of teaching you anything about horticulture. They're very obviously tulips." She arranged them on the windowsill beside the banquette. "They'll bloom in a few weeks." "I despair of teaching you anything about the choices of stylish gardening wear. How long have you owned that shirt?" "I have no idea." "What are you doing in here?" She pulled open the refrigerator, took out the pitcher of cold tea that was always there. "Shouldn't you be starting your primping marathon for tonight's party?" "I'm making you up a nice platter of cold cuts and sides, as you refuse to come out and play with us tonight. And as I treated myself to a few hours at the day spa today while you were grubbing in dirt, my primping has already started." "You don't have to go to any troubles with platters, David. I can find the makings for a sandwich myself." "Nicer this way, especially when you have company." He chuckled. "The professor's in the library, and I put a couple of bottles of champagne into chill so the two of you could, let's say, pop a cork." "David." She gave him a light cuff on the side of the head before she poured the tea. "I'm not popping anything with anyone. I'm minding the baby." "Baby, sleep. Roz, my treasure, he's gorgeous, in that sexily rumpled academic sort of way. Chump him. But for God's sake, change your clothes first. I set out your white cashmere sweater and those black pants I talked you into, the ones with lots of lycra, and those fabulous Jimmy Choos. I'm certainly not wearing white cashmere, skin-tight pants, which I'd never have bought if you hadn't hypnotized me or something, or a pair of 5-inch heels when I'm babysitting for a 7-month-old. It's not even a date. Don't you just love those horn rims? What is it about a man in horn-rimmed glasses? She took an olive out of the bowl he'd filled. You're certainly wound up tonight. He covered the bowls and the tray he'd prepared with plastic. There now. You're going to have yourself a nice New Year's Eve picnic with the horn-rimmed hunk. David, why in the world do you think I need a man? My darling Ross, we all need a man. She did change, but brutally rejected David's choices in favor of a simple cotton shirt and jeans, her favored wool socks in lieu of shoes. Still, she had enough vanity to do her makeup. In the nursery, she listened patiently to all of Haley's nervous mother instructions, assured and reassured, swore an oath she would call if there was any sort of a problem, and finally nudged the girl out and on her way. She waited, watching from the window until she saw the car drive away. Then, grinning, she turned to where Lily gurgled in her bouncy chair. I've got you all to myself now. Come on up here to Aunt Roz, 'cause I've just gotta eat you right up like a bowl of sugar. In the library, Mitch pretended to read, took sketchy notes, and listened to the baby monitor that stood on a table on the lower level. Every room had one, at least every room he'd been in, he thought. Since the experiences last spring, he thought that was a wise and basic precaution. But he wasn't thinking of safety or precautions now. He was simply charmed and amused, listening first to Haley's anxiety-filled departure and now Roz's verbal love affair with the baby. He'd never heard that tone in her voice before, hadn't known it could soften like that, like fragrant wax under low heat. Nor had he expected her to dote as she so obviously doted on a child. She talked nonsense, cooed, laughed, made the silly noises adults habitually made around babies, and from the sounds of Lily's response made the baby as happy as the sitter. It was another angle to a woman he'd seen as formidable, confident, a little aloof, and oddly direct. All those facets had already combined into a woman he found smoothly sexy. Now this softness, he supposed, was a surprising icing on an already desirable cake. He heard her laugh, a long, lovely roll, and gave up even the pretense of working. He heard the music and banging of toys, the child's burbling and giggles, and the undiluted pleasure in the woman's voice. Later, he heard her singing as she rocked the baby to sleep. Soon after, he heard her murmured words, her quiet sigh. Then the monitor was silent. He sighed himself, sorry the interlude was over. Then, reaching for his coffee pot, found it empty. Again. He carried it into the kitchen to brew another pot, and was just measuring out the grounds when Roz came in. "Hi," he said. "Be out of your way in a minute. David said I should just make myself coffee whenever." "Of course. I was about to make use of the cold cuts he put together earlier, if you'd like something to eat." "I would, thanks. He mentioned there'd be makings when he showed me where I could find what I needed for the coffee, and—" He widened his eyes as Roz took out the tray, the bowls. "I see he meant it. He's constantly afraid I'll starve to death if he doesn't leave me enough food for 6 people. She glanced over. "And? Sorry? You started to say something else regarding David?" "Oh, well, just that I think he was hitting on me." She got long, fresh rolls from the bread drawer. "Not very hard, I'm sure." "No, not hard. Just charmingly, actually. I hope you weren't offended." "No, I was, well, sort of flattered, really, considering the age difference." "He likes the way you look in your glasses." In my what?" "Horn rims. They just turn 'em to mush, apparently. You want me to just pile everything on here, or would you rather pick and choose? Just pile, thanks. I appreciate it. It's no trouble, as I'm making some for myself as it is. She looked up sharply as a voice, Amelia's voice, began to sing through the monitor. It's a jolt, isn't it? Mitch said. Every time. She doesn't go into Lily's room every night, not like she did with the boys. She favors boys. I suppose she knows Haley's out and wants to. She trailed off, her fingers fumbling, as they rarely did, with the sandwiches, as she recalled the monitor in the library, and her own session with Lily. I hadn't thought about the monitor where you were working, disturbing you. Well, it didn't. You didn't, in the least. Well, in any case, feel free to switch it off in there when you're working. God knows we have them everywhere. Haley went out and bought one that has video, too, for her room. Amazing, the sorts of things they have now to make life a bit easier for new mothers. You must have been a good one. It came through, he added, when you were up there with her. I was. Am. It's my most important job. But her interlude with Lily had been private, or so she'd thought. Just how many times had she sung the Hokey Pokey along with Elmo? Oh, best not to think about it. Would you like to take this back in, eat while you work, or take a break and eat in here? In here, if it's all right with you. That'll be fine. She hesitated, then opened the refrigerator again, took out the champagne. Seeing as it's New Year's Eve, I'm going to open this. We can have something a little more festive than coffee with our poor boys. Thanks, but I don't drink. Can't. Oh. She felt abominably slow and stupid. Hadn't she noticed herself that he never took alcohol? Couldn't she have used her brain to put two and two together before embarrassing a guest? Coffee it is, then. Please. He stepped over to lay a hand on her arm before she replaced the bottle. Open it. Enjoy it. It doesn't bother me when other people have a drink. In fact, it's important to me that they're comfortable, that you're comfortable. Here, let me do it. He took the bottle. Don't worry, opening a bottle of champagne isn't backsliding. I certainly didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I should have realized. Why? I'm not still wearing that sign that says recovering alcoholic around my neck, am I? She smiled a little, walked to the display cabinet for a flute. No. He released the cork, a quick, celebrational pop. I started drinking when I was about 15, sneaking a beer now and then, the way boys often do. Nothing major. I did love an ice-cold beer. He set both their plates on the table, then poured his coffee while she arranged the rest of the simple meal. Went through the drinking insanity in college, but again plenty do the same. Never missed a class because of it. Never caused me any trouble, really. My grades stayed up, enough I graduated with honors, top 5% of my class. I loved college nearly as much as I did an ice-cold beer. Am I going to bore you with this? No, she said, her eyes on his. You're not. All right. He took his first bite of the sandwich, nodded. Miss Harper, you make a hell of a po' boy. I do. So I went to grad school, got my master's, taught, got married, worked on my doctorate, had myself a gorgeous baby boy. And I drank. I was an amiable drunk, if you know what I mean. I was never confrontational, never abusive. Physically, never picked fights. But I can't say I was ever completely sober from the time Josh was born. A bit before that, to be honest, until I set the bottle down the last time. He sampled David's potato salad. I worked, taught, wrote, provided my family with a good living. Drinking never cost me a day's work any more than it had cost me class time. But it cost me my wife and my son. I'm sorry, Mitch. No need to be. Sarah, my ex, did everything she could do. She loved me, and she wanted the life I'd promised her. She stuck with me longer than many would have. She begged me to quit, and I'd promise or reassure or fluff her off. Bills were paid, weren't they? We had a nice house, and we never missed a mortgage payment. I wasn't some stumbling down, sprawled in the gutter drunk, was I, for God's sake? I just had a few drinks to take the edge off. Of course, I started taking the edge off at 10 in the morning. But I was entitled. He paused, shook his head. It's easy to delude yourself that you're entitled, that you're just fine when you're in a haze most of the time. Easy to ignore the fact that you're letting your wife and child down in a dozen ways every single day. Forgetting dinner parties or birthdays, slipping out of bed, where you're useless to her in any case, to have just one more drink, dozing off when you're supposed to be watching your own baby. Just not being there, not completely there, ever. It's a hard thing to go through, I imagine, for everyone involved. Harder for the ones you shipwreck with you, believe me. I wouldn't go to counseling with her, refused to attend meetings, to talk to anyone about what she saw as my problem. Even when she told me she was leaving me, when she packed her things and Josh's things and walked out, I barely noticed they were gone. That was tremendously brave of her. Yes, it was. His gaze sharpened on Roz's face. Yes, it was. And I suppose a woman like you would understand just how brave it was. It took me another full year to hit the bottom, to look around at my life and see nothing, to realize I'd lost what was most precious, and that it was too late to ever get it back. I went to meetings. That takes courage, too. My first meeting, he took another bite of his sandwich, scared to death. I sat in the back of the room in the basement of this tiny church and shook like a child. A lot of courage. I was sober for 3 months, 10 days, and 5 hours when I reached for a bottle again. Fought my way out of that, and sobriety lasted 11 months, 2 days, and 15 hours. She wouldn't come back to me, you see. She'd met someone else, and she couldn't trust me. I used that as an excuse to drink, and I drank the next few months away until I crawled back out of the hole. He lifted his coffee. That was 14 years ago next March. March 5th. Sarah forgave me. In addition to being brave, she's a generous woman, one who deserved better than what she got from me. Josh forgave me, and in the past 14 years, I've been a good father, the best I know how to be. I think it takes a brave man and a strong one to face his demons and beat them back, and keep facing them every single day. And a generous one, a smart one who shoulders the blame rather than passing it on, even partially, to others. Not drinking doesn't make me a hero, Roz. It just makes me sober. Now, if I could just kick the coffee habit. That makes 2 of us. Well, now that I've talked your ear off, I'm going to ask you to return the favor and give that first interview when we've finished eating. All right? Am I going to be talking for the recorder? Primarily, yeah, though I'll take some notes. Then maybe we could do that in the parlor where it's a little more comfortable. Sounds like a plan. She checked on Lily first and took the first phone call from Haley. While Mitch gathered whatever he needed from the library, she pulled the tray of fresh fruit. David never missed a trick, and the brie and cheddar, the crackers he'd stocked. Even as she wheeled it toward the parlor, Mitch came up behind her. Let me get that. No, I've got it. But you could light the fire. A fire'd be nice. It's cold tonight, but thank God clear. I'd hate to worry about my chicks navigating slick roads on their way home to roost later. I thought the same thing about my own earlier. Never ends, does it? No. She set out the food, the coffee, then sat on the couch, instinctively propped her feet on the table. She stared at her own feet, surprised. It was a habit, she knew, but one she didn't indulge in when she had guests. She glanced at Mitch's back as he crouched to light kindling. She supposed it meant she was comfortable with him, and that was fine. Better than labeling him a guest, as she'd be trusting him with her family. You're right. It's nice to have a fire. He came back, set up his recorder, his notebook, then settled on the other end of the couch, shifting his body toward hers. I'd like to start off with you telling me about the first time you remember seeing Amelia. Straight to business, she thought. I don't know that I remember a first time, not specifically. I'd have been young, very. I remember her voice, the singing, and a kind of comforting presence. I thought, to the best of my memory, that is, that it was my mother. But my mother wasn't one to look in at night, and I never remember her singing to me. It wasn't her way. I remember her, Amelia, being there a few times when I was sick. A cold, a fever. It's more that she was there and expected to be in a way than a jolting first time. Who told you about her? My father, my grandmother. My grandmother more, I suppose. The family would talk about her casually in vague terms. She was both a point of pride, we have a ghost, and a slight embarrassment, we have a ghost, depending on who was talking. My father believed she was one of the Harper brides, while my grandmother maintained she was a servant or guest, someone who'd been misused somehow, someone who had died here but wasn't blood kin. Did your father, your grandmother, or your mother ever tell you about their specific experiences with her? My mother would get palpitations if the subject was brought up. My mother was very fond of her palpitations. Mitch grinned at the dry tone, watched her spread some brie. I had a great aunt like that. She had spells. Her day wasn't complete without at least one spell. Why some people delight in having conditions is more than I can understand. My mother did speak to me of her once or twice in a sort of gloom and doom manner, something else she was fond of, warning me that one day I'd inherit this burden, and hoping for my sake it didn't shatter my health as it had hers. She was afraid of Amelia then. No. Roz waved that away, nibbled on a cracker. She enjoyed being long-suffering, and a kind of trembling martyr. Which sounds very unkind coming from her only child. Let's call it honest instead. Comes to the same. In any case, other times it was bearing and birthing me that had ruined her health, and others she'd been delicate since a bout of pneumonia as a child. Hardly matters. Actually, it's helpful. Bits and pieces, personal observations, and memories are helpful, a start toward the big picture. What about your father? My father was generally amused by the idea of a ghost and had fond memories of her from his own childhood. But then he'd be annoyed or embarrassed if she made an appearance and frightened a guest. My father was fiercely hospitable and mortified on a deep personal level if a guest in his home was inconvenienced. What sort of memories did he have? Mitch asked. The same you've heard before. It hardly varies. Her singing to him, visiting him in his room, a maternal presence until he was about 12. No disturbances? Not that he told me. But my grandmother said he sometimes had nightmares as a boy, just 1 or 2 a year, where he claimed to see a woman in white with her eyes bulging, and he could hear her screaming in his head. Sometimes she was in his room, sometimes she was outside, and so was he, in the dream. Dreams would be another common thread then. Have you had any? No, not what? Well, I always thought it was nerves. In the weeks before John and I were married, I had dreams of storms, black skies, and thunder, cold winds. A hole in the garden like a grave, with dead flowers inside it. She shivered once. Horrible. But they stopped after I was married. I dismissed them. And since? No, never. My grandmother saw her more than anyone, at least more than anyone would admit to. In the house, in the garden, in my father's room when he was a boy. She never told me anything frightening, but maybe she wouldn't have. Of all my family that I recall, she was the most sympathetic toward Amelia. But to be honest, it wasn't the primary topic of conversation in the house. It was simply accepted or ignored. Let's talk about that blood kin, then.
He pulled his glasses out of his shirt pocket to read his notes. The, farthest back you know personally of sightings starts with your grandmother, Elizabeth McKinnon Harper. Well, that's not completely accurate. She told me my grandfather, her husband, had seen the bride when he was a child. Well, that's her telling you what she'd been told, not what she claimed to have seen and experienced herself. But speaking to that, can you recall being told of any experiences that happened in the generation previous to your grandparents? Oh, well, she said her mother-in-law, that would be my great-grandmother Harper, refused to go into certain rooms. Which rooms? Oh, Lord, let me think. The nursery, which was on the 3rd floor in those days. The master bedroom. She moved herself out of it at some point, I'm assuming. The kitchen. And she wouldn't set foot in the carriage house. From my grandmother's description of her, she wasn't a fanciful woman. It was always thought she'd seen the bride. If there was another prior to that, I don't know about it, but there shouldn't be. We've dated her to the 1890s. You've dated her based on a dress and a hairstyle, he said as he scribbled. That's not quite enough. It certainly seems sensible, logical. He looked up, smiling, his eyes distracted behind his glasses. It may be. You may be right, but I like a little more data before I call something a fact. What about your great-aunts, Reginald Jr.'s older sisters? Well, I couldn't say. I didn't know any of them, or don't remember them, and they weren't close with my grandmother or my father. There was some attempt on my grandmother's part to cement some familial relations between their children and my father as cousins. I'm still in contact with some of their children. Will any of them talk to me? Yeah, some will, some won't. Some are dead. I'll give you names and numbers. All, he said, except the dead ones. I can be persuasive. Again, he murmured as the singing came from the monitor across the room. Again. I want to go check on Lily. Do you mind if I come with you? No, come ahead. They started upstairs together. Most likely it'll stop before we get there. That's the pattern. There were 2 nursemaids, 3 governesses, a housekeeper, an under-housekeeper, a total of 12 housemaids, a personal maid, 3 female kitchen staff between 1890 and 1895. I've dug up some of the names, but as ages aren't listed, I'm having to wade through a lot of records to try to pinpoint the right people. If and when I'll start on death records and tracking down descendants. You'll be busy. Gotta love the work. You're right. It stopped. But they continued down the hall to the nursery. Cold still, Roz commented. It doesn't last long, though. She moved to the crib, slid the blanket more neatly around the sleeping baby. Such a good baby, she said quietly. Sleeps right through the night most of the time. None of mine did at this age. She's fine. We should leave her be. She stepped out, leaving the door open. They were at the top of the stairs when the clock began to bong. Midnight? Roz looked at her watch to be certain. I didn't realize it was so late. Well, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. He took her hand before she could continue down the steps, and laying the other on her cheek, said, Do you mind? No, I don't mind. His lips brushed hers very lightly, a kind of civilized and polite gesture to commemorate the changing year. And somewhere in the east wing, Roz's wing, a door slammed shut like a gunshot. Though her heart jumped, she managed to speak evenly. Obviously, she doesn't approve. More like she's pissed off. And if she's going to be pissed off, we might as well give her a good reason. He didn't ask this time, just slid the hand that lay on her cheek around to cup the back of her neck. And this time his mouth wasn't light, or polite, or civilized. There was a punch of heat straight to her belly, as his mouth crushed down on hers, as his body pressed hard against hers. She felt that sizzle zip through her blood, fast and reckless, and let herself ride on it for just one mad moment. The door in the east wing slammed again and again, and the clock continued to chime, madly now, well past the hour of 12. He'd known she'd taste like this, ripe and strong, more tang than sweetness. He'd wanted to feel those lips move against his as they were now, to discover just how that long, slender body fit to his. Now that he was, she settled inside him and made him want more. But she eased back, her eyes open and direct. Well, that ought to do it. It's a start. I think it'd be best to keep everything calm for tonight. I really should tidy up the parlor and settle on up here with Lily. All right. I'll get my notes and head home. In the parlor, she loaded the cart while he gathered his things. You're a difficult woman to read, Rosalind. I'm sure that's true. You know I want to stay. You know I want to take you to bed. Yes, I know. She looked over at him. I don't take lovers. I was going to say just that I don't take lovers. But I'm going to say instead, I don't take them rashly or lightly. So if I decide to take you as a lover or let you take me, it will be serious business, Mitchell. Very serious business. That's something both of us need to consider. Ever just jump off the ledge, Roz? I've been known to. But except for the regrettable and rare occasion, I like to make certain I'm going to land on my feet. If I wasn't interested, I'd tell you flat out, I don't play games in this arena. Instead, I'm telling you that I am interested, enough to think about it, enough to regret, a little, that I'm no longer young and foolish enough to act without thinking. The phone rang. That'll be Haley again. I need to get that or she'll panic. Drive carefully. She walked out to get the phone and heard, as she assured Haley the baby was fine, was sleeping like an angel, had been no trouble at all, the front door close behind him. Chapter 8. A little distance, Mitch decided, was in order. The woman was a paradox, and since there was no finite solution to a paradox, it was best accepted for what it was, instead of puzzling over it until blood leaked out of your ears. So he'd try a little distance where he could funnel his energies into puzzles other than the enigmatic Rosalind Harper. He had plenty of legwork, or more accurately, butt work. A few hours on his computer, and he could verify the births and deaths and marriages listed in the Harper family Bible. He'd already generated a chart of the family ancestry, using his online and his courthouse information. Clients liked charts. Beyond that, they were tools for him, as the copies of family pictures were, as letters were. He penned everything onto a huge board. 2 in this case, one for his office in his apartment and one in the library at Harper House. Pictures, old photos, old letters, diaries, scribbled family recipes, all of those things brought the people alive for him. When they were alive for him, when he began to envision their daily routines, their habits, their flaws and grievances, they mattered to him more than any job or project could matter. He could lose hours paging through Elizabeth Harper's gardening notes, or the baby book she'd kept on Roz's father. How else would he know the man who'd sired Roz had suffered from celiac at 3 months, or had taken his first steps 10 months later? It was the details, the small bits, that made the past full and immediate. And in the wedding photo of Elizabeth and Reginald Jr., he could see Rosalind and her grandfather. The dark hair, the long eyes, the strong facial bones. What else had he passed to her, and through her, to her children, this man she barely remembered? Business acumen, for one, Mitch concluded. From other details, those small bits found in clippings and household records, he gained a picture of a man who'd had a sharp skill for making money, who'd avoided the fate of many of his contemporaries in the stock market crash. A careful man, and one who'd preserved the family home and holdings. Yet, wasn't there a coolness about him, Mitch thought as he studied the photographs on his board. A remoteness that showed in his eyes, more than just the photographic style of the day. Perhaps it came from being born wealthy, the only son on whose shoulders the responsibilities fell. What, Mitch wondered aloud, did you know about Amelia? Did you ever meet her, in the flesh? Or was she already dead, already just a spirit in this house when your time came around? Someone knew her, he thought. Someone spoke to her, touched her, knew her face, her voice. And someone who did, lived or worked in Harper House. Mitch moved to a search of the servants he had by full names. It took time and didn't include the myriad other possibilities. Amelia had been a guest, a servant whose name was not included or had been expunged from family records. A relative's relative, a friend of the family. He could speculate, of course, that if a guest, a friend, a distant relation had died in the house, the information would have trickled down and her identity would be known. Then again, that was speculation and didn't factor in the possibility of scandal and the tendency to hush such matters up, or the fact that she'd been no one important to the Harpers, had died in her sleep and no one considered it worth discussing. And it was just another paradox, he supposed, as he leaned back from his work, that he, a rational, fairly logical, thinking man, was spending considerable time and effort to research and identify a ghost. The trick was not to think of her that way, but to think of her as a living, breathing woman, a woman who had been born, lived a life, dressed, ate, laughed, cried, walked, and talked. She had existed, she had a name. It was his job to find who, what, when. Why was just the bonus question. He dug the sketch out of his file, studied the image Roz had created of a young, thin woman with a mass of curly hair and eyes full of misery. And this is how they dated her, he thought with a shake of his head, by a dress and a hairstyle. Not that it wasn't a good sketch. He'd only seen Amelia once, and she hadn't looked calm and sad like this, but wild and mad. The dress could have been 10, even 20 years old, or brand new. The hairstyle a personal choice or a fashion statement. It was impossible to pinpoint age or era on such, well, sketchy information. And yet, from his research so far, he tended to think they were close to the mark. The talk of dreams, the bits of information, the lore itself appeared to have its root during Reginald Harper's reign. Reginald Harper, he thought, kicking back in his chair to stare at the ceiling. Reginald Edward Harper, born 1851, the youngest of 4 children born to Charles Daniel Harper and Christabel Wesley Harper, second and only surviving son. Older brother Nathaniel died July 1864 at age 18 during the Battle of Bloody Bridge in Charlestown. Married, Beatrice. He rummaged through his notes again. Yes, there it is. 1880. 5 children. Charlotte, born 1881. Edith Ann, 1883. Catherine, 1885. Victoria, 1886. And Reginald Jr., 1897. Big gap between the last 2 kids, considering the pattern beforehand, he thought, and noted down possibilities of miscarriages and or stillbirths. Strong possibilities with the factors of unreliable birth control and the natural assumption that Reginald would have wanted a son to continue the family name. He scanned the family chart he'd generated for Beatrice. A sister, 1 brother, 1 sister-in-law, but neither female relation had died until well after the first reports of sightings in dreams, making them unlikely candidates, and neither had been named Amelia. Of course, he hadn't found a servant by that name either, not yet. But for now he circled back to Reginald Harper, head of the house during the most likely era. Just who were you, Harper? Prosperous, well-heeled, inherited the house and the holdings because the older brother ran off to be a soldier and died fighting for the cause. Baby of the family on top of it. Married well, accumulating more holdings through that marriage. Expanded and modernized the house, according to Roz's notes. Married well, lived well, and you weren't afraid to spend the dough. Still, there'd been a consistent turnover of housemaids and other female staff during his years at the helm. Maybe Reginald liked to play with the help, or his wife had been a tyrant. Was the long wait for a son frustrating and annoying, or was he happy with his girls? It would be interesting to know. There was no one alive to say. Mitch went back to his computer and contented himself, for the moment, with facts. Since she had so many houseplants from the division of her own, Roz rotated some into store stock, and at Stella's suggestion worked with her to use more in creating some dish gardens. She enjoyed working with Stella, and that was rare. Primarily, when she was potting or propagating, Roz preferred only the company of her plants and her music. Feels good to get my hands in the dirt," Stella commented as she selected a snake plant for her arrangement. "I figured you'd be getting plenty of that soon enough, dealing with your new gardens. Can't wait. I know I'm driving Logan crazy, changing and redefining and tweaking the plan." She blew a straight curl out of her face and slid her gaze over to Roz. Then again, plan isn't exactly the word for what he was doing with the landscape. It was more of a concept, which you're refining. I think if I show him one more sketch, he might make me eat it. This coleus is gorgeous. Focusing on the gardens helps keep down the nerves over the wedding. Stella paused, hands in dirt. Bullseye. Who'd think I'd be nervous? It's not the first time around for me, and we're keeping it small, simple. I've had months to plan, which hasn't made him all that happy either. But we had to at least get the living room and the boys' room painted and furnished. You wouldn't believe some of the gorgeous pieces his mother gave him that he's had stuffed in a storage garage. This Dracena should work here. Nerves are expected, I'd think. A bride's still a bride, first time around or not. Were you nervous the second time? I know it turned out awful, but no, I wasn't. Her tone was flat. Not bitter, just empty. Should have told me something. You're nervous because you're excited and you're happy, and because you're the type who worry over every detail. Worry especially when it's important. I just want everything to look special. Perfect. I must have been crazy deciding to have the wedding outside in the backyard when the gardens weren't even finished. Now we only have until April to get it all done. And you will. You and Logan know what you're doing about the planting, about each other, about everything that matters. Remind me of that every now and again, would you? Happy to. These look good. She stepped back, fisted her gloved hands on her hips. You got prices worked up? $34.50, $45.95 for the large size. Sounds good. Nice profit margin, since the plants are mostly all divisions. And a good value for our customers, since they're not going to see dish gardens this full or lush anywhere. I'll help you carry some in, then plug these into the inventory. They loaded a flat cart, wheeled it into the main building. When Stella started to shift stock to rearrange, Roz nudged her aside. Go on, do the paperwork. If you start here fiddling with display, you'll be here an hour. You're just going to come back when I'm done and fool with it anyway. Well, I was just thinking if we grouped some of the smaller ones over there and used a couple of those tile-topped tables, I'll figure it out, and you can come behind me and refine it. If you put one of the larger ones on that wrought iron patio table and put one of the little brass lanterns with it, then set that 16-inch clay pot of bird of paradise beside it, it would be a strong display. And I'm going. Amused, Roz shifted stock, arranged the new, and since she had to admit Stella was on target, as usual, set up the table as outlined. Why, Rosalind Harper, there you are! Because Roz's back was turned, she indulged herself in a single wince before schooling her face to more welcoming lines. Hey there, sissy. She allowed the standard greeting, a peck that stopped an inch from her cheek, then resigned herself to losing a quarter of an hour in chatter. "Don't you look pretty?" Roz said. "Is that a new suit?" "This?" Sissy waved one of her French manicured hands, dismissing the cherry-red suit. "I just yanked it out of my closet this morning. I swear, Roz, are you ever going to gain an ounce? Every time I see you, I feel obliged to sweat an extra 20 minutes on my exercise machine." "You look wonderful, Sissy," which was invariably true. One of the skills Cecilia Pratt had most honed was in turning herself out. Her hair was an attractive, streaky blonde, worn in a ruler-straight swing that suited her round, youthful face with its winking dimples and walnut-brown eyes. From the outfit, Roz assumed she'd just come from some lady lunch or committee meeting and had come by to sow into harvest gossip. Gossip was Sissy's other keen skill. "I don't see how I could. I'm just worn out. The holidays just about did me in this year. Every time you turned around, there was another party. I don't think I've caught my breath since Thanksgiving. Now, before you know it, it'll be the spring ball at the club. Tell me you're going this year, Roz. It's just not the same without you." "I haven't thought about it." "Well, do. Let's sit down here a minute and let's catch up. I swear I can't stay on my feet another minute." To prove it, she sat on the bench near the table display Roz had just completed. "Isn't this nice? It's just like sitting in a tropical garden somewhere. Hank and I are heading down to the Caymans next week for some sun. I need the break, let me tell you. Won't that be fun?" Trapped by manners, Roz joined her on the bench. "You ought to take yourself a nice tropical vacation, honey." Sissy patted Roz's hand. "Sun, blue water, handsome, half-naked men. Just the ticket. You know, I worry that you just chain yourself to this place. But you've got that girl from up north managing things now. How's she working out for you, by the way?" "Her name's Stella, Sissy, and she's worked for me for a year now. That should be a good indication it's working out just fine for both of us." "Oh, it's good. You should take advantage of that and get away for a while." "There's no place I want to go." "Well, I'm going to bring you some brochures. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I could get through the next day if I didn't know we'd be sitting on a beach sipping Mai Tai soon. You were smart to skip most of the parties, though I was sorry I didn't see you New Year's Eve at Jan and Quill's. Lovely gathering, really, though it didn't come near the one you put on. Flowers were on the skimpy side, and the food wasn't much more than mediocre. Not that I'd say so to Jan. Did you know she was going in for liposuction next week?" "No, I didn't." "Well, it's one of those ill-kept secrets." Sissy edged closer, her dimples doing a conspirator's wink. "But and theirs is what I hear. I just this minute came from lunch with her, and she says how she's going to be spending a week at a spa in Florida, when everybody knows she's going for the vacuum, then holing up in her house till she can get around again. And bless her heart, since you could set a table for a family of 4 on the shelf of her ass, I'd say it'll be more than a week before she's walking straight again." Despite herself, Roz laughed. "For God's sake, Sissy, her ass looks normal enough to me. Not compared to the new administrative assistant Quill said to have his eye on. 28 years old, and you could set that table quite a bit higher on that one, as long as you don't mind eating off silicone." "I hope that's not true about Quill. I've always thought he and Jan were good together. Some men just lose all sense around a big pair of tits, no matter if God or man made 'em. Which brings me around to what I really came by to tell you. I'm just not quite sure how. I'm sure you'll find a way. It's just that I feel I must. I'm obliged. How long have we been friends, Rosalind?" "I couldn't say. Since knowing someone since high school didn't make you friends," she thought. "At our age, it's best not to count the years in any case. But since we've known each other longer than either of us cares to admit to, I feel like I have to let you know what's going around.
But first, I want to say, since I haven't had a minute to talk to you since the incident, that I've never been so shocked or so dumbfounded as I was when that horrible Bryce clerk walked into your house just like it had a right to the night of your party. It's all right, Sissy. He walked right back out again. And a good thing, too, as I don't know if I could have held myself back. I just don't know. I couldn't believe that, Mandy. Of course, that girl hasn't got the sense God gave a retarded flea, but that's no excuse for not taking the time to find out who the man was before she came traipsing into your home on his arm. She waved a hand. I just can't speak of it. Then we won't. I really have to get back to work. But I haven't told you. My tongue just runs away from me when I'm upset. He was there with that ridiculous, brainless girl again. He was there, Roz, at Jan and Quill's, big as life, like he didn't have a care in the world, drinking champagne and dancing, smoking cigars out on the veranda, talking about his consulting company. Just turned my stomach. She held a hand to it, as if even now it threatened to revolt. I know Jan said you'd sent your regrets, but I lived in horror that you'd change your mind and walk in any minute. I wasn't the only one, either. I'm sure, very sure, Roz thought, that there'd been plenty of excited buzz and half-hopeful glances toward the door. Jan's entitled to have anyone she wants to in her own home. I certainly don't agree with that. It's a matter of loyalty, if not good taste, and I had lunch with her today to say just that. As she spoke, she opened her purse and took out a compact to blot her nose. Turns out, Quill cleared the way for him. They're doing some business together. Not that Jan seems to know a thing about that. The woman's just clueless when it comes to money matters. Not like you and me. Was the most polite response Roz could think of, as Sissy had never worked a day in her life. To her credit, she was mortified while we talked about it over lunch. Mortified. Taking out a lipstick, she repainted her mouth to match her suit. But there are some, and I admit I heard some of this at the party as well as here and there. There are some who feel some sympathy for the man, who actually believed he was treated poorly, which just beats all, if you ask me. The worst of it is the version that you physically assaulted him the night of the party, running him out when he attempted to make bygones, so to speak. That you threatened him and that silly girl, even when they went out again. Of course, every time I hear it, I do what I can to straighten it out. I was there, after all. Roz recognized the avid tone. Give me some fuel for this fire. And that she wouldn't do, no matter how angry, how vilified she felt. People will say or think what they want to say or think. There's no point in me worrying about it. Well, some are saying and thinking that you didn't come to Jan's or other get-togethers because you knew he would be there, and sporting a woman nearly half your age. I'm surprised anyone would spend so much time concerned with speculating on how I might react to someone who is no longer a part of my reality. If you see Jan, be sure to tell her not to worry about it on my account. Roz rose. It was good to see you. I've just got to get back to work here. I want you to know I'll be thinking about you. Sissy got to her feet, gave Roz another air peck. We've got to have lunch sometime soon. My treat. You and Hank have a good time in the Caymans. We will. I'm going to send you those brochures, she called over her shoulder as she walked out. You do that, Roz muttered. She walked out the opposite way, furious with herself for being hurt and insulted. She knew better, knew it wasn't worth it, but still the score to her pride ached. She started to turn into the propagation house, but veered off. In this mood, she'd do more harm than good. Instead, she skirted around, headed into the woods that separated her private and personal domains, and took the long way home. She didn't want to see anyone, speak to anyone. But there was David out in the yard, playing with Stella's boys and their dog.
The dog spotted her first, and with a few welcoming yips, raced over to jump and scrabble at her knees. "Not now, Parker." She bent to scratch his ears. "Not a good time now."
"We're hunting buried treasure."
Luke ran over. He wore a silly black beard hooked over his ears and hiding half his freckled face.
"We have a map and everything."
"Treasure?"
"Uh-huh. Blackbeard the pirate, and Gavin's Long John Silver. David's Captain Morgan. He says Captain Morgan can put a shine on a bad day. But I don't get it."
She smiled, ruffled the boy's hair as she had the dog's fur. She could use a belt of Captain Morgan herself, she decided. A double. "What's the treasure?"
"It's a surprise, but Captain Morgan, says if we scallywags don't find it, we have to walk the plank."
She looked over at Gavin, who was hobbling around with a broomstick strapped to his leg, and David sporting a black eye patch and a big plumed hat he must have dug out of his costume party bag. "And you'd better go on back and find it."
"Don't you want to play?"
"Not right now, sugar." "Better find my pieces of 8, David said as he came over, "or I'll hang you from the highest yardarm." With an unpirate-like squeal, Luke scrambled off to count off more paces from the map with his brother. "What's wrong, honey?" "Nothing." Roz shook her head. "Little headache. Came home early. I hope to God you didn't actually bury something. I'd hate to fire you. New PlayStation game up in the crook of the lowest branch of that sycamore. You're a treasure, Captain Morgan. 1 in a million. I know that face." He lifted a hand to it. "It'd pass most anybody, but not me. What's upset you? And what the hell are you doing walking all that way without a jacket?" "I forgot it, and I do have a headache. Brought on by some foolishness Sissy Pratt was obliged to carry over to me. One of these days her flapping tongue's gonna wrap around her own throat." He flipped up his eye patch. "And when she's in the funeral home, I'm going in and dressing her in an outdated, off-the-rack outfit from Walmart. Polyester." It brought on a half-smile. "That's cruel. Come on inside. I'm going to fix us a batch of my infamous martinis. You can tell me all about it, then we'll trash the bitch. As entertaining as that sounds, I think what I need is a couple of aspirin and a 20-minute nap. And we both know you can't disappoint those boys. Go on now, Captain." She kissed his cheek. "Shiver some timbers." She went inside, directly upstairs. She took the self-prescribed aspirin and stretched out on her bed. How long, she wondered, how long was the albatross of that joke of a marriage going to lay across her neck? How many times would it flap right up and slap her in the face? So much for her superstitious hope that by letting the $15,000 she'd discovered he'd nipped out of her account slide, she would have paid the debt, balanced the scales of the mistake. Well, the money was gone, and no use regretting that foolish decision. The marriage had happened, and no point punishing herself for it. Sooner or later he'd slip again, screw the wrong woman, bilk the wrong man, and he'd slither out of Memphis, out of her circle. Eventually, people would find something in someone else to talk about. They always did. Imagine him being able to convince anyone that she'd attacked him, and in her own home. Then again, he did play the injured party well, and was the most accomplished liar she'd ever known. She could not and would not defend herself on any level. Doing so would just feed the beast. She would do what she had always done, remove herself physically and emotionally from the storm of talk. She'd indulge in this brief sulk. She wasn't perfect, after all. Then she'd get back to her life and live it as she'd always done, exactly as she chose. She closed her eyes. She didn't expect to sleep, but she drifted a bit in that half-state she often found more soothing. And while she drifted, she sat on the bench in her own shade garden, basking in the late spring breeze, breathing in the perfumes it had floating on the air. She could see the main house and the colorful pots she'd planted and set herself on the terraces, and the carriage house with its dance of lilies waiting to open wide. She smelled the roses that climbed up the arbor in a strong stream of golden sun, the white roses she'd planted herself as a private tribute to John. She rarely went to his grave, but often to the arbor. She looked over beyond the rose garden, the cutting garden, the paths that gently wound through the flowers and shrubs and trees to the spot where Bryce had wanted to dig a swimming pool. They'd argued over that, and had a blistering fight when she'd headed off the contractor he'd hired despite her. The contractor had been told, she recalled in no uncertain terms, that if he so much as dipped a blade into her ground, she'd call the police to scrape up what she left of him. With Bryce, she'd been even less patient while reminding him the house and grounds were hers, the decisions made involving them hers. He'd stormed out, hadn't he, after she'd scolded him, only to slink back a few hours later, sheepish, apologetic, and with a tiny bouquet of wild violets. Her mistake in accepting the apology and the flowers. Alone is better. She shivered in the shade. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You did this alone, all of this. You made a mistake once, and look what it cost you, still costs you. Don't make another. I won't make another. Whatever I do, it won't be a mistake. Alone is better. The voice was more insistent now, and the cold deeper. I'm alone. For an instant, only an instant, Roz thought she saw a woman in a muddy white dress, lying in an open grave. And for that instant, only that instant, she smelled the decay of death under the roses. Then the woman's eyes opened, stared into hers with a kind of mad hunger. Chapter 9. Roz came into the house out of a nasty, sleeting rain. She peeled out of her jacket, then sat on the bench in the foyer to drag off her boots. David strolled out, sat beside her, and handed her the cup of coffee he'd brought out of the kitchen. Dr. Delish is in the library. Yes, I saw his car. She drank coffee, holding the cup in both hands to warm them. Harper's with him. He snagged our boy for an interview. We had ours over lattes and applesauce cake earlier. Applesauce cake. I saved you a big slice. I know your weaknesses. They're saying we might get some snow out of this. So I heard. Stella and the boys are at Logan's. She's going to fix dinner over there, and the boys are hoping the snow comes through and they can stay the night. That's nice. I need a shower, a hot one. He took the cup she passed back to him. I thought you might want to ask our handsome professor to stay to dinner. I'm making some hearty chicken and dumplings to ward off the cold. Sounds good. The chicken. And Mitch is certainly welcome to stay if he likes and doesn't have other plans. He doesn't, David said confidently. I've already asked. She chuckled at his broad grin. Just who are you matching him up with, David? You or me? Well, being the utterly unselfish person I am, and seeing as the doctor is unfortunately and absolutely straight, I'm going with you. Just a pitiful romantic, aren't you? She started up, but only rolled her eyes when he called out, Put something sexy on! In the library, Harper nursed his after-work beer. It didn't seem to him that he could tell Mitch much more than he already knew, but he'd answered the questions, filled in little gaps in the stories both his mother and David had already related. I've got David's rundown of the night you saw her outside, in the gardens, when you were boys. The night we were camping out, David, my brothers, and me. Harper nodded in acknowledgement. Some night. According to David, you saw her first, woke him. Saw, heard, felt. Harper shrugged. Hard to pin it down, but yeah, I woke him up. Couldn't say what time it was, late. We'd stayed up eating ourselves half sick and spooking ourselves out with scary stories. Then I heard her, I guess. Don't know how exactly. I knew it was her. It wasn't like the other times. What was different? Well, she wasn't singing. She was more moaning, I guess, or making these unintelligible sounds. More like what you'd expect from a ghost on a hot moonlit night when you're a kid. So I looked out, and there she was. Only not like before, either. Brave boy, Mitch thought, to look out instead of pulling the sleeping bag over his head. What was it like? She was in this white nightgown sort of thing, the way she was last spring when she was upstairs. Her hair was down, tangled and dirty, and I could see the moonlight going through her, right through. Jesus. He took a deeper sip of beer. So I got David up, and Austin and Mason woke up too. I wanted Austin to stay back with Mason, but there was no chance of that, so we all set out to follow her. Mitch could imagine it very well. A pack of young boys, moonlight and lightning bugs and heavy summer heat, and a ghostly figure trailing through the gardens. She walked right over Mama's evening primrose, straight through the hollyhocks, through them. I was too wound up to be scared. She kept making this noise, a kind of humming or keening, I guess you could say. I think there were words mixed in there somewhere, but I couldn't make them out. She was going toward the carriage house. Well, it seemed to me she was heading toward the carriage house anyway. And she turned and she looked back. And her face. What? Like last spring again, he said, and let out a little breath. She looked insane. Horror movie insane. Wild and crazy. She was smiling, but it was horrible. And for a minute, when she looked at me and I looked back, it was so cold I saw my own breath. Then she turned, kept walking, and I started after her. Started after her? An insane ghost? You had to be scared. Not so much. Not that I realized, anyway. I was caught up, I guess. Really fascinated. I had to know. But Mason started screaming, and then I was scared spitless. I thought somehow she'd gotten him, which was stupid since she was up ahead and he was behind me. Farther behind me, all of them, than I'd realized. So I went running back, and there was Mason on the ground with his foot bleeding, and Austin's running back to the tent for a T-shirt or something to wrap it, 'cause we're not wearing anything but our jockeys. David and I were trying to carry him back when Mama came running out like the wrath of God. He laughed then, eyes twinkling at Mitch. You should have seen her. She's wearing these little cotton shorts and some skinny little T-shirt. Her hair was longer back then, and it's flying as she came hauling ass. And I see, the others didn't, but I see, she's got my granddaddy's pistol. I tell you what, if it had been some ghost after us or anything else, she'd have run it off. But when she saw what was what, more or less, she shoved the pistol in the waistband of those little shorts around the back. She picked Mason up, told us all to get some clothes on, and we all piled into the car to take Mason into the ER for stitches. You never said you'd seen the gun. Roz stepped into the library. I didn't think you wanted the others to know. She walked right to him, bent down and kissed the top of his head. Didn't want you to know, either. You always saw too much. She turned her cheek, left it on top of Harper's head as she looked at Mitch. Am I interrupting? No, you could sit down if you have a minute. I've gotten this story from 2 sources now, and wouldn't mind having your version. I can't add much. Boys wanted to sleep out. God knows why. It was hot as hell and buggy with it. But boys do like to pitch a tent. As I wanted to be able to keep an eye on things and hear them, I closed off my room and did without the air conditioning so I could have my doors open to the outside. We were right in the yard, Harper objected. How much trouble could we get in? Plenty, and as events proved just that, it was wise of me to sweat through the night. Once they settled down, I drifted off to sleep myself. It was Mason screaming that woke me. I grabbed my daddy's pistol, which in those days I kept on the top shelf of my bedroom closet, got the bullets out of my jewelry box, and loaded it on the run. When I got there, Harper and David were carting Mason, and his little foot was bleeding. I had to tell them to hush as they were all talking at once. Took the baby in, cleaned up his foot, saw it was going to need stitches. I got the story on the way to the hospital." Mitch nodded, then looked up from his notes. "When did you go to the carriage house?" She smiled. "First light. It took me that long to get back. Settled them all down." "You'd take the gun?" "I did, in case what they'd seen was more corporeal than they'd thought." "I was old enough to go with you," Harper objected. "You shouldn't have gone out there alone." She cocked her head at him. "I believe I was in charge. In any case, there was nothing to see, and I can't tell you if I felt anything, genuinely, or if I was still so worked up I thought I did." "What did you think?" "That it was cold, and it shouldn't have been. And I felt, it sounds melodramatic, but I felt death all around me. I went through the place top to bottom, and there was nothing there." "When was the place converted?" "Oh, She closed her eyes to think. "Well, around the turn of the 20th century. Reginald Harper was known for wanting the latest things, and automobiles were one of them. He housed his car in the carriage house for a time. Then he used the stables for them, and the carriage house became a kind of storage house, with the gardener living on the second floor. But it would have been later, more like the 20s, I think, before it was done up as a guest cottage by my grandfather. So it's unlikely she would have stayed there or visited the gardener there, as those dates are after the first sightings. What would have been kept in there while it was an actual carriage house? Buggies, some tack, I suppose. Tools. An odd place for her to go." "I always wondered if she died there," Harper commented, "and figured she'd let me know once I moved in." Mitch's attention sharpened on him. "Have you had any experiences there?" "Nope. She doesn't have much to do with guys once they pass a certain age." "Hey, it's snowing." He popped up to go to the window. "Maybe it'll stick. You need me any more?" he asked Mitch. Not right now. Thanks for the time." "No problem. Later." Roz shook her head as he walked out. "He'll head right outside, try to scrape up enough for a snowball so he can throw it at David. Some things never change. Speaking of David, he's making chicken and dumplings if you'd like to stay. Wait for the snow to peter out again." "It's a foolish man who turns down chicken and dumplings. I've made some progress, if elimination is progress, the last week or so. I'm running out of candidates, those who are documented in any case, for Amelia." She wandered to his workboard, studied the photos, the charts, the notes. "And when you run out of candidates who are documented, I start looking outside the box. Off topic, how do you feel about basketball?" "In what way?" "In the going to a game sort of way. I scored an extra ticket to my son's game tomorrow night. They're playing Ole Miss. I was hoping I could talk you into going with me." "To a basketball game?" "Casual, lots of other people, a specific form of entertainment." He smiled at her, easily, when she turned back. "Seemed like a good place to start, and you might be more inclined toward that sort of socializing than a quiet dinner for two. But if you prefer the latter, I find my calendar free the night after next." "A basketball game might be interesting." Lily sat on the baccara in Roz's bedroom, banging the buttons of a toy phone with a plastic dog. Lily's mother had her head in the closet. "Just try the eyeshadow, Roz." Haley's voice was muffled as she pawed through clothing. "I knew it was the wrong color for me when I bought it, but I just couldn't stop myself. It'll look awesome on you, won't it, Stella?" "It will. I've got enough makeup of my own for 3 women." Roz objected and tried to concentrate on using it. She wasn't entirely sure how her personal space had come to be invaded by females. She just wasn't used to females. "Oh, my God! You have to wear these." Haley pulled out the pants David had talked Roz into buying, and which, to date, had never been on her body again. "I certainly don't." "Roz, are you kidding?" She waved them at Stella. "Look at these." Stella did. "I couldn't get my hips in those with a crowbar." "Sure you could. They stretch," Haley demonstrated. "Besides, your hips are perfect, seeing as you have breasts. But these are too long for you."
You know that sweater I got for Christmas, the red Angora David gave me? It'd be fabulous with these pants.
Then you take them, Roz suggested.
No, you're wearing them. Watch the baby a minute, okay? I'll run and get the sweater.
I'm not wearing your sweater. I've plenty of my own.
And for heaven's sake, this is just a basketball game. No reason not to go looking like the complete babe you are.
I'm wearing jeans. Deflated, Haley dropped onto the bed beside Stella.
She's a hard case.
Here, I'll use your eyeshadow. We'll consider it a compromise.
Can I pick out your earrings?
Roz shifted her gaze in the mirror until her eyes met Haley's. Will you stop nagging the skin off my back?
Deal.
Haley leaped up, and when Lily reached toward her, scooped the baby on the fly. Settling Lily on her hip, she began to go through Roz's everyday jewelry box one-handed.
What top are you wearing?
I don't know, some sweater or other. The green cashmere, Stella told her. The dark green mock turtle and that great black leather coat, the knee-length. Roz considered as she worked on her eyes.
Fine, that'll work.
All right, then. These. Haley held up silver spiral dangles. Shoes? She asked, turning to Stella. Those black leather half boots with a stubby heel.
You get those, I'll get the sweater, and...
Girls, Roz interrupted. Scoot. I can handle the rest of this myself. But she leaned over to kiss Lily's cheek. Y'all go play somewhere else now. Come on, Haley, before she decides to wear a sweatshirt and gardening shoes just to spite us. She was right about the eyeshadow, Stella added, as she pulled Haley out. Maybe so, Roz decided. It was an interesting shade of brown with a hint of gold to jazz it up. She knew how to use it to her advantage. God knew she had plenty of practice fixing herself up, and enough vanity to put effort into looking her best when looking her best was called for. At the same time, there was a certain advantage to having other women, younger women in the household, she supposed, and she'd take their advice on the wardrobe, except for the pants. She crossed to her dresser, opened the middle drawer where she kept her good sweaters. She did love those soft fabrics, she thought, as she went through the folded garments, the cashmeres and brushed cottons, the silks. She took out the dark green, unfolded it. The chill hit with a shock, a punishing little slap that had her taking a step back, then freezing as the sweater was ripped out of her hands. She watched with disbelief as it hit the opposite wall, then fell to the floor. Her knees wanted to buckle, but she kept her feet and walked slowly across the room to pick it up. There were jagged tears across the front, as if angry nails had raked through the material. Her breath streamed out in visible vapors as she fought to stay calm. Well, that was nasty and small of you, petty and mean. I was fond of this sweater, very fond, but it won't make a damn bit of difference. Angry now, she whirled around, waiting, hoping to see something, someone, to battle. I've got more, and if you're thinking to repeat this performance on the rest of my clothes, I'll tell you now I'll walk out of here bare-ass naked before I get into this kind of blackmail. So you go have your temper fit somewhere else. Roz tossed the sweater onto her bed, marched back to her dresser. She grabbed a sweater at random, dragged it over her head. Her fingers trembled as much with rage as distress as she pulled on jeans. I make my own decisions and always have. Keep this up, you just keep this up, and I'll sleep with him just to piss you off. She finished dressing, shoved her feet into her boots, grabbed the leather coat, then had to order herself not to slam the door. On the other side, she leaned back against it, breathed in and out until she was calm again. One thing for certain, she decided, she and Mitch wouldn't lack for things to talk about en route to the game. Still, she waited until they were on their way with the lights of Harper House behind them. There are a couple of things I need to tell you. Then I think it'd be nice if both of us put business aside for a few hours. Something happened? Yes. First, I had an irritating encounter at work one day recently with an acquaintance who has gold medaled in the Gossip Olympics for more than 20 consecutive years. Hell of a record, and she's proud of it. It dealt with my ex-husband and isn't important of itself, but it upset me a bit, gave me what I call a temper headache. So I went home, took some aspirin, and decided to lie down for a few minutes. I wasn't asleep, just sort of hovering in that nice, cozy in-between. And in my head, I was out in the garden, sitting on the bench in the shade, and it was late spring. How did you know it was spring? Late spring, early June, I could tell by the plants, the flowers that were blooming. Then it got cold. She told him the rest, careful with every detail. This is the first dream you've mentioned. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't asleep. She gave an impatient wave of her hand. I know people say that all the time when they thought they were awake. I was awake. All right, you should know. She took me there in my mind. I felt the cold. I smelled the flowers, the white roses on the arbor. I felt the air on my skin. All the while I was aware in another part of myself that I was still in my room, on the bed with a headache pounding. Disconcerting. You're subtle, she replied. Yes, it was disconcerting, disorienting, and upsetting. I don't like having anyone direct my thoughts. And the way she looked at me when she opened her eyes in that grave, it was with a terrible kind of love. She's never hurt me, and I've never felt that she would. Until tonight. He pulled off the side of the road, braked hard, then turned to her. The calm she most usually saw in him, felt from him, was replaced by a percolating anger. What do you mean? Did she attack you? For God's sake, not me, but a very nice cashmere sweater. It was a birthday gift, so I've only had it since November, and I'm still mad she ruined it. Tell me exactly what happened. When she had, he sat back, tapped his fingers on the wheel. She didn't want you coming out with me tonight. Apparently not, but that's too bad. Here I am. He looked at her again. Why? I said I would, and I do what I say I will. Then you can add that she made me mad, and I don't back down either. And, lastly, I wanted to explore whether or not I'm going to like your company on a purely social level. You shoot very straight. I do. It irritates some people. Well, I'm not one of them. Sorry about the sweater. So am I. We could speculate. We could, Roz interrupted. But I'd just as soon not right now. She didn't stop the evening, so I don't see why she should drive it either. Why don't we talk about something else until it's time to get down to business again? Sure. What would you like to talk about? I could start by wondering out loud how long you intend to sit here beside the road, and how late that's going to make us to your son's game. Oh, right. He pulled onto the road again. How about if I start this conversation off by telling you I've got a new cleaning lady? Is that so? She's a friend of a friend of a friend, sort of. She's into feng shui, so she's rearranging everything in the place. Career areas and health areas, I don't know. And making me lists for things I have to buy, like a money frog for my prosperity corner or something. And these Chinese coins. And she says I have to have a green plant. I think it's for the health area, I'm not sure, and I'm too afraid of her to ask. So I was wondering if I could possibly have that plant back you took from my place last spring. The one you were murdering? Well, I didn't know I was murdering it. I didn't even know it was there. But now neglect is still neglect. Hard ass. How about I sign an oath to take better care of it? The fact is, she'll be the one taking care of it, at least every other week, and you could have visitation rights. Well, I'll think about it. The auditorium was already packed when they arrived and humming with pre-game excitement. They moved through the noise and color and excitement, scooting down the road to their seats, while both teams practiced layups on the court. That's Josh there, number 8. She watched the tall boy in his trimmed-in-blue white jersey lope forward and tap the ball off the backboard and into the net. Nice form. He was the NBA's number 10 draft pick. He'll play for the Celtics next year. It's hard for me to believe it. I'm not going to brag all night, but I had to get that one in. He's going pro? The Celtics? Brag all you want, I would. Well, I'll keep it to a minimum. In any case, Josh is point guard. That's the position that directs the team's offense from the point. She listened, sipping the soft drink he'd brought her, as he ran through a primer of basketball terms and explanations. At tip-off, she watched the action, enjoyed the lightning movements on court, the echoing voices, the thunder of the ball on wood. Now and again, through the first quarter, Mitch would lean closer to explain a call, a strategy, or a play, until she got to her feet with the rest of the Memphis crowd to boo a blown call.
What? Do those refs need eye surgery? We had established position, didn't we? Does he need 3 feet planted on the ground? That was charging, for God's sake. All he was missing was a Visa card.
When she sat again with a disgusted huff, Mitch scratched at his chin. Okay, either I'm an exceptional teacher or you know basketball. I have 3 sons. I know basketball. I know football and baseball, and at one time I knew entirely too much about professional wrestling. But they mostly outgrew that one. She took her eyes from the game long enough to smile at him. But you were having such a nice time educating the little lady, I didn't want to break your stride. Thanks. Want some nachos? I wouldn't mind. She enjoyed herself, and was amused at halftime when Josh zeroed in on his father in the crowd and grinned. More amused when the boy's gaze drifted to her, then back to his father before Josh executed an enthusiastic thumbs up. And when, at game's end, the Memphis Tigers clipped Ole Miss's Rebels by 3 points, she decided the experience had nearly been worth one cashmere sweater. You want to wait around, congratulate your boy? Not tonight. It'll be better than an hour before he gets out of the locker room and through the groupies. I'd like you to meet him sometime, though. I'd be glad to. He's a pleasure to watch on the court. Not just his style and skill, though he has plenty of both, but his enthusiasm. You can tell he loves the game. Has since he was a baby. Mitch slipped an arm around Roz's waist to help maneuver them both through the departing crowd. It'll be tough on you, him moving to Boston. Well, he's always wanted it. Part of me wants to move up there with him, but sooner or later you've got to let go. Nearly killed me when my 2 youngest moved away. They were 5 years old yesterday. He dropped his arm, then took her hand as they crossed the parking lot. Can I interest you in a post-game meal? Not tonight. I need to get an early start in the morning, but thanks. Dinner tomorrow? She slid a look up at him. I should tell you, getting me out of the house 2 nights running generally takes a team of wild horses. And I've got a garden club meeting tomorrow, which for personal reasons I can't miss. The night after? I sense a campaign. How's it going? It's not bad. Not bad at all, she thought, enjoying the bracing air and the warmth of his hand over hers. I'll tell you what, you can come to dinner night after next, but I'll warn you I'll be cooking. David's not off. You cook? Of course I cook. Not that I'm allowed to when David's in the house, but it happens I'm a very good cook. What time's dinner? She laughed. Let's make it 7. I'll be there. When they reached his car, he walked her to her side, then turned her around, slid his arms around her, and drew her toward him, laid his mouth on hers in a long, lazy kiss. She curled her hands around his arms, held on to them, to him, and let herself float on the sensation, the warmth of his body, the cool of the air, the simmering demand just under the lazy tone of the kiss. Then he eased back, his eyes on hers, and reached around to open her door. I did that now because I figured if I waited until I walked you to your door, you'd be expecting it. I'm hoping to surprise you, at least now and again. I don't think it's the easiest thing to do. You've managed it a few times so far. When she slid into the car, he closed the door, and thought he might have a few more surprises up his sleeve before they were done. Chapter 10. Harper could and did spend hours a day in the grafting house without being bored or missing the company of others. The plants he worked with were an endless fascination and satisfaction to him, whether he was creating another standard or experimenting with a hybrid. He was doing the work he loved. He enjoyed the outdoor work as well, the grafting and propagation he performed with the field stock. He'd already selected the trees he intended to graft, and would need to spend part of the week collecting his scions and pruning the maiden trees he'd grafted the year before. His mother left those sort of decisions up to him. The what, the how, the when. It was, he knew, a strong level of trust and confidence from her to step back and let him run that end of the show. Then again, she'd taught him not only the basics of the work, but had instilled in him a love for what grew. They'd spent countless hours together in garden and greenhouse when he was growing up. She'd taught his brothers as well, but their interests had veered off where his had centered. In Harper House, in the gardens, in the work. His college years, his studies there, had only cemented for him what would be his life's work. His responsibility to them, the house, the gardens, the work, and the woman who'd taught him, was absolute. He considered it a bonus round that love and obligation so neatly united for him. Tchaikovsky played for the plants while, through his headset, his choice of classic was Bare-Naked Ladies. He checked his pots, making notations on his various clipboards. He was especially pleased with the dahlias he'd grafted the previous spring at Logan's request. In a couple of weeks, he'd bring the overwintered tubers into growth, and in spring take cuttings. In the garden should be able to offer a nice supply of Stella's Dream, the bold, deeply blue dahlia he'd created. Interesting, the way things worked, he thought. Through Logan and tidy Stella falling in love, and Logan showing his sentimental side over the blue dahlia Stella had dreamed of. Dreamed of, Harper thought, because of the Harper bride. Sort of circled around, didn't it, back to the house and what grew there. There would be no Stella's Dream without the bride, and no bride without Harper House. None of it, he supposed, without his mother's steady determination to keep the house and build the business. Since he was facing the door, he saw it open, and watched Haley walk in. She wouldn't be here either without his mother. There would have been no beautiful, pregnant woman knocking on the door of Harper House last winter, looking for work and a place to live. When she smiled, his heart did that quick, automatic stutter, then settled back to normal again. She tapped the side of her head, and he pulled off his headsets. "Sorry to interrupt. Roz said you had some pots mature enough for me to rotate into the houseplant stock. Stella's looking to do a winter sale." "Sure. You want me to bring 'em out?" "That's okay. I got boxes in a flat cart outside the door." "Let me check the inventory. Adjust it first." He walked down to his computer station. "Want a Coke?" Love one, but I'm still watching my caffeine." "Oh, right." She was nursing Lily, a concept that made him feel sort of warm and twisty inside. Got some water in the cooler, too." "That'd be good." "Oh, when you've got time, can you show me some grafting? Stella said how you do most of it, at least the field work about this time of year. I'd really like to do something, then, follow it on through." "Sure, if you want." He handed her a bottle of water. "You can try your hand on a willow. It was the first graft my mother showed me how to do, and they're the best to practice on." "Oh, that'd be great. I thought one day when I get a place for me and Lily, I could plant something I'd made myself." He sat, ordered himself to concentrate on his inventory program. A scent of her, somehow essential female, fit so perfectly with the smell of earth and growth. "You've got plenty of room at the house." "More than," she laughed, tried to read over his shoulder. "Been there a year, and still can't get used to all the space. I love living there, I do, and it's wonderful for Lily to have so many people around. Oh, nobody could be more amazing than your mama. She's the most awesome person I know. But sooner or later, I need to plant Lily and me somewhere of our own. You know, Mama loves having you there, or she'd have nudged you along by now. Boy, that's the truth. She really knows how to structure things, doesn't she? Sets him up to suit her. Oh, I don't mean that exactly the way it sounds. It's just that she's strong and smart and doesn't seem to be afraid of anything or anyone. I admire that so much." "You seem to have plenty of guts and brains of your own." "Guts, maybe. But I've started to realize a lot of that came from not knowing any better." Idly, she picked up a scrap of raffia, twisted it around her finger. "When I look back,
I don't know how I worked up to setting out 6 months pregnant. Not now that I have Lily and realize, well, everything. I'm going to owe Roz for the rest of my life. She wouldn't want that. Well, that's one thing she's not going to have any choice about. My baby's got a good, loving home, and I've got a job that I swear I like more every day. We've got friends and family. We'd have done all right, I've made sure of it, but we wouldn't be where we are now, Lily and I, without Roz. Funny, I was thinking how most everything, the house, this place, even Logan and Stella, whined around to my mother. Maybe even the bride. Why the bride? Well, if Mama had sold the place, and there had to be times it would have been easier to do that, maybe the bride wouldn't still be there. Maybe it takes a Harper being in the house. I don't know. He shrugged, got up to select the plants he'd checked off his inventory. It was just something I wondered about. Could be right. You wouldn't sell it, would you, when it comes to you? No. Fact is, every time I think maybe I should move out of the carriage house, get someplace, I just can't do it. It's where I want to be, that's one thing. And the other is, no matter how smart or strong my mother is, I feel it's better that I'm around. I think she'd be sad and a little lonely if you and Lily went somewhere else, especially since Stella and the boys will be moving into Logan's in a couple months. Maybe. And I'm not planning on anything right away. But with her and Mitch dating, it could be she'll have all the company she wants. What? He stopped, dead, with a young, healthy ficus in his arms. Dating? What do you mean, dating? They're not dating. When two people go out 2 or 3 times, to basketball games, to dinner and whatnot, when the she in the pair cooks the he dinner herself, I tend to call it dating. They're working on this project. It's like meetings. She gave him the female smile he recognized, the one that categorized him as a pitifully out-of-touch male. You don't generally adjourn a meeting with a long, hot kiss. At least I haven't been lucky enough to have a meeting like that for some time. Kiss? What, I wasn't spying or anything, she said quickly. I happened to be up with Lily one night. Looked out the window when Mitch brought Roz home. Okay, I sort of looked out on purpose when I heard the car, just to see what was what. And if the lip lock I witnessed is anything to go by, that's some serious dating. He set the plant down again with a thump. Well, for Christ's sake. She blinked. Harper, you don't have any problem with Roz seeing a man like that. That'd be just silly. Last time she was seeing a man like that, she ended up married to the son of a bitch. She made a mistake, Haley said, heating up. And Mitch is nothing like that bastard Bryce Clerk. And we know this because we do. Not good enough. He certainly is good enough for her. That's not what I said. I said just because he isn't rich or doesn't have that fancy Harper blood running through him doesn't mean you should build a case against him. She drilled a finger straight into Harper's chest. You ought to be ashamed of yourself talking like some snob. I'm not saying that. Don't be stupid. Don't you call me stupid. I didn't call you stupid. Jesus Christ. I don't even want to talk to you right now. She turned on her heel, stomped out. Fine, I don't want to talk to you either, he shot back. He stewed about it, worked himself up about the entire situation while he loaded and transported the plants himself. Ready for battle, he searched out his mother. She was in the field, checking on the nursery beds and the roses he'd tea-budded earlier in the season. She wore a stone-gray hoodie, fingerless gloves, and a pair of boots, so old and scarred they were no discernible color. She looked, Harper realized, more like a contemporary than his mother. Haley find you? She called out. Yeah, it's done. You know, I'm thinking of adding a mist propagation tent and doing more palms. Honey, I've got to tell you, I'm excited at how these multiple trees you did are coming along. Our customers are going to have fun with these. I'm thinking of taking one of the nectarine and peach myself. She studied one of the young trees Harper had grafted, then fan-trained on stakes. This is lovely work, Harper. And that weeping pear over there, Mama, are you sleeping with Mitch Carnegie? What? She turned fully to face him, and the pleased smile, the glint of pride in her eyes, both froze away. What did you ask me? You heard what I asked.
I'd like an answer. And why would I answer a question that you have no business asking? I want to know how seriously you're involved with him. I have a right to know. You certainly do not. I kept my mouth shut about Clerk. That was my mistake. I'm not making it again. I'm looking after you whether you like it or not. So if you don't tell me, I'll go ask him. You'll do no such thing, Harper. She paced away, stood with her back to him. He knew her well enough to be sure she was battling back a spew of temper. They both had a dangerous one, and were both very careful with it. When's the last time I quizzed you about who you see socially, or who you're intimate with? When's the last time I married a fortune hunter? She whirled back, and the temper was so close to the surface now he saw it burning out of her eyes. Don't you throw that in my face. I don't like it. I don't like doing it. I don't care how mad you get. Nobody's going to hurt you like that again while I'm around. Just how much do we know about him? From where I'm standing, he's already crossing the line hitting on someone he's working for. You're so damn proper about the oddest things. How did I ever manage that? She let out a long breath. Let me ask you this. Have you ever known me to make the same mistake twice? Not so far. Your confidence in me is overwhelming. She took off one of the gloves she wore, slapped it against her thigh. I'll tell you this. He's an interesting and attractive man who I've enjoyed seeing a couple of times on a social level. He has a strong and loving relationship with his son, and since I pride myself on the same, that goes a long way with me. He's divorced and maintains a cordial relationship with the mother of his son and her second husband. This is not always an easy feat. He's done nothing improper, even by your lofty standards. They're lofty when it comes to you. Oh, Harper, I'm not a paragon. Who wants you to be? What I want you to be is safe and happy. Honey. She stepped to him then, laid her hands on his cheeks, shook his head gently from side to side. That's supposed to be my line to you. If I promise you, take a solemn oath, that I learned my lesson with Bryce, will you relax? Only if you promise to tell me if he pushes where you don't want to be pushed. Listen to you. All right, then. I'll promise. Come on, let's take a look at the rest of this before we go in. It certainly gave Roz a lot to think about. How could she know her firstborn so well, yet have been completely surprised by the altercation that afternoon? Then again, did any mother ever consider her children would worry about her? There just wasn't enough room in the brain or heart for that possibility when they were both so full of worry and concern for the child. Added to that, it had come home fully for the first time just how much she'd let him down with Bryce. She'd hurt Harper as much and maybe more than she herself had been hurt. Was that something you could make up to those you loved? Or was it something that just had to heal over like a wound? Because she wanted quiet, she went into her room from the outside entrance, peeled off her outer gear. She wandered into her sitting room, intending to put on music and spend some time sketching just to wind down from the day. But she saw the neat piles of mail on her desk. David, as was his habit, had separated the personal correspondence, not much these days, as she and most everyone she knew had slid into email posts, business, and bills. Because she believed in handling the bad news first, she sat and began to open the bills. The utilities on the house made her wince a bit, but that was the price to be paid for having so much space and so many people using it. She got out her checkbook, promising herself that soon, before next month, she would master the bill-paying business online. Of course, she promised the same every month, but this time she meant it. She'd have Stella show her the ropes first chance. She paid the electric, the gas, the phone, a credit card bill, then frowned at another envelope from another credit card company. She nearly tossed it, assuming it was a solicitation, then opened it, just to check. Her eyes widened as she looked at the charges, the total. Over $8,000. $8,000. It was ridiculous, absurd. She didn't have a card with this company and certainly hadn't charged $8,000. Restaurants, electronics, the men's department at Dillard's. Baffled, She picked up the phone to report the mistake, then spent the next half an hour winding her way through tangled and sticky red tape. The next call she made was to her lawyer. Once the wheels were set in motion, she sat back, the sinking sensation in her stomach making her queasy. The card had been taken out in her name with all her information, her address, her social security number, even her mother's maiden name. The other user on the card was listed as Ashby Harper. Clever, she thought. Very clever. He hadn't used his own name and hadn't accumulated charges at his most usual haunts. By now she had no doubt the card was destroyed. The last charge had been made 3 days before the end of the billing cycle. Covered all the bases as usual. That bastard Bryce. The money wouldn't have been the main thrust, she thought now. Not that he wouldn't enjoy the benefits of 8,000 and change, but the point would have been the trouble for her, the irritation, and most of all the reminder that he was still in her face, and there was little she could do about it. It was doubtful the charges could be traced back to him, that it could be proved he'd defrauded the credit card company. It was she who would be forced to untangle the knots, spending the time, the effort, and paying any legal fees. It was mean and small of him, and suited him perfectly. And Harper, poor Harper, worried she'd make that kind of mistake again. Not in a million years. To give herself more time to settle, she skipped dinner, then wrote long, detailed posts to her 2 younger sons before calling Harper. Once she knew the children were in bed for the night, she asked Harper, David, along with Stella and Haley, to join her in the front parlor. "I'm sorry," she began. "I know some of you might have plans for the night. I don't think this will take long." "It's all right," Stella told her. "Something's the matter. Just tell us what it is." "I've already taken steps to deal with it, but it's likely all of you will be asked, at least to answer some questions. In going through my bills this evening, I came upon a credit card bill. A card I don't have. Charges I didn't make. However, it was applied for and taken out with considerable personal information. The credit card company will of course follow this through, but as I was obliged to list all those who live in the house, I wanted you to be aware. I've no doubt the card was taken out by Bryce. He'd know the information, and it's just his style." "You don't have to pay it," Haley said quickly. "This kind of thing happened in the bookstore once where I used to work. You don't have to pay it." "No, I won't pay it. It simply costs me time and energy, and upsets me, which would have been the motive. It also upsets the household, which he'd enjoy, I'm sure. I'm sorry for that." She looked at Harper. "I'm sorry." "Don't say that again." He spoke very softly. "I don't want to hear you say you're sorry again, Mama." "What about the police?" "They may very well be involved, but I'm going to tell you what my lawyer told me. While the credit card company will follow through, it'll be very difficult to prove he's the one who used the card. He didn't use his name, and he didn't charge so much at any given time or place to raise an eyebrow. No one's going to remember he breezed into Dillard's and bought some shirts or a pair of shoes. This is the sort of thing he knows how to do quite well." She had to get up, to move, so rose to add a log to the fire. "The best we can do is step back from it, as much as we can, and let it play out. Sooner or later, and I believe this, he'll do one of 3 things. He'll get bored with it, he'll find someone else to harass, or he'll go just a little too far and hang himself." "I vote for door number 3, David put in. "Your mouth, God's ear," Roz assured him, and made herself sit again. "I've written both Austin and Mason because I want them and all of you to be on guard. He may very well choose to amuse himself by doing this same sort of thing to one or more of you." At the thought of it, the tension in her shoulders increased until her muscles felt like iron rods under her skin. "And Stella, you and I should be particularly vigilant regarding any charges to the business. Don't worry, he won't get by us, Roz. I'm so sorry you have to deal with this. Anything I can do, anything any of us can do, I'll let you know, I promise." "All right," Roz got to her feet. "That's all then. I'm going to go on up, get to some work I've put off." "You haven't had any dinner," David reminded her. "Why don't I bring you something?" Not now. I'll get something later." David stayed on his feet, watching her walk out. "Son of a bitch," he muttered when she was out of earshot. "Smarmy, sleazy, last season Ferragamo-wearing son of a bitch. Why don't you and I go pay him a visit?" Harper stayed in his chair. His voice was still soft, as it had been, but now it had an edge to it, a predatory edge. "That's a damn good idea." Haley sprang up, fists clenched at her sides. "Let's all go pay him a call right now." "Stand down, Zena." David patted her shoulder. "While there's little more I can think of that would be more entertaining than breaking a few of his cabs, it's not the answer." "I hear 4 when you add 2 and 2, Harper said. "I say it's the right answer." "David's right," Stella pointed out. "It would upset and embarrass Roz more than she's already upset and embarrassed." "And we won't tell her." Haley threw out her arms. "We can't just sit here." "I'm not," Harper said. "You are." "Just a damn minute. Hold on." Like a referee, David stepped between them. "Think, Harper, past your temper. We go take a few very deserved hits at Clerk. His bruises'll heal soon enough, and he'll have the satisfaction of knowing he got to her, that he upset her. That's the last thing she wants, and you and I know that. The most important weapon she has against him is indifference. She won't have that when she has to bail you out on assault charges. I'll tell you what else." Stella continued to sit, her hands gripped tight in her lap. "The more we make of it, the more upset she'll be. The best thing we can do for her is to take a page from her book. Treat it coolly, like business. And to remember, if it's hard for us to do that, how much harder it is for her." "Oh, I hate it," Haley raged. "I hate that you're right, and I wish you'd been right after we beat the hell out of him. It shows character, Harper, that you want to stand up for her. And it shows character, I guess, to know it's not the way." Maybe not, but Harper couldn't quite erase the picture of Bryce in a bloody pulp at his feet. It probably didn't hurt that he didn't know exactly where to find the man. Oh, he could find out. A few calls would do the trick. But those calls might trickle back to the source before he got there. And in the end, he knew David was right. But he couldn't just sit at home and stew. There was another matter he could deal with, and he didn't give a damn whether or not his mother liked it. He was still spoiling for a fight when he knocked on Mitch's apartment door. He half hoped he'd find Mitch with another woman. Then he could punch him in the mouth and diffuse the sparking end of his temper. But when Mitch answered, he appeared to be alone, unless you counted the noise that Harper recognized as a televised basketball game. "Hey, how's it going?" "Come on in." "I want to talk to you." "Sure. Wait." Mitch's attention had already swung back to the huge television screen that dominated one wall. "Less than a minute to halftime. We're down 2. Damn it. God damn it, loose ball." Despite himself, Harper found himself standing there, caught up in the action, calling out when number 8 recovered the ball and pivoting with a kind of magical grace sent it sailing through the air. "3! Let's 3!" Mitch punched Harper companionably in the arm. "And there's the buzzer. Want a drink?" "Could use a beer." Don't have any. Sorry. Coke?" Fine, thanks." He slipped his hands into his pockets as Mitch wandered off. Alone, he scanned the room, brow knitting over some coins dangling from red ribbons. "Hell of a TV," he said when Mitch came back with a can. "Next to my son, my pride and joy. Have a seat." "I'll get right to it. Where's this thing you've got going with my mother heading?" Mitch sat, studied Harper as he lifted his own can. "I can't tell you, as a lot of it depends on her, and where she wants it to head. Obviously, since I'm not blind, deaf, or dead, I find her very attractive. I admire what she's done with her life, and enjoy her company. If any of that attraction has to do with her money or her position, you're going to want to step away right now." With apparent calm, Mitch picked up the remote, hit the mute button, then set it down again. "That's a very ugly thing to say. She had a very ugly time not that long ago. which is why I'm not kicking you out of my home, such as it is." He reached down below the insult and got a tenuous hold on Patience. "Your mother doesn't need money or position to be attractive. She's one of the most beautiful and fascinating women I've ever known. I feel something for her, and I believe she feels something for me. I'm hoping we'll be able to explore those feelings. Your first marriage cracked up." "It did. I cracked it." He turned the Coke can in his hand. "There's no beer in the fridge because I don't drink anymore and haven't for 14 years. I'm an alcoholic, and I destroyed my first marriage, all of which I've told your mother, in more detail than I'm willing to tell you, because I thought she deserved to know before we took those initial steps into what I'm hoping is a relationship. I apologize for embarrassing you. You haven't. Pissed me off some. I'm not sorry about that. She's my mother, and you weren't there to see what she went through, what she's still dealing with." "How do you mean, still?" "She found out tonight he opened a credit card in her name. Can't prove it, not yet anyway, but it was him. Charged on it, so she's got the hassle of closing it down, dealing with the legal end, and having to tell the rest of us about it." Mitch set the drink aside, pushed out of the chair to pace a circle around the room, and it was the temper pumping off him that calmed Harper. "I thought about hunting him down, beating the crap out of him." "I'll hold your coat, then you can hold mine." Another knot in Harper's belly loosened. It was exactly the sentiment he could respect. "David talked me out of it. David and Stella, actually. Mama would hate it. It's one of those things she'd find unseemly. Then there'd be the gossip that rolled out of it. So I came here to take a few punches at you instead, work off some of the mad. Mission accomplished? Seems like it." "That's something." Mitch scooped both hands through his hair. "Is she okay? How's she handling it?" "Like she handles everything. Straightforward, take the steps. She deals. But she's turned up. More worried that he'll take some sort of shot at me or my brothers. Embarrassed, too," he added. "It's the kind of thing that embarrasses her." Mitch's expression went grim. "He'd know that, wouldn't he? That'll be the perk, even more than whatever he charged on the bogus account." "You got that right." "I want you to know, if you hurt her, any way, shape, or form, I'll make you pay for it. Seems fair to tell you up front." "Okay." Mitch came back to the chair, sat. "Let me lay this out so we understand each other. I'm 48. I make a good living. Nothing spectacular, but I do fine. I like my work. I'm good at my work. And lucky for me, it pays the bills and gives me enough to be comfortable." As an afterthought, Mitch shoved the open bag of chips on the table in Harper's direction. "My ex-wife and her husband are good people, and between us, without much help from me for the first 6 years, we raised a hell of a young man. I'm proud of that. I've had 2 serious relationships since my divorce, and a few that weren't so serious. I care about your mother. I respect what she's accomplished, and I have no intention of causing her any sort of harm or unhappiness. If I do, I have a feeling she'll pay me back for it before you can get off the mark." He paused, took a drink. "Is there anything else you want to know?" Just one thing right now." Harper picked up the bag, dug in. "Can I hang out and watch the rest of the game?" Chapter 11. With her hands on her hips, Roz studied her newly arranged in-the-garden potting soil preparation area. It had taken 2 days, eking out time between other chores and working with the precise-minded Stella to set it up. In Roz's estimation, it would have taken her half that time alone, but it wouldn't have been nearly as practical a workspace. There were tubs of soil she'd already mixed herself, the work tables, the bag storage, the scale, scoops, bag sealer, stools. Everything was arranged in assembly line efficiency. The outlay had been relatively little, which had pleased Stella, who had a head for profit as well as precision. With a simple design of the bags, some clever marketing, and what she knew to be an excellent product, Roz felt confident they'd do very well indeed. Her mood was very bright when she turned to greet Harper as he came through the door of the work shed. "What do you think of our new enterprise?" She held out her arms. With a laugh, she picked up a 5-pound bag she'd already filled and sealed and tossed it over to him. "Good look," he said, turning the bag over. "No frills. He says this is serious dirt. Looks like something you'd see in a high-end garden boutique." "Exactly, and we'll keep the price down initially to get it moving. I'm having the bags overfilled by a couple ounces to give me a safety zone. I thought we'd put Ruby on the job for a start anyway. Maybe see if Steve wants to take some part-time work. It won't be that labor-intensive or take that much time." "It's smart business, Mama." He laid the bag down. "You've got a knack for it." "I like to think so." "We still mad at each other?" "No, but we might be after I finished telling you I went into Memphis to see Mitch Carnegie." Her face went blank. Her voice turned cool. "Why would you do that, Harper?" "1, I was pissed off. 2, David and Stella talked me out of hunting up Clerk and beating his face in. 3rd, I wanted to hear for myself what Mitch had to say about what's going on between you." "I understand 1 perfectly. I appreciate 2 on several levels. But I fail to comprehend why you would assume to interrogate a man I'm seeing. It's unpardonably rude and interfering. I don't run around snooping on the women you choose to see. It wasn't snooping, and I've never chosen to see a woman who stole from me or set out to interfere with my life or smear my reputation." "You're young yet." Ice dripped from the words. "Do you think I'm the only woman foolish enough to get tangled up with an asshole? No, I don't. But I don't much care about other women. You're my only mother. That doesn't give you the right to. I love you. Don't use that weapon on me. I can't help it. It's all I've got." She pressed her fingers to the center of her forehead, rubbed hard. "It would help if you added a little trust and respect to that love, Harper. I've got all the trust and respect in the world for you, Mama. It's the men I'm not so sure about. But if it helps any, I worked up plenty of trust and respect for Mitch last night. He might almost be worthy enough to court my Mama." "He's not courting me, for God's sake. Where do you get this sort of—" "We went to a college basketball game. We had dinner." "Well, I think he's stuck on you." She stared, and this time lifted both hands to the sides of her head. "My head is reeling." He walked to her, slid his arms around her, and drew her in. "I couldn't stand to see you get hurt again. Bryce only hurt my pride. That's a mortal wound for us Harpers. And he did more than that. I don't think Mitch will do the same, at least not deliberately. So, you approve?" He grinned when she tipped her head up to look at him. "That's a trick question, and my Mama didn't raise any fools. I say yes, and you'll rip my butt reminding me you don't need my approval. So I'm just going to say I like him. I like him a lot." "You're a slippery one, Harper Ashby. Tell you what." She patted his back, eased away. "You can give me a hand in here for a while. I want to do up 20 bags of each weight category." "I thought you wanted Ruby to do that." "Changed my mind. Doing some uncomplicated and monotonous work ought to give you some time to reflect on the error of your ways. Talk about slippery. The day you can outwit me, my baby, is the day I see about moving myself into a home. Let's get started." After work, she went straight home and directly upstairs to clean up. Wary now, she checked the mail on her desk, looked through the bills. She couldn't say she was relieved when she found nothing. It was like waiting for the next shoe to drop. There had been a similar sort of harassment right after the divorce, then a nice period of peace, when she assumed he'd had some other woman on the string and was too involved to waste his time poking sticks at an ex-wife. She'd handled it then. She'd handle it now. As she was dressing, the phone rang. When it hit the third ring, she assumed David was otherwise occupied and answered herself.
Good evening. Is Rosalind Harper available?
This is she.
Miss Harper, this is Derek from the Carrington Gallery in New York. We're just following up to let you know the Vergano will be shipped to you tomorrow.
I don't think that's a good idea, Derek, is it? I didn't order anything from your gallery.
The Cristino Vergano, Miss Harper? Your representative spoke with me personally only last week.
I don't have a representative.
Miss Harper, I'm very confused. The charge has already been cleared to your account. Your representative indicated that you were very taken with the painting and wished to have it shipped as soon as the showing was over. We've had considerable interest in this work, but as it was already sold—
She rubbed hard at the back of her neck where the tension had settled. It looks like we both have a problem, Derek. Let me give you some of the bad news. She explained briefly, caught herself pacing as she spoke, and as a fresh headache brewed. She noted down the credit card company and number.
This is very upsetting.
Yes, she agreed. It certainly is. I'm sorry you and your gallery have been inconvenienced by this. Would you mind, just for curiosity's sake, telling me the name of the painting?
Vergano's a very powerful and dynamic artist. This oil on linen, custom framed by the artist, is from her Bitches collection. It's called The Amazing Bitch.
Of course it is, Roz replied. She went through the routine, calling the credit card company and her lawyer, then writing to both to document the incident with letters. She took aspirin before going down to the kitchen and pouring herself a large glass of wine. David's note sat propped on the counter. Hot date. An exceptional lasagnas on warm in the oven. Haley and the baby went over to Logan's with Stella and the boys. They're having a little painting party. More than enough lasagna for two. Dr. Studley's in the library. Just warm up the bread, toss salad in the fridge, and you're set. Buon appetito. David. P.S. Appropriate CDs already loaded in the player. Now please go up and put on those Jimmy Choos. Well, she noted David had set the kitchen nook with festive plates, fat candles, a bottle of San Pellegrino, pale green glasses, and had explained why a bottle of good Italian red was breathing on the counter. Lasagna's fine, she said aloud, but I'm not putting on those shoes to eat it. Content and comfortable in the thick gray socks she habitually wore around the house, she walked to the library. He was sitting at the table, wearing his glasses and a Memphis Tigers sweatshirt. His fingers were moving quickly over the keyboard of his laptop. On the desk was a large bottle of water. David's doing, no doubt. He'd have nagged Mitch to rotate water with his habitual coffee. He looked studiously sexy, she decided, with his intellectual glasses and the mass of thick, disordered hair, that rich brown with just a hint of chestnut. There were good eyes behind those glasses, she thought. Not just the color, so deep, so unique, but good, direct eyes. A little intense, unnervingly intense, and she had to admit she found that exciting. Even as she watched, he paused in his typing to scoop the fingers of one hand through his hair and muttered to himself. It was interesting to hear him mutter to himself, since she often caught herself doing the same. It was interesting, too, to feel this long, slow pull in her belly and the little dance of lust up her spine. Wasn't it good to know those instinctive charges still had spark? And wasn't she curious to see what would happen if she took a chance and lit the fuse? Even as she thought it, books flew off the shelf, slammed into each other, then the walls, the floor. In the fireplace, flames leaped in hot reds, while the air shivered with cold. Jesus Christ! Mitch shoved back from the table so fast his chair hit the floor. He managed to duck one book, then block another. As Roz rushed forward, everything stopped. You see that? Did you see that? He bent, picked up a book, then dropped it on the table. It wasn't fear in that lovely liquid drawl, she noted. It was fascination. It's like ice. Temper tantrums. She picked up a book herself, and the cold nearly numbed her fingers. Impressive ones. I've been working in here since about 3. Grinning like a boy, he checked his watch. Nearly 4 hours. It's been quiet, as you'll excuse the expression, a tomb, until now.